I am sure sports. You know me there, I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get your sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never see no game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the date done, you are gonna love over your son.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Trick Nick Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices. Add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
That sports for the best authentic sportswear. You check Wilton Sports when you want the best authentic sportswear. Wilton Sports. Food change advertise fee. And for roll out the numbers. Remember, no easy laugh, no off.
Some sports were for take notes. Them full of dreams and hopes. Then why them come and sell rope? When there is only one, yeah, there is only one goat. And that's a Wilson, yeah, that's a Wilson, yeah, that's a Wilson sports. Yeah, ball boots, ball tops, ball shots, string guard, ball socks. Them kind of drip you quick for make your ex call back. Little quickness in my boots and ball out, me want that. My Nike ticky pretty and my Adidas all black. Dribble down your field with grip and feel me can't drop. Slide tackle all my own a team and know this snap up. Why? Because I'm by the supper.
All right. Good afternoon, beautiful people. I am Man, and welcome to I Am Sure Sport on this Super Friday. Yes, indeed. As usual, we ask you, once you come on to the platform today, that you hit that like button. If you're not yet a subscriber, please go ahead and subscribe to I Am Sure Sports and make sure that you share the content with someone else. All right. Like I said, that is very difficult doing, this YouTube thingy, especially when you have other assignments, and sometimes you have to weigh the balance as to what is more important. And we wish we could be here more often with the people, but sometimes life don't permit us to do so. But we are very grateful for every moment we are with you. Therefore, we ask you to continue to support the channel in whatever way you can. Some of you can give a super sticker. Some of you can give a super chat. Some of you can become members of the channel. That way we can take care of the expenses that relate to the channel. You understand me? And it can take care of itself. So today is Super Friday. And on Fridays, we ask all our faithful and loyal subscribers to give a super sticker or a super chat to help the channel and its work. All right. So as you feel led, go ahead and do that. You can give as small as $2 to $200. I don't know. Whatever you can do, we would really appreciate it. All right. Want to say big up to the persons who are already here and they're making their presence known by their comments in the comment section. Paul Watkins, welcome to I Am Sure Sports. So too the one done man from outer Clarendon, the man who make the jersey them spick and span. They call him Sherman. Big up yourself. You understand me? Big supporter of Veer and Humble Lion down there. Same so, Fresh God is a Clarendonian, supports Humble Lion. So big up yourself. Always working in the different platforms to help in the comment section as a moderator. And we appreciate that. There, all platforms appreciate him. You understand me? I see Young Cryptic. You understand me? Up and running. Don't know much, but I know Young Cryptic, he has been with us for quite a while. Then one of the lawyers, the faithful, you understand me, one of the members, his name is Mr. Drew Fortis. Big up yourself. Really appreciate it, my brother. Be blessed and highly favored of the Lord. Today, before I commence the topics of discussion, who is there? Talkie True Blue. When you see that True Blue and you see the JC logo, you know that he attended the Jamaica College. Then we have the Campionite. You understand me? The one and only Jason Guna. Bless up yourself. You understand me? Hope all is well with you and the family. Today, before I get into the show, right? Who is that? Richie Royal. You understand me, Mr. The man beside a Lamborghini. I don't know where he's at, but bro, you need to bring that back to Jamaica. Take it off of the ice. Lamborghini SUV, no people. I am telling you. You understand me? Kingsley Moore says blessings, man is man. And up top, man like Brando Marcelo says blessings to you, my Marcelo. All right, blessings to you, my brother. All right, today, maroon and gold. Woolmerian or Cornwall? I don't know. Yeah, Woolmerian or Cornwall? Kingsley, talk to me. I blew the thing there, man. Sir Baggio, you see, anytime you go to the restaurant, just tell Trick Nick, just ask Nick and tell him that I Am Sure Sports. All the people in Canada, go to the Trick Nick restaurant and just tell him, say, I Am Sure Sports, and you get a special discount. Hey, the restaurant are going, good people. May I tell you, a lot of the people who support the channel are over there. And here's what they do. Some people know about to cook on Sunday, you know. They buy the food at the restaurant. It's one of the authentic Jamaican cuisines that are provided there by Tricknick. Go and check it out, people. You know, I have to big up this artist, you know, because I him do the jingle. I Am Sure Sports, that we sure about. You understand me? Please, Kim Righteous, check out him thing on Spotify and them thing there. Big artist. You understand me? We don't really endorse the secular artist, but I'm one who used to be in church. But him no backslide, him slide back. You understand me? Say need to slide back into the kingdom. Big up King Righteous. Sniper King is the next one to do a jingle for us as well. And then you have JS. Yeah, man, JS. Big up yourself over there in Connecticut right now. All of the people do them look at things there. We are in Toronto, man. Ontario, man. One tier talkie through blue, man. Ontario. Just type it in right now when you get the address. Tricknick. Brampton, Ontario. There you go. Tell him, Baggio. Tell him. Tyrone Williams. Bless up every time. Listen, so I want to start with what is at the last topic, right? And I need, for this particular part, I need some persons to call in. Yeah, man, Brampton. It's in Brampton. You understand me? I need some persons to call in. Because I'm going to share some quotes about being grateful, right, are ungrateful, and then I'm going to make a point. Send him an no man, send him an apology. What? No man. Wait, what? The man to me if he send, he was right on Trevante Stewart. So this hold on now. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. This is you're live on here. Coach Barris, you're not connected yet because we don't connect the phone line until No, you can't. I am live, coach. See it now. People. All right, Coach Boris, right now. You see, people are them thing I make me getting a problem because me tell him that him live and here and him go ask question. I mean, know him go ask, you know. I mean, I want to get myself in no more problems. You understand me? No, sir. Coach Boris, don't worry. We'll get back to you. All right? Make we set up the phone line and sing. All right? Duckland, don't worry yourself, but you're gonna line up the artists. So many times it's hard to get the artists, them, you know. It's hard to get them. But I did get one. Remember, I got an artist now. Put me out there, out there, out there. Put me out there. Me did bring on Shakespeare. What I talk about? Maybe we don't get the artist that you want. But me not know me formula and apology. The youth gone to Slovenia on loan for the rest of the season. So he's going to come back to his club. Because he want playing time. I think that's the right thing. Him not feel, I don't like him can't go back to him club because the club probably get relegated anyways. So me no know. Did he feel? Did Trevante Stewart feel? Is this an indication that he feel Richard Stewart? Talk to me. Got it. Hey, get one of them now. You understand me? Everybody right here now. Me tell you the business is people. As soon as like everybody just believe. I don't know. Let me just say this. People, I cannot speak for anybody else. I cannot speak for anybody else, but I know personally for me, this whole thing, maybe down the road, it will be very profitable. Right now, this is not profitable. For me. So, when an artist, me invite an artist, right? And them want pay. It not gonna work out because I cannot bring an artist trusting that the people going to contribute. So that is why sometimes I don't bring them. But people, all right, so these are the facts. We work on facts. See the facts there? The deal is until 2026. He wanted more playing time. Coming off an injury. His club is at the bottom of the table, basically, in Syria, which means they will go down to Syria B next season. They are going to be relegated. The man was not there for 6 full months. How is that deemed as he has failed? I don't understand that. How can a man play in Italy for 6 months, move to a club because the club that he's at is at the bottom of the table? How is that? I need a very astute, intelligent, smart person to explain to me how that is failure. How is that failure? Whisper was sold to be in Chelsea's first team. He's not there. Is that failure? A player moved to get playing time. Is that failure? How is that? Explain to me what part of that is the failure. All right, let me tell you again, because people always say. So a lot, you see, a lot of people, you see, it's very important. It's very important, right? That whenever we are going to discuss something, we have all the facts. So what I would say to you is this. Check the life of Trevante Stewart before you start calling him a failure. All right? Do not come and say a man should not go and get in his position. He did the right thing. All the people who are talking, if they were given the same amount of money the same amount of money that Trevante was given, if they were being given that right now to do something they know they are not the best of, many of you would take it, though you know you're not ready for what is being asked of you. You have to put everything in context. Stop saying that the youth should not have taken the opportunity to secure his life and his future financially. You don't know his upbringing. You don't know his background. You don't know the pain and the suffering that he has been through. There is no guarantee that if he went somewhere, he would not have broken his leg and cannot play football anymore. And never had the opportunity to move outside of the JPL and would have looked and said it is a wasted talent. This thing about they were pushed too early. Pete, you have to take in certain situations, you have to take the money that is presented to you now. Because tomorrow is not guaranteed to you. Good health is not guaranteed to you. There's no guarantee that your performance will be the same. So no man who is not in the man's situation can come and talk. No man. Listen. All right. So there are different things. You take what applies to you, people. Just take what applies to you, and then other person will take it. Because we have discussed the thing. We not quarrel, we not argue. Let me tell you this right now. If Barcelona comes and they say they want to sign my son for a decent money that will secure his education and make sure that when he wants to go to college, he has it, I am taking the opportunity, because 3 years from now, there's no guarantee that that opportunity is going to present itself. So if he has that and after 3 years, they say, no, we're moving on from him. He has not failed. That is not what I call failure. You're a failure if, listen, you are worse off when you went there. So if Trevante becomes a worse player by the move, then that to me is failure. I cannot get better. And then you say, I have failed. Let me say it again. I cannot improve. And then you say, I have failed. Let me say it again. I cannot improve and get better. And you say that I have failed. How you put that together? Something not working out is not necessarily failure, people. I would have loved if he had stayed here. But I've seen many players move from clubs. I've seen many Americans moving. Why? Because they want playing time. And sometimes you're at a club and you're not getting enough playing time, so you move. No, Jason Guna, somebody spoke about failure, man. There's a comment, man. Some person said that he has failed. What I will say is that, listen, I will tell you again. If I'm the agent of a player and a big club come for the player, a big money come for the player in Jamaica, you have to take that. You have to take the money because this is Jamaica. This is Jamaica. All right. Okay. Has Anthony moved to Man U a failure? That's yet to be determined, you know. That's yet to be determined. So far, he hasn't lived up to expectation. But has Anthony really failed? I don't think so, because it is not done yet. Anthony could come next season and or the rest of the season, and have a fantastic season at Manchester United. And everybody starts saying, where was this all along? And Anthony is not a failure. He's not a failure. Yeah, we want me to tell you who is a failure that I deem? There's a player who came to Arsenal named Sonny Ogo. That French player. That's it. You know how many players come to Mount Pleasant? Marlon Allen had a beautiful season. Beautiful season. Marlon Allen. All right. So this is a different question. Whose expectation? Whose expectation now, Duclan? Let's have this. Duclan, I like when you're calling. Because when you type, you know, sound as bright as you are. You sound brighter when you talk. I don't think Madrid has failed at Chelsea. I think Chelsea paid too much for him. That is the issue. Chelsea paid too much for the player. Does not mean if you overpay for a player, it don't mean the player fail. Hey, listen. And so again, you need to talk to people. You see, context is so important, you know. People must realize, you know, that this was like Trevante's first like travel out of Jamaica, really, you know. All right. Listen, the man, the Italy. And I've spoken to him. It's so difficult for him. One, the weather. Let me give you some facts. The weather. That's one. Number two, watch this. Italy is pasta and those things. In Jamaica, the man himself never used to eat pasta, never had pasta. So he have to live on junk food, and then he have to work extra hard to deal with the junk food which was affecting him. So sometimes they don't know all the things surrounding it. So what was the expectation of Trevante leaving the JPL to go to Syria? What was the realistic expectation? We don't ever see man in 10 games. Is that a big enough sample size to say that he has failed? How many games did you watch Trevante play? How many minutes did he have? So let us, all I'm saying, let us be a little bit more, you know, just be guarded. All right. So now I want to Prestige, big up for the super sticker. Yeah, but thank for the super sticker, Pristine. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate the super sticker. Lots of love. All right. The lack of absolutely. He was injured. So one, his initial adjustment was difficult. This is from conversation because of the food, and he got stomach issues. Then he got injured. All right. Of course, he didn't get enough playing time because the coach also got changed. The coach that initially wanted him was no longer. So there are so many different dynamics. But my expectation was never that he would go there and light it up. I never had that expectation. At most, I would expect him by playing time to probably score 5 goals in the entire season. Because I did not expect him to go there and be a regular starter in the side. I didn't expect that. But I cannot say a player who comes from one of the most volatile communities in Jamaica, who got through a lot of hardship, who him talk about is not a father or brother, I'm mother. I get an opportunity to build, to buy a house and buy a car for himself and help him mother move out of a community and live a better life. That I am going to tell him that he made a wrong decision to go there. Even if he got it for the money, it is right. Him have to do that because there's no guarantee that he will ever have this opportunity again. Anyways, I think Coach Boris was here to talk about the last point. So let me just get to it. All right, so I got this one. This is, so when we get the text, I'm not telling you who said them. I know already, don't it? All right, let me read this one. So if one goes to a top league and things don't go well and they have to move to a lesser league where I think they are successful, or where they successful, or did they fail in that league? There's a difference in saying one is a failure compared to failing in a given situation. Doesn't mean the person cannot eventually go back and succeed in that league. It appears your association with this player is clouding your views as to whether he failed or succeeded in Syria. No. Oh, geez. Like, I don't know, but sometimes I swear that me don't know if Cranky have select. Hey, Cranky. Yep, me don't even know you're right. You really believe that I would say that the player succeeded in Syria? There's no way. What I would say to people is simply this. 5 games is not enough to judge. But you could also say that he could have made the squad to get more games. Is he a failure? No, that's all I'm saying. I did not say, and if I did, please somebody clip it and tell me where I said the player succeeded in the Syria. At no point did I say that. All right. Let me give you a good example. Very simple. A person goes to university. They don't get first class honors, but they graduate. Have they failed? Have they failed? So let me ask you again. Hey, you see all the radio people, them listen. Hear the man I go say. Hear the man I go say. You can tell the people them who listen to radio and listen to madness on the radio. Welcome to the show, Cranky.
Management.
Cranky.
Management.
Cranky.
I had to call you. Because
yeah.
Your analogies, your comparatives,
all right. So first thing I want to ask you. First thing I want to ask you is where and when did I say Trevante Stewart succeeded in Syria? Because you said, this is what you said. My association with the player is clouding my views. So one, I need you to clarify what is my association with this player and how are my views clouded by saying he is not a failure. First, explain that to me and then you make your point. Because we have to have a good conversation today. Go ahead. Hello?
Yeah, management.
You got disconnected. So
I'm not sure what happened. Yeah.
All right. So
here's my point on this.
No, man. Let me make, because you need a couple of things you said that I want you to explain to me. You said,
Okay.
My association with this player. One, you need to tell what my association with the player is. It's clouding my views, right?
Right.
As to whether he failed or succeeded in Syria.
Right.
Where did I say he succeeded in the Syria?
You never said he succeeded. Your emphasis was the player is not a failure. And you give a lot of background information about his facts, his circumstances, and why he made decisions he made that land him where he is, right? And you also indicated you spoke to the player. that means you have an association with the player. And it's no different from me calling out Cecil from EFTV saying his affiliation with Edu and with Arsenal clouds his judgment about whether or not Arteta gives opportunities to young players. Same concept. And I see this a lot of times now in the media space. What do I mean by that? When you have a relationship with someone, you have to manage what you say about them, and you may not be as objective as you think you are when you comment on them. And frankly, you can't be. Because if you're total plain, it becomes a problem.
All right.
I heard you talking about,
I should not ever come on this platform and say Jamaica is a good football team because I'm associated with Jamaica. So I cannot be objective concerning Jamaica then.
Wait, man. When you ask the question, let me answer the question. So you were afforded the opportunity. I'll give you an example, management. Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan. Are they friends anymore?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
No, but my management, you know sports. I'm giving you an analogy. You want to use an analogy, an example? I'm giving you that.
No, man, I'm saying
the reason why they're not friends anymore. The reason why they're not friends anymore because Barkley says Michael surrounds himself with yes men. Michael cuts him off. You run risk when you're a personal relationship. You bring the public domain, and you may say something. Management, let me finish now.
Yeah, but it's a personal relationship.
Hang up.
All right.
But I'm trying to say this to you, which is if you spoke to the player, you have an engagement with the player. I can just call Stuart and talk to him.
Okay, fine.
Can I?
All right. No, man, go ahead. Go ahead, let you finish. Because...
Do you have a relationship with him?
The player was in the national team, so I spoke to him. The player is at Mount Pleasant, so when I go to match, I speak to him at the games. Outside of that, we don't call and talk on phone and have conversations.
But man, let me just tell you something. Your role with the JFF puts you in a situation where you have to be careful, whether you like it or not, about what you say about any player in the national team. Period. Okay. If you don't, then you're not smart about what you're doing.
All right, so fine.
I'm telling you that.
Okay, so I cannot be fine. I hear it. So I cannot be objective as long as I am with the national team. Nothing that I say should be viewed as being objective. All right, so cool.
No, you have to be very careful about how critical you are. So you have to be.
So nothing that means, hold on. So nothing that I say about any player playing football in Jamaica, I have any objectivity then. Because
no, I'm not saying that, man.
But it's either I have it or I don't. Because I can't be in between. So I must have it or I don't.
No, man, I didn't say any player, right? What I said was, if I am Cranky and I'm part of the Jamaica football team, and the manager of the team is out there criticizing the public domain, but I may not want to engage with the manager.
But Cranky,
I'm telling you where I sit. No,
man. But I hear you. Remember. Someone brought up. I did not bring up the Trevante situation. Someone brought it up. Okay? Not me. Someone brought it up. All right? You hearing me? People tell me, I don't know what is going on. The camera stop. Oh, what?
Maybe the camera agree with me.
No, I don't know what is going on. What is good? All right, so people, I don't know what is going on. So Cranky, right?
Yeah.
So someone brought it up, and the first comment about the player is that the player failed. So I said, what does that mean? They went on and they said the player is a failure. That is what they said. My thing is the player is not a failure. So I don't understand. I don't understand how that is not being objective. Right? How is that not? No, all right, so go ahead.
No, but that's opinion, right? You are so the I can interpret the person saying, right? They could have meant he's a failure because he didn't make the team that he was contracted to in Syria. He had to move someplace else. Most of us would say the person failed in Syria because you can say, well, didn't get game time. Well, you know what? And there's a lot of circumstances, whether it's the food, the culture, the environment, the coach, new coach, a lot of things could affect the player, which happens a lot of times, right? You move to a new environment, it's a new situation. But you can't say the player succeed in Syria because he had to left there to go to a lower league. But I'm just saying.
But I didn't say that though, Cranky. So the person.
No, I understand what you're saying, but you said they didn't fail. If you don't fail, doesn't mean that you succeed.
Right. So let me tell you. No.
Yeah.
All right. Richard said, I want to go back, because I think sometimes what happens is that you hear the response from me, but you don't see the comments. So a lot of times what happens is that you respond to my response without taking into consideration what I am commenting on. So
that could be true.
Yes, so this conversation started with Richard Stewart saying, here it is, Manningsman, you need to send Formula an apology for he was right on Trevante Stewart. That is the genesis of the conversation, I said that I don't owe him any apology.
Right.
Because I don't believe the player has failed. I don't believe the player has failed. Simon said Trevante has a deal until. All right. So Richard said he didn't fail because I asked the question. Richie said he didn't fail. He gained wisdom of higher football. Simon said Trevante has a deal until 2026. How can we say the word failure? No way. Then Duclad said Stewart was a flop at the club, Mannings. Let us call a spade a spade. Clubs do not hand out 3-year contracts or more unless they see potential and promise. So this is the genesis of the conversation. Somebody said, yes, he did fail. Hopefully he recovers and develops during the loan spell. All right. The one said, I was counting on him, but he did not connected as how we wanted. My favorite striker coming out of the JPL. Then you have he did not fail. All right. He took down all the photos of the club. Richard was said, right? People are saying Trevante took too long to step up to this new level of football. I think he may have been pushed too early. It's failure to get a start. It's failure to get a starting position in the team. So other person were saying that, well, he failed because he didn't get a starting position. Duclan says, if that is not failure, then we can't call anyone else a failure, which I disagree with, right? So that is the genesis. Who said Trevante failed? This kid is learning his craft. So I am not sure, like how that got into the whole.
So Mannings, can I say something?
Hey,
can I say something?
What is going on?
You can all be, no Mannings, man, everyone can be right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone that says something in that conversation can be right. Right?
Absolutely.
Every single one you just mentioned can be right. It depends on what context they're thinking and what they're providing their perspective on. Simon could be right. So the players have, I wouldn't call it a long-term contract, a medium-term contract, which suggests he can be successful for him and his family financially.
Yes.
The person say can be right because they can say, you know what? He failed on his first attempt with the club, so he has to go out on loan. Right? Someone could say you're a flop because if you didn't pass the exam on your first time, you're a flop. I failed one of my first exams and my grandmother lost her mind and said I was dunce. I didn't think I was dunce, but she said I was dunce. Because that was her view at that point in time. When I took one of my exams when I was like 11, 10 years old, whatever it was. Right? That was her perspective. I didn't feel that way, that I was a failure, but she thought I was. So all the parties can be right. My point to you was, and I go back to my point to you was that you can't sort of chastise or push back hard on someone when they say the person failed. But I think they mean this is my interpretation, they mean in the context of what he was contracted for, be part of that team, and he wasn't successful at that point in time. So in their mind, he failed. Someone may say, you know what, he didn't fail. It's football. He's not a failure, but he may have failed in a given situation at a given point in time. Doesn't mean anyone is wrong in that situation. It's all about context and how they're viewing things from their perspective.
No, which is true. Which we can agree to that. We can feeling better now. Yeah, the camera. I don't know. I don't know what is on me. My camera did one on me, right? But I don't know. But we tried to get it sorted out. Yeah. So my point though is, Cranky, is I think sometimes we don't look at context. So I am saying my point is this: I don't believe a player going in the Syria having 5 games, we can look at that and say, see, he failed because in other cases, we would say the sample size. Jason Guna said something though. Jason Guna said, isn't it also true that maybe because he couldn't consistently make the team is also a reason to say that he failed? Which is easy to say, you know what? He didn't cut it here, but he still has a contract because it's for the loan is not forever. The loan is until the end of the season. He could have pre-season with them and everything changes. Everything changes.
Yeah, no.
And then, and then what would we say? So he goes back. He goes back in the summer, plays in hopefully the team stays up. I doubt they will, but if the team stays up and he plays out the whole season, that to me don't mean that he has succeeded, you know. Because
I'll give you an example. Man, I'll give you a question for you. Did Lakanga fail at Arsenal?
Lakanga?
Yeah.
I would say at Arsenal, of course, I would say that he failed. Honestly, I don't think that player was given enough time though. But if somebody said, you know what, he failed because he got a couple of seasons to prove himself and didn't. And he went on loan and came back. He went on loan and he came back and he still didn't. Which is
right. And then Luton, wait a minute, man. Let me say this. When Luton, they're saying the coach is saying he's a wonderful footballer. Right? Yeah. If you read the last comment that the coach and Luton were doing decent now, the last few games, they're saying he's a wonderful midfielder. He's a class midfielder. Yet at Arsenal, he wasn't given the opportunity. I think he was given the opportunity. He didn't distinguish himself. He was just playing as an average player. They needed excellent players. So it's about context management. It's about situations.
Here you go.
It's about context, right? It's about context.
And the coach who brought him there was moving on, which is the same thing. And that is no excuse, you know, because I am saying though, in the minutes that he got, I was not impressed. But I didn't have I think what happened is that some people, I didn't expect him, even if he played every game cranky, I didn't expect him to score more than 5 goals. And a 5 goals.
But man is something, man. He came back and he played a game for the national team, right? When he came back, he played a game for the national team, right?
Yeah, man, he played.
Did he come back? And he wasn't impressive either. It could be that he carried over from his. He could be carried over from his playing time in Italy, a lot thereof. But he may be going through a tough period. And also, man, we have to be frank on this. To say, sometimes you step up, and it shows you may not be at that level, right? We don't know what the situation is. You have to give it more time, but sometimes you step up and it's hard to step up.
Cranky, that I can agree with, you know. I can say this level. What I'm saying though is that I would not tell the player not to take the opportunity. That is where I think
I wouldn't either.
Yeah,
I wouldn't either.
Which is the issue I have. I'm saying that I think if he had gone to other means like what Famila was saying earlier, that would be fine, you know. However, he needed the money, so he took the fastest route to get the money he need. That to me.
So I disagree with Famila. Here's my thing, man, on this. I think Whisper. So here's why I view this. I think when you're 18, 17, you have to look for situations which is best for you to evolve, develop, and progress, right? So I thought Whisper going to Chelsea wasn't the right move, given Chelsea's history. Chelsea buy a lot of young players and discard them if they don't reach a certain level. Even some of the good players. Look at De Bruyne and Salah, for example. As younger players went to Chelsea and failed, basically. And failed at Chelsea, failed and go out of the league and come back and have some of the best players in the world, right?
De Bruyne, so, you think Salah and De Bruyne failed at Chelsea?
Of course they failed.
Really? Or there was they failed.
They failed. No. Okay. But no, call it what you want, management. They go and call it, they weren't given time. God, they won't give him game time. What do you want to call it, management? Okay, they were successful. Okay, this is euphemism.
No.
They were successful. I am not calling any professional footballer a failure, management.
Okay.
In general, right? You cannot call a professional footballer a failure unless you yourself, who play the sport, achieve more than they have, and then you do a comparative with yourself. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not calling it, but I can say you failed with a given team, or you failed in a given league. Doesn't mean you're a good footballer. So when you get to Serie A, you may have done something with some players so you can get the contract manager.
Okay, I understand. So because I am saying that sometimes it it doesn't fit, because failing to me sometimes seem like footballing ability, and sometimes I feel like you don't fit a particular system, and it don't mean that you're a bad player. You go somewhere else and you look fantastic. Like, all right, Gabriel coming from a top club like Manchester United to Arsenal, who weren't in the Champions League, is not that he failed at City. I don't think that I don't.
No, wait, man, we have another example. Nabry couldn't get into West Brom team, because Puli said not good enough. Man, we send Nabry from Arsenal to go up north, go play football, and Puli said not good enough when he had some injuries, he had some other things that affected his game. But maybe those jarring failures put the player in the mindset to say, you know what, I have to do better. Whether or not it was a failure, those things that have occurred that affected him negatively maybe encourage him. Some people, it doesn't encourage him, it does the opposite effect. For him, it was a really good effect because he ended up playing at the highest level, one of the best teams in the world. So I'm not going to say Stewart is a failure. What I would say is that he wasn't successful the club he went to in Syria. He wasn't. Yeah. Right? That's why he went on loan.
Like sometimes you have that. Like I think, for example, even with Sane. Sane was at City, and he like you have those cases where players will go to clubs, and sometimes I think, like even with Whisper's case, Cranky, what I'll say is that if he went to, say, Crystal Palace and was getting time, his next move could be not big, but sometimes it's probably good that players have like the Chelsea on their resume, Real Madrid on their resume, Manchester United on their resume, Arsenal, City, even if they don't get a lot of playing time. Because when you have that on your resume, doesn't it also help with your marketability in terms of transfers? Like
yes, said, it does.
Yeah, so maybe you understand me. So now it like for Whisper, even if 3 years from now he decides to move, people will probably look and say, hey, this guy was developed in the Chelsea system for 3 years. So he can probably
we do that now. We do that now with all these players. But it was is Grant or where it was, they went to Chelsea Academy. We mentioned that as part of their resume and their portfolio when we talked about them, right? So the view is that if you went there in the first place, you must have had some ability to be even considered to be part of that elite academy. Yeah. So we do that now. So him being in Syria on his resume is a great thing for him to have. Yeah. Right? But we can't say he was successful because he didn't get enough time. Right, but I wouldn't call him a failure, but I would say he wasn't successful.
You know what? It's funny. I
gotta come off, man. It's like a gunner's boss. I run me off everything, so me come on. I'm complete. Me can't come on. So
Fresh God makes a good point. You know, a lot of times in this football thing, a coach buys you and then lose the job.
Yes, all the time. And all the time. Aubameyang went to Chelsea, man, when Tuchel was there, and Tuchel left and sent him to Barcelona. Because the coach didn't fancy him, right?
Yeah.
The coach didn't fancy him when he went from Barcelona to Chelsea. Tuchel bought him because he used him at Dortmund, I think it was, wherever he was. So he was familiar with him. The new coach Potter come in and says, I don't want you. So yeah, it happens. So Trevante may be a problem. There may be a situation with him that relates to that. But I would say this though, that he now has found things that are a bit harder. I'm sure he will work harder and smarter. Sometimes not even working harder, it's smarter. What technical skill sets am I missing? What do I need in my repertoire to make me a better player so I can elevate myself back to Syria? But anyway, that's my last point. Let me get off the Gunners boss and come on. Come on. All right, man.
All right.
God bless.
Yeah, man. All right, that was Cranky. Yeah, we always have yeah, we always have very good conversation, people. We hear Cranky and I arguing, do not get in there. You understand me? Do not get involved. Anyway, listen, I have this thing because an ungrateful dog is better than an ungrateful man, He that's ungrateful has no guilt but one. All other crimes may pass for virtues in him. You understand me? People will always notice the change in your attitude towards them, but they will never notice it's there behavior which made you change. People never remember the million times you have helped them, only the one time you don't. All right. I reading some of these things, right? Because one ungrateful man injures all who need assistance. Get tired of being good to ungrateful people. All right. Maybe as I read them things, ungrateful people complain about the one thing you haven't done for them instead of being thankful for the thousands of things you have done for them. A complaining tongue reveals an ungrateful heart. Someone else is dreaming about the things you take for granted. You understand me? One ungrateful person. Yeah. Just I read them things here, because you're going to make a point. No, here's the thing now. I just get into this part because I'm going to call about Boris. I have been listening for years now. I just listen to the conversation. And do you know that I've never heard one former player, people you can stand to be corrected, maybe they said, I've never heard when former players, former coaches talk about Jamaican football. Me I talk who born a yard, who born in the States, who born in England, Jamaican, young ones, old ones, present, farmer. Tell me somebody who you have heard said they are grateful for what Jamaica's football has done for them. Me never, everybody that me listen to, every person when me listen to, we talk about Jamaica football, a be a negative football do for them. So I just need to know if it is that football has never helped anybody in Jamaica yet. That is the thing I want to know. Because every time you hear the things them out in the public spaces, every time you hear the things in the public spaces, it's about how wicked the football has been to them. All right, we have Gunners Boss online. Gunners Boss, welcome to I Am Sure Sports. Good afternoon. It is Super Friday, people. Hit the like button. We don't have 50 likes yet. We only have one super sticker so far. We have 9 to go. Gunners Boss, your time.
Bless up yourself. You know, so when me coming up, you have to just treat my conversation like a lazy river, you know. Just relax and let it go where it takes and go where it takes you. My name's man. This thing, you that talk about ungrateful thing and everything. I mean, I like you continue that and finish stuff before me interrupt that, but I'm here.
Huh?
No, your conversation you was having before I call about being ungrateful and them thing. I am here.
Yeah, man.
You finish that?
Yeah, we just said, go ahead, man, and make your point, man. Yeah, man. No, man, we not finished that yet. We just, yeah.
No, man, me not make a point, man. It's a girl and me come here with you now because you what now? Because when I look up, as me tell you, me had a look up master, me research everything, great. When me look it up, you know what failure is? Failure is your expectation of people. It's not what people promise you or you. It's what you expect, you know. So when I never see an athlete that's failed personally in an individual self. I see people calling them failures because they don't give what is expected of them. I'm not failure. It's coming like when mama send me when mama had beat me up as a little boy and I say, you go to school, you hide for school, you go to school. Me didn't tell mama say me want to go to school, and she want me to go to school, brother. A them thing gonna feel look on. So when your parent, when a man send him son, because him have him money and him have this and him want him to look superior to all the other little youth in our community, and him take up and send him go to university and send him go now, pick up the doctor and him come out as a man with a bunny in split and I sing some reggae music or talk some comedy and him daddy and him parents and him friends and him peers them say, oh, him fail, the boy, I fail. No, you fail because you want him to be that. He didn't say he want that. So, you know, give people where them not ask for. In life,
I think what they're saying is that as it relates to the team, he failed at that team. But I think what KW Media is saying that is also true as well. Like Cranky did say that, you know, that all persons could be true. He says, if an individual has a 3-year contract, how can you determine success or failure after only 6 months? In reality, it takes an individual 1 year to acclimatize to change of environment. So I think maybe everybody else, like all of us could all be right. right? But I wouldn't. I don't want to go as far as to say that boy, he failed in the Syria. I'd probably say, listen, he didn't meet. He has not met up to the expectations of the club in the 6 months, and so there are things that they want him to work on because. Unless they sell him, I don't know, but I think it needs a little bit more time. That is just my whole take on it. But maybe everybody else is right.
You see, this is the thing. A club then see a performance or a few performance in a player, and them say, all right then, my projection of this year that is he's going to be the great player who will score 50 goals. You never call the player, ask him, say, you can give me 50 goals, and he say, yes, put it in my contract for 50 goals. These things are projection, and that's why even in the NFL and you see the NBA and these things, there are so many incentives laden in these contracts,
Yeah.
Most of the NFL and NBA players, them have the incentive laden in them contract. Maybe some incentive why Travis Kelce go off and they read like that the other day, because I need 4 or 5 catches in the Super Bowl and 50 yards to get to fill my incentive. And if you don't make me get that, then it's going to look like me fail, but that's going to get me more money. Me $45 million more or so. So I don't agree with people calling athletes bust and failure. If you get drafted to the big league or you get to play in the big league and get a contract from a club, you're not fail. Have them expectations fail. Wait a second, if you go on now, all right?
Yeah, you have more to say?
Let me know if I stay. I mean, that's can't kill you after 2 hours. I mean, you have one little mad brother named 50-50 over. You have to nearly 2 hours on the phone with you when other people want to call it. So why when me come and want to call and nobody else now call you, run me off?
I didn't say anything about you leaving. So I ask you finish or you want to go ahead and
me
talk.
Touches, me touches, because you are just like Jason say. Me touches because me's a man. Me tell you say as a little youth. Sometimes the people them don't mean nothing. Just remember say when
that touches in Jamaica.
Let me tell you something, man. When a little youth run away from home at 8 years old, he have to fight for down to the ear where him breathe. He have to fight for the place where
you tell me the story already,
Hold on, me continue it, man. Me tell you say we have to go sit down and have a talk. One of these days on this platform.
Yeah.
So when me tell you say when people come, if you come at me any farmer way when me feel negative, I am coming back at you. Yeah. I just come space. So here day, me tell something. But here why that come up now. I miss you admonish me for it. Let me talk about this. You admonish me for it when I leave here. I don't know if I the right word may I use, man, but here the deal with that now. When I come here, is people say things based on what you said, You see, because you did say the other day when Brain Drain asked me about the thing, and you say, yeah, Gunners boss go and do research now. Because you know me well and know I've been doing that and saying that for years. That's why some other people gone for the next channel and say, me a copy and pasting. So it's not copy and pasting, it's researching to find out. And you started, so now. But you started, so that's why I bring it back over here, because you started it by telling people that. As my friend.
No. Yeah, so Gunners Boss. So people, let me tell you this. Yes, when you come on to those things, Gunners Boss does a lot of reading, do a lot of research. So he normally gets those things. He will send them to the groups that he's in. He send them to me and he will post them here. I am commending you, not admonishing you. I am commending you. Commending you to say that Brain Drain use a term called the corn dog. He was having a conversation with you, and he said that you don't know what it means, and so I said that don't worry yourself, Brain Drain. Gunners Boss is going to go and check it out, and you did that, and then you put it back and said, see what I mean?
Yeah, and the next day, a couple hours after that, me on the next program, I'm gonna cost me to educate myself. Brother, me ain't got no school like I street me learn. That's why me be how me be. So don't cost me to research and try to educate myself and find things out. That me just don't bramble in a group and bramble over here. Me can come to me opposing so much and always exposing. That's not a problem because I talk without researching stuff, man. That's a problem, I mean, the man way. Just like me in the group there, I hear a man go say, soccer. A man on the phone and say, soccer is not even world class. And when me look, soccer the number 1 in the world in 2023 at his position. Then those are the things why them vex me, because you have to expose them, because them don't understand. So the same information here for me is there for everybody. It's at all our fingertips. Now, I don't like back in the days when we have to go in at Gisaro as the elder used to call.
Get back on what? I didn't hear that part.
Yeah.
You said something about get back on something. What was it?
It's not like back in the days when we have to go through Gisaros as
What is
when the old man over
what is Gisaros?
I'm just using the word the man used one time when he said Gisaros. It's called Thesaurus or whatever it is. It's a set of books to research stuff. But the little old man is up on the radio one time and said Gisaros. So that's why I use that word. But that word just now. So we don't have to go searching at Gisaros no more if you find out. You just click it. You just press one microphone and say, who is Manning's man? Where does he live? And if he's in the information age, you will get everything on it. Yes. I saw the thing work and out. So I just teach you know the thing work. But here we want to know for the people. Today a Super Friday, who have money and have credit card, drop a super sticker or a super chat. Look here how small or how large it is. The more the better still. But we take one you can give. Saying that going along because this week a month and I come here now, we know. I'll do the month just start and my name's man. I go find a little check to send come give me. So you want to know for the like, share the video. Shannon Sharp, them a big star, them have over 1 million. We have over 3 million people in Jamaica and the diaspora. We can't help you get 1 million views. If we don't get 1 million views, man's man take off the money sign and fight because him getting enough money from YouTube. So please continue to encourage your friends and families and whoever you know to like the video. Sometimes when you walk all out halfway through out, man to go behind them place, you see some people with them phone. And you just say, yo, you know that if you know the person, you can't touch people's phone if you don't know them. You say, yo, my brethren, you what? I want bad thing going over, so you know talk about the football and holy father things and all. Gunners, Boss and Cranky, Big Star, them over them all time, Every now and again, Travis on a Big Star call, Kuna over there, and the whole of people them over there, So you want to do? Tune in over there and see what I want. Subscribe to the channel and make we grow this. So that me I beg on more than anything else. More than a comment or no comment in all caps and them things. Please ask people to subscribe to the video, continue sharing the content, and we want to be great over here. We want to know so when the World Cup, by the next World Cup, if not this one, Manning's man can do a radio row with him team and do something like want to say every radio station in that do down a radio row down in Las Vegas the other day. And everybody was there sharing and receiving content and spreading it across the world. So that we are asking stuff to do. So all my friends, where I say me copy and paste. Copy this and paste it in a 10 group. And that you do. Pick up on yourself. Me love you, and me not say nothing more. Manning's man, you do a next show later?
At the rate where you going to know
talk to me, no, man, because you know how for me thing going on. You know say, me no have no credit card. Me tell you something now. Let me talk tell you now.
Go as bad.
Me no honor documents. Me can't do nothing. Me have to go home and go ask me pick me them to do. Me United States citizen pick me them. And my wife. For them do the control the purse string. So me have to go home. That's why me ask you if I next have a next show. So me might want to show up and drop $150 over it and tell some people to match that.
Drew Fortis, them give you a new name, then call you Touches Boss instead of Gunners Boss. So them ask.
Tell a Drew Fortis I walk and tell people. Let me call your name now since he address me. Drew Fortis, I tell you when you type Gunners Boss, you're supposed to make it highlighted with that super chat. Me not have no problem with you, but don't go out there and try to disrespect my learning. Are you me that dog?
He's just asking if you remember the channel, sir. That's all. Drew Fortis.
I remember the channel.
Yeah.
Then which channel? Then we can depend on this channel. No. I am a member of the channel. I am sure. Me I self-proclaim that. What you said now, man? Tell me where.
Gunners Boss. All right.
Me say that. Yes. Tell me say me no part of the channel. Me support. Me's a man when me talk, share and do everything over here. And me make I am sure sports step on Facebook everywhere, And me open it up and me push this. Yes, I am a member. I am a self-put in member. I me put myself in them. I'm educated like Fortis them. So me have to say what me can say. Right now.
All right.
Yes. What you saying? No. Who are you say? I am not a member of the channel. Tell me.
Gunners Boss, can you give me a chance to talk, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. So
Hear it. I want that.
Thanks, Brando.
Not afraid to talk, man. Talk of the things, them, man.
Thanks, Brando, thanks, Brando. Brando just did a super sticker. Jason with a super chat. Jason with a super chat, paying tribute to Gunners Boss. So on the channel, right?
Yes, sir.
There is membership is through, there is an actual program where you can you can pay a membership fee. So the people, you'll see them have a little sign at the end of their name, which means they are members. So that is why Drew is asking if you are a member, not a subscriber.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, me never know nothing about so no about like a newsletter over there. So
no. I didn't say anything about newsletter, Gunners boss.
Oh.
I said that.
And it's man.
Yeah.
The office is calling me. Hold on, man.
Right.
The office is calling me. I gotta right.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, man. All right, cool. Want to say a big thank you to the office for calling Gunners boss. Big up. Hey, thanks to the office. Office, thank you for calling Gunners. Oh my God. All right, big up Gunners boss. I don't know. People, I don't know. All right, so let me call. But people, so sometimes so when you forget the office number. But you know, Rob has been asking. So it's not every time. Like Dexter, for example, made a couple of loan moves. I don't think that it is because he failed at Wolves. No, sometimes you have to do that, you know. So there are different reasons. So we have to look at it in context. But I was talking about I don't know, some person were saying that it is not the what? Soldier. All right, Soldier. Soldier, you need to call in and tell us how it feels to be a new member. But let me call back Coach Boris because he was calling and Coach Boris wanted to talk about the football because I don't know. I feel like sometimes enough people don't talk about like how Jamaica's football has helped them. It's like a lot of times when the track and field athlete come out, them complain about everything. Coach Boris, you're live on air and I am sure sports. So just able to call you back. Welcome, sir. I know you were calling earlier. But we're talking about we don't hear past players and present players, young and old and coaches and whatever, people involved in the football. Everybody complain about everything but the football has done. So I'm trying to figure out if football has ever helped anybody in Jamaica.
Well, man, let me say this. And let me say good afternoon to the listeners, good afternoon to the viewers and the wide world. Why? Because your program stretches all over on surprises boundary. It would be hard and unfair to say that the football has done nothing for us. I mean, I understand everybody has their own opinion, but the reality of it, I don't think so. I mean, and when you say football, you're not just talking the sport, but you're talking in terms of the Football Federation itself. I would say there's a lot that the Football Federation does. I mean, when you look, I mean, we are a product of the JPL, but when we travel with the national team, we get a level of exposure that back in those days, the club won't give you. You see, we are fortunate to play in the CONCACAF Championship, but that only go within the Caribbean until you get to the MLS teams, which is in the United States. So I would think it hard for one to say, I mean, if you check the airfare for a trip to Brazil, then you'll realize that at some point in time, the Federation has to do something. I mean, Markio, we are there because we are representing the country, but I mean, to say that the Jamaican football has done nothing for players, whether present or past, I don't think it's the reality. And I don't think it's, if one really understands what they're saying and what aspect of it. And my question would be, if the Federation has done nothing, what was the expectation of these players or coaches or whoever it may be that he deemed to say that? Because for me, I don't see it that way. I mean, the level of exposure that we get from the football. I mean, I remember went on a tour to Brazil 2 times, and the level of knowledge that I get back in terms of on an external or drive, I couldn't pay for that in a coaching course. You see what happened? So, I mean, one has to understand at what level do they say this or what is it make them say this. But I'm just speaking for myself and probably a few of the guys. So I think it would be deemed unfair for everybody to basically state what is it, was the expectation, what side of the expectation wasn't fulfilled, that they can come and say, well, the Football Federation has done nothing for us as players.
Okay, because I say that because I find that every time I hear public sentiment, and I don't know if it is that there's a separation between the federation and the football, but I've never heard, and like I said, maybe it has been said, I've never heard anyone in talking about the football in Jamaica speak in a way that says to me that football Jamaica, I'm not talking about when people go and play in Europe and over the world. Like, I'm talking about Jamaica, where playing football in Jamaica has benefited them, and that the administrators of football has helped them to become who they are today. Even people have been in football administration. When they talk, it sounds like football has not helped them. Football has taken from them. That's how I feel, you know, when I listen to all the sentiments out there. Nothing positive about it.
And to be frank, I mean, I could be one that passed that sentiment. I mean, we brag about the football in the past all the time in terms of what it has done for us. I mean, when you look at where I leave Waterhouse to be part of, I leave Galaxy to be part of Waterhouse, not because of a salary, but based on the nature of what was taking place in Waterhouse at the time with the gang war. You see, and we come together as players and decide, can we use the football to finish the violence? We win the 98th Premier League, and automatically the violence stops. So I couldn't sit here and tell you that football has done nothing. I can only tell you that football has done a lot, and it still has been doing. And maybe it's the God-blessed talent that we were given, and we're still sowing the seed. But for me to say that football didn't do anything, or the Federation, or a Waterhouse, or a Harborview, or a Augusta, or wherever I represent, didn't do nothing or didn't play a key role in my life, it would be some sort of ungratefulness to say that. You see, because every organization from primary to high school level to club level, it has done so much, not only from a football point of view, but from also an individual in terms of the person I am today. I mean, it helped to shape some of it. Yeah. So I kind of find it hard. If somebody is really out there that said the game do nothing, the Federation do nothing, or none of the organizations.
What I am saying is that I don't hear people coming out talking about how football in Jamaica has helped them, right? I don't hear people coming out and say, boy, I am so grateful that like when you listen to interviews being done, either even on YouTube or on mainstream media, there's always in the underbellies of those interviews this idea that this has done, this football in Jamaica has hurt me. Like almost everyone has this story. Not just even track and field sometimes, even though it's more prevalent in football. I hear it in even cricket. Like nobody speaks well of the sports. Sometimes, like you said, that helps some of us to be better men and women in the world today. And if it wasn't for the administration and the playing of the sport, many of us would not be in the positions we are. And we don't talk about that and don't show any gratefulness for that.
As I said, we always be one of the first to say the footballers did a lot for us. I don't know if present players doesn't see it that way, but we always go on platform to say the footballers done a lot. There's coaches in the past. I can go back to far as Alfred Henry, who was a part of the UN then set up and becomes a main factor in the Jamaica College setup. I can go back to the Diggy Henry. I can go back to the Wendell Downswell. I can go back to the Clinton Boxell. I can go back to the Bradley Stewart. I can go back to the Jeffrey Maxwell. I can go back to the Bob Campbells. You see, these are people that play an integral role in our life, and not just our life, but also because of the game of football. Man, if it wasn't for football, I couldn't afford a $17,000 scholarship a semester. You see what I'm saying? But people, I think the mistake and what is happening I think people don't understand what the sports does and what the sports really is. You see, the sports at some part of your life can be a vehicle to take you somewhere else, and the sports at some part of your life can be the main source of your income. So unless people not, unless they're talking from different states, but to say that the game doesn't do nothing for us, man, I mean, if that be the case, we wouldn't still be associated with the game or still be around the game.
No.
The game up to
So
today's
here's the thing. Here's the thing. No, but I think you and I, because what I am saying is, is that a man will say, "What you mean, man? A football bring where me there, no." But he's not saying that. He's not giving no credit to Jamaica,
the federation. In
other words, Coach Bar. All right, what I am saying, your sentiment may be different. Even if people believe that, when the people I listen to are talking about football, it is all negative, my brother, about the administration of it in Jamaica and the operating of it. I have not met anybody in the history of my time who has anything positive to say about football administration in Jamaica.
That's kind of sad. I can't speak for the younger
and this is from people in administration, people in the administration of the football, people in the coaching of the football, and people have played. It's the same thing with track and field, A lot of kids will say, a lot of athletes say, boy, I'm very grateful for that I have the talent of playing cricket. But you ask them about the Jamaica Cricket Association, nothing positive. You ask them about the JSRA for track and field, nothing positive. People about the JFF, nothing positive. So basically what they are saying is that nothing that they have achieved, nothing that they have walked into or become had anything to do with the J3As, had anything to do with the Jamaica Cricket Association, has anything to do with the Jamaica Netball Association. It had nothing to do with the Jamaica football. None of these administrators has ever helped us. It is our talent and playing the sport. That is how it sounds. So you have to show me, send me to a clip. Send me to a clip where we can listen and hear that.
I can't speak for the kid now, and I can only come on the platform and speak for myself. For me to say the federation or any of the organization that I represent, whether school or club, has done nothing for me in terms of the football, I will only be ungrateful management. I'm telling the truth.
But that is the point I'm making.
I can only speak for myself.
Okay, there you go.
I can only speak for myself. But
coach,
the reality of it...
Hold on. The coach's desk is here. So I'm going to let you finish, coach. Coach is here. Coach's desk. I want you to tell me an interview from a track and field athlete that I can go and listen to and hear them commending the Jamaica Amateur Athletic Association. Go ahead, Coach Boris.
No, I'm saying still, it's kind of sad. And people have to understand, and people have to be truthful, you see. Because for me, there's stages and there's different stages. If you play in the JPL and you get to the Premier League, then the JPL has to play some role. That's the reality of it. Without the federation or the help of the federation, there wouldn't be a league. You see, without the clubs, there wouldn't be a league. So I will have to speak to someone that have this to say to find out on what basis are they saying this. Because for me, man, it's man, and I can only speak for myself. We didn't get much from a federation, but we appreciate the little that we get, and we maximize it and we make the most of it. How can I sit here to tell you that a Jamaica Football Federation didn't do nothing for us? I kind of find that hard. So what is it? And I'm just going to throw it out there. What is it? So you mean to tell me that you're the one that developed yourself, you're the one that put on your own tournament, and you're the one that just take yourself to where you are? Man, it's not possible. People are just rational in terms of what they say, and I think some of it, sometimes it's hard for people to give credit, but we have to give credit to where credit is due. You see, I always speak about water. I always speak about the Overview. I always speak about the Excelsior, the Marvel, the UN, because I know the role this entity plays in terms of us as future coaches and as footballers as we were. So for me to tell you that the entities has not done nothing, then I mean it will be harsh. I would like to hear from someone to see on what basis does they say this, because I kind of find it hard to believe, because I just don't see it. I mean, when you look at how much the club is forking out just for a salary, it's work. So at least the clubs provide some form of employment. So I don't understand. I don't understand, man is man. And it kind of frightened to me when I saw it at in the timeline to say, well, as the federation has ever helped in terms of football.
No, he says, has Jamaica's football ever helped anyone?
I mean,
yeah,
I can't only speak for myself. And I must say I appreciate that all it does for me. But maybe I'm the only one it helped.
All right. Well, we're going to try and see if we can get some other views, some other people. You understand me? All right. But respect, Coach Morris. Sound like you're out on the field doing some coaching. So bless up every time, you know.
No, what happened? We had the MLS Next tournament. Freddie
all right. In Orlando, yeah. Because Freddie's there. Right. And Carlton.
Yeah, and Carlton. We in IMG now watching the tournament. Doing a little bit of scouting in terms of the players that we can find in terms of Jamaica background.
Yeah.
And they pretty much participate in it too. So we are out on the field. But thank you to the JFF, thank you to Kasafa, and thank you to the football. You have done something for me. Right?
So you're not talking Galaxy, or you're talking Kasafa and talking Galaxy?
Yeah, no, I'm saying I talk all the entity, Galaxy, Marvelly, Overview, Waterhouse.
See, you're not thanking Excelsior.
Thanking Excelsior, thanking UN Men Juvenile, thank the Federation for all you guys have done, man. It has helped me a lot. So I could never be ungrateful, man.
All right then, cool. Yell up the other summit.
All right, good.
Yeah, but all right, cool. All right. That is Coach Barson, but it's a bilingual, many different languages. All right, we haven't heard from this man. Last time we spoke to him, he was over there in China. Don't know. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports, Mr. Soldier. You're live on air. So I miss call from you returning it.
Yeah, man. No, as I was saying, you're so right. 100% right about that. Because when you look, if you're going out, Michael Tolo and
Soldier, first thing you have to do, you have not been around for a long time, you have to kind of greet your fans and your followers. They have been asking for you all this time. Where is Soldier? You just turn up, son. You just want to jump into conversation. Talk to your fan base, man, and let them know that you're over in China. You're eating some Chinese food, man.
Now, man, I come back from China now, back in England. And then definitely, as I was supposed to come Jamaica, but I have appointment on Monday, then I want to see if I'm going to get the transfer. After Monday, I will know if I'm coming Jamaica. I have appointment, so, and see if it will work. But tell my fans them say I'm here. I'm back in England now, so everything is all right. And give God thanks and praise, and God bless them all and take care of themselves.
All right. Yeah, man. So go ahead. Your time now. Yeah, you were saying that I was 100% right. Why you say that?
100%. No, I agree with you, because all those past players that happen who play for Jamaica, I don't see the federation done anything for them. Because if you go to a guy like Michael Tolo, who was one of the leading goal scorers, was at JDF in my time and so forth. If you go and ask those guys, I went to a game, and when I look, I see guys like Juggler and those guys from Donny Park who used to play for the national team, stand up at the gate, looking ticket to come inside. Them think that's past player. Those things should never happen. They think they should never happen. When I go and see them farmer player who play for Reggae Boy, or try to get a ticket to go inside the match. The federation don't look out for them. When they finish play back then, they just finish with them and throw you one side 300. But remember when the time Michael Tolo did 1-2 goal to be the leading goal scorer in Jamaica football. So where the federation don't for those? I see them have to come together and go and.
So what you're saying is that anybody who play for the national team should not have to pay to go to any football game in Jamaica.
I don't say they should not have to pay for it, but if a man were in the position, who into the position man is man, fine. Say when ex-player play abroad, and when we now compare country to country, that don't make sense myself. What should happen? Certain players who not in certain position, they should give them even a ticket to come and watch. All right, say have some ticket for those players. Because when you look at it, I see Michael told them to come together with some past player, shopping out place to try build something for a farmer player. I don't know if you remember that. For help farmer player. You know, even just even like Frank. Look, Frank Brown as a farmer player for Jamaica, farmer captain at least the Jamaica football team. When he died, what JFF done for? What JFF done for? They don't even recognize him.
So what you are saying is that every farmer player, the federation needs.
Not everyone. Not say everyone, because some man play one match. I'm talking about man who want to captain your country, man is man.
So no man. So we are trying to put the thing. We are trying to put it in a way where everybody can come to some agreement. So you're saying that only the ones who are captains, or you have to play a certain amount, or over a certain amount.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying, players, what people know who play a certain amount of game, because man will get called and never get a game and sit on the bench and nobody know about him. But I'm talking about players who play like Walter Boyd and these men who play a lot of games for the country. And then the federation, things come, the person can come and fall in a situation, and federation can come out and see and help those men, because some of these right now, some of the man farmer players in Jamaica sleeping on the road right now in Jamaica don't have nowhere to live.
All right, no man. I hear you now. So how do you determine? So I'm saying that. Does that mean that once you play for Jamaica, should the federation give you a house?
No.
Should they give you should they give you land?
No. If they have it, you can't give everybody land. You can't give everybody your fans. But what I'm saying to you, man, is like they should make something like that. Jamaica football playing a match at the national stadium. If even have 40 tickets, but instead they can give it to these
man. So that may I ask you. All right, so we're not arguing. So we are trying to put the thing in a way that all of us can say, yeah. All right, so what we should do then is that all persons who represent the national team at any level should, if they want to come to the game, they should get a ticket.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Do you know it? All right. All you have to know is that if you do that, though, where you're going to give them the ticket? You're talking about over 30,000 people, you know. So if you give all what you talking about? Me I tell you at all levels, male and female soldier, you can fill the stadium with just people who play. Because watch this. So watch this. Let me give you an example. Ladiel Richie play for Jamaica. Why should Linval Dixon get a ticket and not Ladiel Richie? Giacomino Barrett play for Jamaica. Kirk Porter play for Jamaica. Should they get tickets? How we determine who is more worthy of a ticket?
What I'm talking about now, man, is man. And what I'm saying. All right, me in the position. All right. So me know me and you know, man, is man. In the position, now, me and you play for the national team. I just use a reference. Me and you play for the national team. When you come to the state, me can buy 20 tickets. You can buy 10. Why they don't give me and you a ticket? Me and you don't need a ticket.
No. But you can't do it. You can't do it. No, man. Soldier. Yeah, man. What I'm saying, you and I are agreeing, that the players should not pay, but we have to find a way. Because here is what, soldier. Here is what. Even if me can buy a ticket for grandstand, if a ticket for grandstand is due to me want it. Even though me can buy one, me still want the ticket because me can give it to somebody that me want, but me want the ticket. So how do you control that? Not only that, soldier. All right, say for example, me get a big contract and me squander my money and me depend on drugs and me depend on alcohol and those things. All right. So me remember, you know, some other persons who da suffer, but them end up building them local house because their mother give them a piece of land at the backyard. Right? But life didn't rough for them, you know. When you did in Europe or they oversaw play ball, but you squander your money. Who should get the ticket?
All right. You are no. You see, listen. Yes, me squander my money. Like that now. Me not say if you give a ticket, what you do? You try to help a person like those. Get them to a rehab. I'm losing Paul Gascoigne incident. What England done with him. Paul Gascoigne made millions. And England could do without, throw away Paul Gascoigne one side and park him. But when the federation then come up and they come and try to help him, send him to rehab. They don't send him give him money. They help him to send him to rehab and help him. Come because any man can make mistake and help him from drinking.
Yeah, man, soldier. What I'm saying, me not talk about the rehab. What I'm saying, just listen what I'm saying, man. Because we are trying to work out how should we allocate and say, listen, we are going to give how many tickets should be allocated when Jamaica play a game to past players, and what do we go past players from Neville Oxford time and Jumpy Harris time? How far back do we go? How far back do we go? Right? How far back do we go? And how far back do we go? And where do we stop? And what amount? Do we go from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s? And what amount of tickets you allocate? Because at the end of that's all we're trying to figure out, you know. So do we say, all right, we have over 30,000 players who have played for us, all over the place. Because what if Joby McAnuff decide him want to come match? Because he hear that tickets are available for the game. Should we not give him a ticket? Because the next man for Jamaica. You understand me, soldier? So what I want to do is to say, all right, maybe we should have like 10,000 or 5,000 allocated to past players. And then who first come, first serve. Which still going to cause problem because some people are going to believe that we give one ticket, a 5 ticket, or me and this man forget. Them man go World Cup, me go World Cup, a 5 ticket, me forget. I one match them man they play.
You may understand what I say. I understand what I say, but I'm not looking at it that way. I'm looking at it now. I'm looking at it like players that need a farmer player who in need. The man who can buy the ticket, he must buy a ticket. The one who in need.
So you can't do it like that. If you're saying if you're saying if you play for Jamaica, you deserve this, and then you're gonna say no, you don't deserve it because you can afford it. That don't make no sense. It's either you deserve it or you don't.
Man is bad. The man who can devote, who can afford it, he's just got this stadium buying ticket and go to the game and go.
Let me ask.
The man who cannot afford it now, who used to play and want to watch a match. You will make make preparation and say, all right, we have 100 ticket, you know, and we will give 100 most person who in need. The one who in need, we'll give this ticket to, you know, who in need. You know.
But soldier. Soldier.
I'm gonna play football. Listen, he used to play for national team, and he might play ball abroad, and he come Jamaica now. No man, me not think him should get a ticket and have money can buy ticket.
Why soldier? He's a farmer player. Why shouldn't Usain Bolt? Why Usain Bolt not supposed to get free pass to every track and field event in Jamaica? Why? Because he can't afford to pay? No. If it is for people who have represented the country, whether they can afford it or not, them supposed to get it. You can't
if you do that now, as what you say, every man will come down and it will afford. You have over 30,000 people come and say to get a ticket, which you understand them all full, and nobody know, and all the people give away free.
So all you have to do is say, listen, we have our grandstand can only hold 5,000 people. So we are going to give past players 500 at the grandstand tickets. Right?
Yeah.
Or 50 at the grandstand ticket. The bleachers can hold 20,000, 25,000 people. So we're going to give past players 2,500. So you either get 1 out of the 50 grandstand or 2,000, and that is it. When it done, it done.
All right. Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. That is good. But and then in that case, so when the JFF, because if JFF go out and if the JFF man, them marketing man, when they market, but you have company out there would gladly buy those tickets for those past players. You know. Pay for it. That's them cannot say then giving away. You know, company pay for those 2,500 tickets for the past player, 50 as you say for grandstand and the rest.
So let me ask you this. You think Usain Bolt should pay for go watch Jamaica play a football match?
Yeah.
You think hold on. You think Usain Bolt and Shelley and Fraser Price and Veronica Campbell for buy a ticket to watch Jamaica play? And Courtney Walsh.
What, football match?
Yeah, and Courtney Walsh.
Well, David Beckham play for watch England, you know.
David Beckham play for watch England?
If you come watch England, you know, coming at England for pay, go for watch England for pay match, you know. Alan Shearer today pay for watch England pay match, you know.
So why you don't believe that the Jamaican players them supposed to pay? Me just ask you.
No, them can't afford me. So me I say Shelley and Bolt, so me I say women that pay.
Okay, so
you know, so me I tell you, so me I tell you say with them if they come. Yeah, man, them support it, man.
All right, all I will say is that
track and field, fine. Then can go in free that track and field. But football, if they know what football match are play at two different organizations, you come, you pay money and you come sit down and watch football if you want to watch football.
So you say that if Dean Burton turn up at the stadium, you're supposed to buy him ticket?
If I track and field, yeah, man.
No, man. Football. Dean Burton, Jamaica. Yeah, Dean Burton.
He make a donation. He not have to buy nothing. Make a donation to
So Walter Boy supposed to buy him ticket?
Me don't know a position where Walter Boy didn't know him. So me don't know how he stays down at Jamaica.
So Mike,
when they are foreigner play ball, when they are foreigner play ball, him pay money coming up.
No, Soldier. Jamaica playing match in June. Dean Burton fly from England. Should Dean Burton buy him ticket for going at the game?
Yeah, man.
All right, so Mikey told us to buy him ticket?
No, Mikey told us to buy no ticket because
But Dean Burton if you buy.
Yeah, because I can't afford it.
Soldier, you're going to cause more problem. Soldier, you're going to cause more problem.
No problem.
Yeah, you're going to cause more problem.
No, all right.
Soldier, that's going to cause problem.
Mikey told her and them man, no, sir, them man they come down there for no man, them man they buy ticket. Them down at Jamaica, them me don't know, but me don't know. You me say to you, say me don't know a person Walter Boy now, so me don't let him in free. But me I say, the man never come from foreign, then for buy them ticket.
So anybody who come from foreign can afford a ticket?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Can buy 5 for people too, for support.
Yeah, but
can buy 5 tickets.
But the man them a Jamaican of buy no ticket because they can't afford it.
Man, never Jamaica kind of struggle, you know. Right, me come to Jamaica now. Me come to Jamaica now. Let me come to Sweden now. And me reach out again. We can come and buy 10 tickets for a man and say, come in. But me I say, man, at Jamaica can't do that.
You don't believe that. You don't believe that. You don't believe that you don't believe that there are footballers in Jamaica that can buy 10 tickets.
Then if I get people when I get him pay money, can do it, of course. But me say man we don't have it. You might not have it. Me I think about him we don't have it, you know. It's just like a youth who go to school, you know, man. It's just like a youth who go to school, you know, man. We go to school.
You don't know. You are looking based on where people live to determine on what people do. That they can.
Yeah, but you hear me say, I say I don't know. You hear me say, we don't know a position. Right. Anthony Donaldson, them now, like Jumbo me attack, where farmer player for national team. Them man, they come and steal them now. Them man, they forget that.
Who is that? Who is
Anthony
that?
Donaldson, Jumbo.
How much game Jumbo play for Jamaica?
You know how much game he play overall. You know how much game he play.
You sure he play a game for Jamaica? In an official game?
Yeah, man. Then for official game, he play, but then for official game, I practice game, but he play. He play before, you know, say Maccabi play for Jamaica though.
I do.
Maccabi where they?
Soldier. All right, yeah, use some name, you know. When I say Maccabi a Bible soldier, man.
No, me no remember the Bible, man. You must know who, because Saint and don't have Saint and them, man. You must know them ball them, man.
No, soldier, but me no.
Man, Lincoln, before even Lincoln Williams.
But soldier. All right, make we go slow now, man. Make we do one thing at a time. Me no born and grow a Saint Anne, so me no know who named Maccabee.
Okay, we think you know them. Okay, all right.
No, what I am saying to a soldier is that if you're going, because you know those persons, so you think they deserve a ticket. Here is the issue, though. Everybody know people who them think deserve a ticket. Right? I am saying that if them man they just play one game, Dean Burton scores so much goal for getting at the World Cup, and you're going to tell me that them deserve a ticket more than Dean Burton, soldier? That don't add up, soldier.
No, but me said Emmanuel can afford the ticket. All right, you're a JPL, you know. You see player like Dean Burton and them type of player, you know. You get some executive pass for them. You get some executive pass for them.
Some people will give ticket and they want them from foreign.
Some of them, no, since like how you say they not pay, me I say like how they not pay, you give them because those man will don't to your federation. So you give them an executive pass. You know, you give them an executive pass when they come and then just show that thing, then we finally have that thing around their neck, then walk through and nobody say anything to them.
Accreditation, then call it. All right, so yeah, we have a couple of the calls, so we're gonna take our next one. But I hear your point. I think in it there is some sense, you know, that we can find a way. I think there is I know that this I know that their past players do get tickets though right now in the present system.
Okay, well, if that's good, if that is good, if they don't get ticket, you know. Like Petty and Petty and those guys. Them guys they should get tickets.
Who named Petty?
Petty used to play for my Valley did a while ago, must know Petty. Then when the man league ball man, what's Jamaica
Soldier. That's what I'm saying, Soldier. You're using people's alias and nickname and think everybody know them. Like Maccabee. All right, people, tell me how many are you you don't even know the man right name. You don't know what game he play for Jamaica. And then hold on and you expect everybody
to watch him play for Jamaica, you know. Watch him when he start in the bench when he start.
Soldier. When Maccabee play for Jamaica, who did Jamaica play and where? Can you did the match?
Me watch him play at National Stadium. Mr. Carl Brown was the coach at the time because Carl Brown called him into the
Soldier,
I don't remember the coach they play because I'm watching play about 80 minutes inside the National Stadium.
Wasn't that a friendly game though, Soldier?
But then the most friendly game Jamaica not play then after Jamaica not play a competitive match. That's your say them play unless they not play a World Cup. A World Cup qualifier when I come when Carl Brown have the team, then when I play to go to a World Cup, they when I play in that time when Carl Brown calling me back in that time. World Cup I they want to call the same time there, you know. That's him why sending come Jamaica here.
Okay.
You know, that time in call Jumbo, all of them in call in them time in those days. You know.
Okay. All right, we'll take a next.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, big up yourself, you know, but glad you're back from China. You understand?
Yeah, but But they say, but Petty, I think Petty, you know, me no right Petty because just like how you Petty put you there. You know, so I say go. A lot of man play, man.
Someone like Hagler for getting free ticket.
Yeah, man, Hagler and Peter Isaac and Peter Isaac can buy ticket. You know, Paul Young. You know.
Yeah.
And Manticure Long and then you there.
Them man if get them ticket.
Yeah, man, Manticure Long for getting ticket, man. You know, out of village them and them and them used to their village out of
all the man will play less than 5 games to get ticket to.
No, when they play over 5 games.
Yeah, but some of the man we are calling to play over 5 games, Soldier.
They play over 5 games, man. They might not start over 5 games, but man play over 5 games.
Soldier. All right, Soldier. Me go send you the thing with them thing. All right. But we'll take our next call.
Yeah,
Bless up yourself every time. Manchester United to finish in the top 4, sir. Yes, Manchester United to finish second still. All right.
Yeah. They might finish second. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. That was Soldier. All right. So we move from Soldier. Boy, they call them today. Simon, tell me some of the names the Soldier call them. Montague, Long and Leng. How many games they play for Jamaica? And Maccabee. How many games Maccabee play for Jamaica, Simon? Check that out for me. And Jumbo. How many games Jumbo play for Jamaica? I don't know some of the people them. Correct name. But from Soldier, we go straight to Parish Council. How you doing, sir? Welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Yes, good mornings, man. Blessings, man. Remember for vote PMP, you know.
Your Parish Council not bad. Not do that, man. Parish Council, what you do on my channel, man? What kind of thing that you are going to Parish Council?
As a Parish Council, I can't tell you which constituency I represent.
No bother with that. No, not this is not the show.
All right. Man, a serious topic you bring up. A serious topic, you know. Right?
Yeah.
But and me just extend Soldier argument because every child deserves a meal, but it's not every child upon part program. It's not everybody at church get care packet. So you have to look for equity and not necessarily equality in that instance.
What?
Right?
People say, I want to talk to Parish Council about equity and equality. Man, get bright.
Every child deserves a meal, but it's not every child upon the part program. So it is all down to the circumstances and the financial situation of the individual. But when I want to ask the man, and I asked this question some months ago, you know, our players contribute, our JPL players contributing to NHT.
Yeah, I can tell you that remember how NHT is. When you have contract, you can make your own NHT contribution. So you're contracted. So you as an individual can pay all your taxes. So like musicians fall into that category. Singers and those people, barbers and a lot of people fall in those categories where they file their own because you're an independent. You work for yourself, really. It would be good if the clubs, but some clubs. Hold on. Let me help you now. Let me finish helping you now. Right. Some clubs help the players with it, but players it's a responsibility of them as a professional to file your taxes so you can have those benefits. But go ahead.
Are there any sensitization sessions that you know of where people from these entities come into the clubs and ensure what you have to remember in the money, man, and it is no disrespect to the majority of the players, you know, but a lot of the players they are not necessarily equipped with all the information. A lot of us as children, when we left school, you know, remember the youth play from them in a Manning Cup. When we in a school, we not learn about to show NHT.
No, sir. Which school? Which school you go when you learn that, man? The school where me learn that part, boss. I don't know, but me have to tell you.
Which subject you do that in?
No,
which subject you do that?
Good on, man. But me not have to do subject for do that, man.
Where did they teach that in school, man?
You used to have a class where the guidance counselor come in and teach those things. When you do things like when you do sixth form and those things, you learn about taxes and them things, man. Where you talk about, man? Which school?
We are about footballers, you know. At what age did they start to play?
Me a footballer too. And me learn them things there in a school. Me not learn them because me a footballer. Me learn them because me is a student.
Yeah, but then all of the ball of them go six for money. You look for the thing in a bubble. You're not looking at the reality of the players that play football. you want me no need to come out and say, boy, the man them not that XYZ, but you know this within yourself.
Right now,
that a lot of the players them,
right now, you have more. Right now, you have more players going to sixth form than in former times. Right now.
Yes, but you spoke about past players and why they are not grateful.
But what you are asking about is present players. You just ask about clubs, and if people are going into the clubs, now you're switching back to past players.
And the first if them player, you know what you NHT, you know, because I wanted to go back to what presently used to happen and what a lot of the players face when they finish playing football and realize that they never turn the NHT, them don't have no pension, them don't have no NIS, them don't have this, them don't have that, and then end up in a cool world. A cool world where people look on them and say, watch the baller or him pop down. Watch the good baller or him not. That is why a lot of the players them are resent football and by extension administration.
Okay.
A lot of some of the man them like earlier coach Carly and say, boy, I'm grateful because
hold on. So hold on, man. You are telling me that football administrators are the reason why players earn millions playing in Europe and overseas and don't have no house when them don't play football, don't have no car and don't have no savings. It is because of the football administrators why them have no money left and them use their money and squander it. While other footballers, because it's not all of them. So what makes other footballers in the same club that they were, the same community and even worse community, have those things and they don't? Why then? If it is a common thing, why some have it and some don't? And some of them go to the same school. Some of them
come out and learn.
All right.
It's the same reason. So give everybody now gonna make the right decision.
Pick a school.
Which school?
Any school you want. School? Any one of the dominant footballing school. Pick one. Just give me a name.
Hope Road.
JC, me know some players. Me can just give you Virtue. Me can give you who run ballers. Past footballer. National footballer. And look where I'm there. And me can give you other footballers who got the same school in the same year. Craig Butler got to JC as well. Me can give you a footballer on that same team with him who squandered them resources. Footballer who played for national team during his time when he couldn't make the team. So what then? Explain that to me. How me and you, in fact, you come from a better community than me. Me come from a worse community than you in terms of just how the community operate. We got the same school. You the better in a school than me. Right? And you play football at a higher level than me. And you don't have no house, no car, no nothing. And me have it.
Sometimes man put them trust in the wrong set of people them too. And some of these same people are from the same administrations that give players assurance that they would have taken care of certain things. And I talk about things where for me, that is why I called you, because a lot of times the people in the administration are the people that some of the men who may not have the intellectual capabilities put their trust and finances in these people's hands, and it don't turn out in their favor.
All right. A Sunday, right? I'll give you a youth. The name. Check out the name here. Garol Hamilton. Equity financing. Went to Mannings. Come from a place named Charlene. And I'm going to give you some other players who played with him in that same community who their situation was worse. Not only that, I'm going to give you Troy Bulla Malcolm, who played for Rossies. Rossies was a school that they said that nobody at Rossies now go class. And look where he's at right now. And some of the players who played even overseas during the time, not doing so well as him right now. it is you have to take responsibility. That is why I'm glad that Trevante Stewart took the money early. Here's why. Set yourself and set your family in order. Shamar Nicholson go to Trenchtown. Go and watch the video that he did when the teacher had them in class and say one day Shamar Nicholson, this was when he was at Trenchtown. Go and watch the video. It's on Instagram, one of them thing there. The teacher said to him, when you go play for Arsenal, are you going to come back? And he said, miss, that are the least, miss. That are the least. Look at Shamar Nicholson. Where did he learn about NHT and all of them thing there? He have him house and them thing there for him family and he help his family. Man must take responsibility for themselves. You can't blame the system.
That is true. That is true. But at the same time, people can, both me and you can in the same community and you make it, but you should still have an appreciation for the fact that situations and circumstances may have caused me not to make it. So not because you jump out of the pot means that everybody was still in the pot and what this.
No,
and they've never taken
don't blame the community though. Don't blame the community though. Don't blame the community though. But what I'm saying is that I don't want no man tell me say a poverty make you turn to crime. Don't tell me say the community make man do certain things because other people came up in that same system and did not. You responsible for your action. You don't have to do it. You can be better. You may not have all that a next man have, but you can make something of your life.
But you must look into yourself and say, why is it? You said it, that every player, and I'm assuming you're mostly speaking of local player who may not have had an opportunity to go overseas and make that foreign currency, seem to not show appreciation, specifically not to football, not to the sport and the talent, but to the administration.
No,
right?
but what I'm saying is that, let me tell you what I'm saying, Parish Council. Shamar Nicholson came from Trenchtown. He's in Europe making something in his life. I'm not saying that the next man need to go to Europe, I am saying that there's other football talent in that community who has made something of their lives. For example,
why you want to point to the highest achiever? What if someone did not make it overseas? What would his life be like?
Hold on, man. Just make the point now. Ryan, LFC come from the same community. He not play football in Europe, but he's doing something and he's making good of his life. A man used to sell on the street side because he decided that he wasn't going to do certain things. Watch this. You have other footballers down there as well who are working in environment and helping people. Watch this right now. But some others decided they're going to live our next way. They are responsible for that. They are responsible for that at the end of the day, brother.
When yourself in a them time, enough of the money never even get them pay and them thing, brother.
But that
you know that.
Yeah, but we not.
Someone 2, 3, 4 months and they get them pay.
But
and them still play for the love of the sport.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you.
Why not tell this thing like that? Why?
No, man. Yeah, Mr. What?
Come on, man.
Hey, no, man. Nobody can twist no argument, man. Because you move from players being hearing about NHT and I talk about you're changing up converse. Listen.
I asked you earlier, if these current players are getting
no.
The benefit. Because I know previously did not exist.
Ed, you cannot. I am saying to you, you don't know you are chat. Aaron Lawrence come on my program. Aaron Lawrence who went to Russies. Aaron Lawrence come on this program and tell us, say, boy, man, we never really get the subjects that we go school. All I wanted to do was work hard. And you know what the first thing I did when everybody was buying them this and buying them that? You know what I did? I buy a piece of land with the money that I get. And me buy some block and me start building. Me never bright and thing. You understand me? And then me realize, say, me can buy a little car and put it on the road and run a taxi. So you can't come tell me that them thing they never about them time, there, brother. Freddie Butler come from Port Rock. Brother, let me give you a name, brother. Durant Brown. Me can't give you a name, brother. Me can't give you a name. Theodore Whitmore. Who never get to go rushes. You think them on the bright and have no heap of subjects, brother? Where you can tell me about? And then man, they have them things.
Everybody else will never make it and get pushed to the wayside. What do you say about it?
Who pushed the people to the wayside? Who pushed it?
It could have been an injury. It could have been them just fall out of farm and them just now get the more selection for the top team. There are several situations. because people for regress.
So
and you still
hold
have
on.
to show some sympathy and understand for those individuals.
No, watch this. At the end of the day, brother, you see, what is a setback is a setup for your best, brother. Life happens, brother. So when things happen, things negative happen, things, you're not responsible for what happens. You are responsible for how you respond to it. That is the point I want you to make. At the end of the day, tragedy happened. Brother, I can tell you this, brother. At the end of university, my mother died, brother, she young. My sister died, brother, she young. Me have reason never for that when me there right you know. Me have enough setback in my personal life where me could have used that as a reasonable excuse for do other things, brother, and be other places.
And if God forbid and whatever, it did not work out the way in which it worked out now, would you want anyone to look at you as less of an individual because those circumstances affected you?
It would be right. It would be right for them to look at you that way because we are born with an inherent potential, brother. You have greatness locked up inside of you. Every youth out there have greatness locked up inside of them. Every youth. We can go from people to people. Me understand, brother. Me can tell you how much album.
My peers them. Me can reach where me reach. Me can always have sympathy as a John.
I can tell you. No, brother. I understand, brother, but it is no excuse. You have to make failure not an option in your life. Me can give you this, brother. Turbulence, brother. Me can tell you, Turbulence have thousands of songs before him had one big boss, brother. You know how much party? One time I just Manninville Road and Whitehall Avenue alone. You know who were some of the artists who were up them time there? Algebra and all of them people, the Remade and all of them man there. Fabi Dali, the whole of them man there. All of them as youth. But he kept on trying and working. The point I'm trying to make is things happen. While I understand the difficulty and pain in people's life, at the end of the day, you don't have to be like an ex-man, but you can make something of your life. And that may be you have your little 2-bedroom for your youth them in a one remote place, brother, but you make the best of your life. Because guess what? Live a life of no excuses. I'm going to be the best version of me. I don't want to have $1 billion. I don't want to have 10 mansions. But at the end of my life, I must know that I've given this my best effort to be the best version of me. I'm not going to make no excuse for that. I know the system are going to stop me. Only me can stop myself. And everybody needs to understand that.
I disagree with you because me personally take responsibility for my own life. But I can also look on the other side and see that if people on a whole, not just specific to players, made wrong decisions and fall to the wayside, I am not going to be too critical of those individuals, and I will still show some level of sympathy and understanding as to what exactly happened, whether they even squander it, because people make wrong decisions in life. But if they are bitter towards the administration, maybe they felt as if the administration owed them more or could have done more for them in their time of need. Maybe they go to the president at the time and say, boy, president, they don't know me a good youth, I beg your help, and they did not get that support. And they might just have a resentment for that individual or the administration and a whole. So I'm just saying these are probably the reasons why you hear a lot of players speak about the administration. Because you never say football. Well, you did say football in the thumbnail, but I think you're more referring to the administration, right? A man a run and him pick up an injury and him want the health insurance and he expect so he never get all for coverage to do him physio and he never get it. He never get the support when he didn't think him deserve. And because of that, he just resent the people them when he think could have helped him.
All right.
And these are just the reality.
Let me tell you something. You know Thomas, you know Thomas, me know you're a bright youth still. So you know Thomas Edison, right?
Thomas who?
Edison, the one that said that he was the person who invented the light bulb.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So you know that they had many failures, many thousands and thousands of failures before they got it right. The point I'm making, and that is the point I'm making, there are many people who go to tragedy because me work in a space and environment, may I tell you that, where me have to deal with kids sometimes and young people who have gone through some of the most atrocious things, from incest
And
to
that's why I
alcohol.
was taking about the way in which you approach
So
the
listen
situation.
to my point now. Listen to my. When you listen to my point, you know, because you see, if you don't listen many times, parish council, what happens is that you create an opinion that is not being shared because the conversation has digressed. Watch this. You see, at the end of it all, I've seen people who have gone through the worst of worst and have made something of their life, and people who have not even scratched the surface of what others have gone through, and they haven't made anything of their life, because that comes down to one thing and one thing only. It is personal choice. Every single person created on this earth may believe that them have greatness locked up inside of them. Every one of us. And here's what. At the end of the day, you control that. Charles Swindoll said this. Charles Swindoll. He says, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. You're a sum total of your choices and decisions, my brother. I take full responsibility for where I am in life today. 20 years from now, it is not the system. It is not my mother. It is not my father. It is not my brother. It is not the church. I am fully responsible for my life's decision and my life position. If I want to change where I'm at and change where I'm going, my brother, I need to change me. Because the system may not change.
But man, I like to stay and I agree with everything that you're saying, and I always appreciate your words of wisdom. You know, but if in those interviews they said to the players, because me like to stay on point, do you take any responsibility for your downfall? And they said no, then they would be wrong. But a lot of times the questions are asked and pointed to the administration, and then they tend to kind of not give them the credit that we think they deserve. You get to me? I say, so I don't think the individuals don't take responsibility for their downfalls, you know, and they would be wrong for not doing that.
Yeah.
Because as a man and a woman, human beings, as I say, we should all take responsibility for our actions, whether something bad did happen or something good did happen. But in the interviews, because I heard a lot of them, they may be looking specifically to say, did you feel wronged by the administration?
No.
Give their
What I am saying, you know, because remember our original thing is there. All I am saying is that I have not heard people come out and say anything as it relates to sports administration in Jamaica that the bodies which in when I hear a net, let me
see interview here. The administration.
Yeah, man. So here's what I'm saying. That's why I said.
And him have good money.
No, man. Here's what I'm saying. Like, you're mixing up, you're conflating issues. So here's the original position. So let's come back to the original position because I have to run now because I have around 10 people I try to get on. All right. So watch this now. Here is the position.
I call you. Tennessee, I call you, no?
Man said Tennessee no day today. Now that you go call him man name, you go make the man come on the chat, you know. We are called Tennessee.
All right, may I free up the line, man.
Right, yeah. God have mercy. The man go call Tennessee name now, no a problem, you know. All right. So people, cranky, I'm gonna try and call back. Cause all right, so people. So all I'm saying is that you don't hear like people speak about the J3As and say, listen, I am so grateful for the Jamaica Amateur Athletics Association for how they have helped me to become who I am today. Yeah, because you have to talk about the false, but I've never heard that. I've never heard anybody come out and say, boy, I'm very grateful. Like, me listen to like Chris Gayle, the Marlon Samuels, the Courtney Walsh, the Jeffrey Dujan. I've never heard any of them come out and say, boy, I'm very grateful for the Jamaica Cricket Association. I've never heard anybody come out and say, boy, the Jamaica Netball Association, boy, did a good job and stuff. I don't hear those things. I don't hear them say that about the GFF. That does not mean you should not criticize them. But I'm saying, if these entities have never done anything to help people, then why do they exist? Because if everything can be done without them, because every single time, that's what we were saying originally. But this whole thing about where people are at, you're not where you are because of people, man. You are where you are because of you. And if you want to move from where you are, don't wait on people. You better get the result on the inside of you to move. All right. So big up Parish Council. You're lucky. Hey, you're lucky, say. Hey, Parish Council, one thing me I tell you, you must be lucky that Tennessee not here today, because you're not in a serious problem if Tennessee was here. All right. So in the meantime, we had missed a couple of these. So big up Soldier. Soldier dropped the membership from Soldier, and he dropped a super sticker. Where is it? Yeah, big up Soldier. Sean Sutherland, respect as well. The people them love. Hand out too much. Every man have their 24 hours. Yeah, man. Big up Sean. Yeah, man. Big up Sean. All right. Appreciate it. Yeah. You understand me, people? Yeah. Fresh God. So, yeah, let me know. Yeah, not too late for you to call. All right. Coach Minzy. We have Coach Minzy, but not to us. He needs no introduction, except please be advised that you're live on air and I Am Sure Sports. So you can go ahead.
Oh, go on, man. Big up the people in the comment section.
Boy, but big up yourself. You take it away.
Yo, what the question when you ask? Because me hear the ask a question.
Yeah, I was saying that, because you're in track and field. I know you know football, but I've never heard like the senior athletes or junior athletes come out and really speak glowingly of the J3As in terms of thanking them for where they are in life and what they have done to help them. I don't hear that sentiment a whole lot. Like people thanking the administrators in any progress that they have made in their life. Is that a sign of ungratefulness? Yeah.
Do you think that these associations should be recognized in the whole grand scheme of things? Or it is the duty as a football administration, it is your duty to run football. But it is the coach's duty to develop the talent.
No, so I don't believe that the administration is responsible for the development of a footballer or a track and field athlete.
Okay.
No, so that's not where I'm at. I'm saying though, so I make it big. I make it big time, and I come out and say, "Oh, the J3, remember one time me did go years to go run them and try find me out to put in them friend in there." So, like I've listened to even Asafa, who have stated his concern with the J3s. I've listened to Taekwondo Tracy. There was this person, this guy who threw. I've listened to this girl as well, and that is in track and field. I've listened to cricketers, and all of them complain about, and even the ones who have made it big, they don't say. I've never heard anybody say like, "Boy, I want to say a big thank you to the Jamaica Cricket Association because their grassroots program or the fact that they did these things really helped in me." Yeah.
Why do you think that they don't recognize these people for what they?
So that is what I'm asking. Why? That is my question.
Is it a case where these people could have done more, or they are not doing what they are supposed to do, so they are not being recognized? Or it's a case where responsible for football, what kind of accolade they want? They are responsible for football. You're responsible for track and field. What kind of accolade they want? You're responsible for cricket. What kind of accolade they want? You have to big up the people them where in and around my development. See me fear got training. Seeing? Here me go do medical examination.
Yeah.
Federations probably don't help them in those in that respect. Their duty is to present platform. And if you take it that route now, you're gonna say, yo, if they didn't prepare the platform, then you couldn't dig them up. But people could still develop track and field athletes and carry them go to Europe go run outside of Jamaica. There are many meets outside of Jamaica. Football are the same thing. Cricket are the same thing. So in any event, these people can be bypassed. And because in terms of bypass in terms of the recognition, because they are sitting in the seat of football administrators. They are supposed to deal with football. They are not supposed to be sitting and waiting for recognition.
No.
That's all.
No, I am not saying so. I'm going across the sporting bodies because I don't want to tie this down to football. So you're saying that the J3 is taking athletes from the junior level to expose them to Carifta and World Athletics Championship, the junior championship. That athlete.
No, it is not them. It is not them, money.
Okay, so basically, an athlete can go to the World Juniors without the J.
Of course.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But the thing about it, that's why I say these associations were created as affiliates so that they are the governing body in the country to do that duty. So why do you want recognition for the duty that you're
First, no, all right, so fine, but let me get the first thing. I did not know that athletes could participate in like World Juniors and those things without the J3. I didn't know that. Because
you can pay, you probably can, but you can't if the J3 are trying to block you, you don't can pay away and go.
And
I've never heard
and represent Jamaica.
Of course you could.
Oh no, I never honestly I never know that. I never know that.
It's not an amateur association, it's an administrative association.
But isn't it called Jamaica Amateur Athletics Association?
No.
Yeah?
No.
Really?
Administrative.
What is it definitely? What is it? What does it? Jamaica
Athletic Administrative Association.
Really?
3A.
Jamaica Administrative. Jamaica Athletics Administrative Association. Yeah. All right. So okay. So here's what. So here you're right. Athletics Administrative Association. All right. So it is athletics that come first. No man. Coach means the right, Simon. Me just look on it, me just Google it. Me just do the Gunners boss favorite thing to do. Me Google it, Simon. The Athletics Administrative Association. All right. So cool. So Coach Minzy, I am not saying that they should sit down and wait on athletes to give them applause. I am saying though,
but I'm still not saying that either, money.
So my point is this: I've never heard any athlete across the sporting disciplines across Jamaica express any gratitude to the administrators in any way, shape, or form. So
and that's why I'm asking. I'm asking why. What's the purpose of asking that?
So here's the purpose. Because all I've heard is that in listening to our athletes, the administrators have never ever done anything for sports in Jamaica. If that is the case, why are they there? Because sports. Go ahead.
That's why I said these are affiliates to the world bodies, They're affiliates to the world body, and normally, if your country participates in something, you're gonna want an affiliate in the country. Now they are there. They are set up to do specific duties. I have never heard anybody talk about them but talk about the ill that they do because they were set up to do a particular task. And if they are not doing the task, they are going to talk about it. Once they are doing what they are supposed to do, then it is fine. Nobody will say anything.
All right, so here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying though, but Coach Minzy, Coach Minzy though.
They are important.
No man. So Coach Minzy, let's be real. So you're saying that if they do what they're supposed to do, people will say nothing. So I must believe that since the administration of sports in Jamaica, none of the bodies has ever done anything that they're supposed to do.
No, you Mannings, you can't ask me that and expect me to tell us that they have never done.
But
they have done.
Yeah, but
you have
okay.
You have people in the administration and in these associations who would have helped athletes, who would have helped cricketers, who would have helped footballers, who would have helped swimmers, who would have helped different.
I've never heard that before. What I'm saying that I've never heard somebody have to point me to an interview, anything public where.
No, but they agree with the Mannings. But what is the purpose? What is the purpose of them saying our Lord in the association?
Not lauding. No, man. Not lauding to say thank you.
Well, just listen up. I'm saying no. The administration is a platform that can catapult them to the world. But they don't have direct dealings with these people. Because if you check the football now, let me talk about the football. If you check the football, the administration don't have direct handlings with the players. Who have the direct handlings? The coach and the managers. Sometimes the administrators, them not to talk to the players, right or wrong. But them not really have no direct input in the whole thing, but they are carrying out their administrative duties that will help the players, which is a part of their purview as the administration. I agree with you that they have not been talked about, and probably it is something that should be looked into. But today, persons are ungrateful, not to mention an association. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, here's why I say it's ungrateful. Here's why I believe it. What is that? Ungrateful, being ungrateful is you can't even say thank you for a good deed done. So you are saying to me, when the J3As bring athletes to an event and gets it right, that athlete can't say thank you. I think that is an act of if you can't just say, well, we really want to thank the administrators for they did a good job this time. I think that is ungrateful. That you can't say thank you. It's not that the people are sitting there. No, and I'm not saying that the people should be sitting there waiting on it. So the idea though that somebody could do something once in the history, the J3A carries a group of athletes to the CAC games and they did well. They got their flights, the accommodation, all of those things, and they can't even say thank you. Right?
But Mannings, the administrator should say thank you to the players.
Of course, at the weekend, we can have a different discussion and say that the administrators are ungrateful. If you want, you can go there.
No, this is all about putting the also in a good light. Because athletes are not developed by the coach and they are not out there, but have a team.
Hey, Coach Minzy, how you break up, sir?
Let me ask you two questions, Mannings. All right. Me can say you probably grew up under the 20-year leadership of the that party, right? So the fact is that your journey as an individual in the country of Jamaica, when you or if you reach a particular place in life, which you are now, in your whole oration and your whole speech, would you speak on the party being a part of your development as an individual?
No, but
Before
I
you
don't.
answer
No,
that,
no,
hold on.
no. It's a
Before
very
you
easy
answer
answer.
that,
It's a very easy answer, man.
so what you
What?
gonna say?
Because I've never come out yet publicly on my platform and criticize them and talk about their failure.
No, man, you
No,
probably have missed the point.
no,
You
but
probably have missed the
what
point.
but when I was making the point, I'm speaking about in the context that in the history of me listening to sports persons from coaches, and I said even administrators and the athletes, nobody has ever yet said anything anything good about administration, including because I remember I said this, even the people who administrate the sport believe that the administration have done them injustice and they need to get back for what they have done. So I said that.
But Mannings, answer the question now. The question is, I mean, I want to call it name because they're political.
Yeah, man.
That color team there. Seeing that color team there. You would have say you grew up in that part of the that time when they were in charge, they were in power. In you reaching university, graduating from university, doing well for yourself now. If you go on an interview on their on profile, would you speak and laud the administration that was running the country at the time?
But lauding what
they have a part
but
in
Coach
your
Minzy,
development.
what I'm saying though is that what you're saying about so to say thank you is not lauding.
All right,
you're using the wrong to say no. Coach Minzy.
Let me just change the word now.
No, but let me answer.
Let us change the word.
You say thank you. No.
All right.
So what?
Have you said thank you?
So coach, I don't. What am I supposed to do? If listen, if you are interviewing me and it's a management, who are some of the persons who helped you in your education, and if they help me, what is wrong? I could say I got a scholarship from the government. If that is what happened, so I want to thank them. I don't understand that.
No, but you didn't get you didn't get a scholarship from the government.
So, but
they were in charge of the country at this time. They put in different policies.
Coach Minzy, I am not
operate in the country.
All right, remember, I am not doing an interview. All right. So, Coach Minzy, I would not. No one is going to just come up and say, today I want to come up and talk about this because it's different. A person is being interviewed about their success in football. If I'm being interviewed about my success in the church, there are people I could give credit to. If I'm talking about the educational system, there are persons in the educational system that I would go to. If people are talking about break
it down.
No,
me talk about the administration of the country. Me not talk about those little pockets and nuggets.
Of course, if someone is saying that, listen. So talk to me. What is your thoughts on the administration of the country? I could say, listen, there are some very good things I've seen under the PNP administration. Some very good things under the Jamaica Labour Party governance and government, and therefore we have to thank them. It's not everything we agree with, but listen,
no, but you say we, you not say you.
So even I, because I can say that I will have to thank them because there are some things. It's not everything.
But Mannings,
Coach Minzy, but let me finish now. Yeah.
No, You know why?
Let me finish.
I've heard multiple persons on profile who would have done interviews on their growth go right through the island of Jamaica and what them achieve. And I've never heard them mention the government.
But Coach Minzy, what I'm saying though is that I don't understand how this works. Because a footballer is talking about football. So you're saying
Mannings, but you not get what me say, Mannings.
You are not
hard.
Listen, man. A footballer has been interviewed about football. You are saying a businessman, when he's been interviewed on profile, is similar to when a national footballer is talking about the Jamaica Football Federation, or when Usain Bolt is talking about track and field. You're saying that any other individual, which could also include Usain Bolt on profile, is talking about growing up in Jamaica, he needs to speak about the government. And I'm saying that don't tie in. That's what you are saying.
Mannings, it is a perfect example. Hold on now. It is a perfect example.
It cannot be.
Because, hold on. Of course it can be.
Explain it to me.
We are talking about Mannings administration. That is my point.
You talk about being a pastor and which church help you.
It's
you go to which school and that those people help you. I'm talking about you living in which administration affect you. Are you gonna tell them thanks?
All right. Let me show you. Let me show you this. So ask me a question that an interviewer would ask me concerning that.
Mannings, no.
Then what is your point? No, but
Mannings,
no.
comparatively analyze the thing and show you.
But that is not comparative analysis.
Of course.
No, but
government is administration, Mannings.
No. Listen. Here's what I want you to no. Here's what I want you to tell me. Here's what I want you to tell me. What are the similarities with track and field athletes speaking about their success in track and field and never speak about, right, the J3A except when to criticize it? What are the similarities with that? Watch this. With a person being on profile, being interviewed about where they are in life and sharing their life story.
All right, let me tell you the similarities. No, the original sequence of the conversation or the topic of the conversation is why don't we talk about or say thank you to administration for what they would have done? Why you never hear the athletes them talk about it? Different people in different sports. I bring it to a similar case within Jamaica as an island who's run by a government which we could consider the administration. We have never heard anybody in an interview big up a government that they were a part of who would have implemented policies so that you can go through school, you're on the PATH program. You get scholarship through this entity, this government entity, so that you can go to university. You have never heard anybody talk about those things. They speak of the universities, they speak of the schools, and they have never mentioned the government.
All right, I'm going to show you.
At the same
hold on, no, wrong. Hold on.
The administration.
All right, so number one, up to recently, there was a young man from Old Harbor High School who went to UWI and had some challenges. And he mentioned the government and the member of parliament. And he was on Beyond the Headlines. And he spoke about that. I think he had a lot of subjects. They met him on School Challenge quiz. He was talking about it. Very great story. Forgot the name of the young man, but he went to Old Harbor High School. I think that year, Old Harbor, I don't remember how far they went in School Challenge quiz. That's one example. I can go to even other profile example where people talk about other you don't get celebrated, right? Okay, that's a different thing, right? Where people speak about programs in school implemented by government that have helped them. All right, I've heard people done interview who speaks about, for example, there was a child that got burnt up, that the government took them over, and they came publicly and thanked the government for that. So there are instances where people come out and thank the government. They are. There may be far and few in between, but there are instances.
Look at that case that you use, Mannings, about an incident that took place, a fire incident, and the government come
But I also use a child who had subjects, who got subjects.
Yes, and I'm saying that you might find that case, right? I have never seen it.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine if you have never. But that's what.
Yeah,
go ahead.
If we survey, we might find persons who would have said thank you and big up administration. So we have never.
I did ask that.
That is not my research to do.
I said, and that is why I said initially, I need to find one of those. That is why I brought the J3As in it, because here is why. I don't know if it is.
So Mannings, you have one like said the country example was a
no, but it don't no man, no. I don't think no man. I don't think it's a good example. Come and tell you why. Here's why. I don't find it to be the best example to use. The J3s I can use. I've never heard of athletes having like flight issues, accommodation issues when they are brought to major championship. A lot of the issues that I've heard about the J3s is like aftercare, like when we finish running, what happened to the athletes, the ones who don't make it big time. That's number one. Or two, let me just and the politics of who run and the politics of who
they have issues. They have issues, but sometimes these things are not broadcasted. And probably because of the sport.
All right.
With these issues, you have people. No matter go through the rigmarole of allowing them to book. People book them on Airbnb because they can't bother with the setup of whichever institution them select for them to accommodate them. So yes, I know of cases where that is done.
Okay, so what I'm saying is though, you don't hear these things because there's not generally a lot of criticism. There are very few. Like I think like Taekwondo Tracy. I mean, rightfully so, yeah, these reasons because that was a selection issue. But at the same time, when things are right, there is not a thank you. And I say that because I've listened to players, I've listened to Saka, I've listened to Rashford, I've listened to Hurricane, and when these guys talk, they talk about how grateful they are, and they talk about the FA. I've listened to Sha'Carri Richardson talking about her career, and she thanks what the athletic thing in American name again? Cheese and peace.
USTF.
US track and field something another, whatever it is. So right, what I'm saying is that I don't.
You here should big them up.
No. She said thank you. When she was doing her, go back to after the Olympics. She thank you. US.
Which Olympic? Sha'Carri never got to
not Olympics. The last major event where she beat World Championship. Right. But let me take this one, Coach Bidzi, because somebody saying, Manning, so when you went to Manning, right? Say you took 8 subjects and got 1 in all 8. Are you going to thank the principal and the people who are working in the office or your teacher? Yo, me thank Mannings. Me thank the entire administration. I thank the entire administration. And I know Jason said that his kids don't. All right, so my son don't get up in the morning and say, thank you, daddy. But he says, good morning. Here's what. But my son at the same time don't get up and talk negative about me. I am saying in the case where when he points out all the wrongs that I've done, which is his right to do, then when I do good, why can't he in the same breath say good job? That is the point I am making, you know. In the case where every time I do wrong, it is called out. When good is done, why can't there be a thank you? Imagine you are in a marriage and every time you do something wrong, your spouse highlights it and never yet talks about anything good that you do. What is the perception that would be out there about you? Coach Minzy and Cranky come for me today, you know.
that is a question, Mannings, we can't answer. and as we say, administration job is very difficult. They are formed as an affiliate to the international bodies. Their duty is to ensure that the thing run properly and according to the statutes that the international association set or govern. So, I mean, I need to probably ask an athlete, footballer, track and field, a swimmer, why they have never mentioned.
Do you think?
What these associations have done, or
do you think,
even if they did not do anything, why can't you make a statement towards them as a positive statement?
Good job. Do you think people should thank like people in the medical field? Because this is your job. This is what you're supposed to do. Why should I tell you thank you for doing your job? Like we have that attitude, you know. You ever hear people say, why should I tell the police thank you for doing his job? Why should I tell?
Yeah, but Mannings, when you look on the coach too, they blast the coach when the team lose. But when the team do well, they must say, yo, the ball are going good.
No, but that is my point. That is my point.
So, Mannings, it tells you, as somebody who is affair with leadership, Mannings, it tells you that leaders, from time to time, don't get these accolades or these thank you for all the things that they have done. And it goes to show that encouragement is that they should continue to do what they are doing, continue to do it well.
Exactly.
If you not do it good, you'll get beaten. If you do it well, everything is mutual. So them have to just continue on that path and do what they need to do to better whatever associations they are running.
I agree.
You might not
I agree. It's a hard thing, and you may never, right? Because and I'm telling you, Coach Minzy, like you may spend time even with an athlete, and I'm telling you this because I administrate a club, and this is the next problem because I'm going to get to the other side, and I can tell you this: a lot of times, once the players start moving and seeing that they're going overseas, all of a sudden, nobody, no club, no coach in Jamaica has ever helped them.
Yeah. Some people stay so. No, that's how we talk about ungratefulness, man.
But that's the part.
That's how the ungratefulness come in.
So why is that ungrateful? But that is the point, you know. Because all of a sudden, they're going to make a move. Who? Them man never coach me yet. Them man, nobody never do nothing for them yet. Them not with them parents sometimes ever do anything for them.
But you see me now, man, who would have been a part of junior athlete development with a footballer or track and field people. You see, my mantra is that I am not going to sit and wait for a thank you from none of these.
No, you don't.
Me start the first part of the development. Seeing? Then move on and transition to a next person, which is a next phase of development. And then they move on to their pro life. If I am not mentioned, I am not going to feel away. I am happy if that person reaches pro life and I do well. Even if them not do well, still I cheer them on.
No,
because they would have reached the ultimate what them actually out for achieve.
Definitely. Right? I will not I am not saying that we should stop, we shouldn't do it. But what I'm saying though, it is that what I don't like is I don't like the like I think that thankfulness is slowly slipping from our nation.
Yeah,
like
from our society. Yeah.
We are becoming so like we start telling people, but that are your job. So kids don't even want to tell. Like somebody brought it up. A kid don't even want to tell the teacher, thank you, and Teachers Day because they believe that your job this, you're supposed to. The teacher is going to still come and teach. The teacher is not doing it because they want a thank you from you. But I'm saying, just be grateful, because if the teacher do wrong, you have a right to criticize. So also be thankful.
Money, that is welded deep inside the trenches of the homes, you know. And sorry to call the homes trenches, but I understand what I say. It's not like the trenches where the gully water pass through. But it is entrenched deep into the homes. And because of how society has shifted, the paradigm has shifted, certain values and norms are not being passed on in the home again, because what you call it now, children have children. And it is something that these children aren't ready for, so they aren't able to pass on all these gems and nuggets that your grandfather or great-grandfather would have passed on to you. So it is a disconnect in a society, and it is something right now, the people who are in those leadership position again, them have to just know, say, yo, them have to just do everything from the good part of them art, and in the business when nobody wants to say, deep down, so you help develop that youth there and that girl there.
Chop next, man is mad, a doctor saved my life. In a football, admin now saved my life. They prove their word by time and money. do the work proper. Hey, a lot of man will say a football saved my life, chop deck. A lot of people say that. But coach means, what do you think about the sticky thing for past players? What do you think? Jamaica love freeness too much?
Me gonna say this and run. I believe though that I think they are process set up for some past players to get tickets.
Yeah, man, they do.
I do believe though that if it is not a great influx of them coming to a game, you should be able to give access to these people who would have served the country in such a way that it would have been remarkable. So if I come watch a game, that is good. He might give support to our next thing. So, if he want to pay, no problem. But if he decides, them now have the money to pay, go see you. That's how I say on that. I think it should be an hard and fast.
Yes, a free ticket.
Because you know why it shouldn't be an hard and fast?
Yeah.
Because a free ticket is already allocated for these persons. So why when a man not in that number, him can come and say, all right, you leave a pocket for that person to say, all right, if five past players come, let them choose. If 10 come, we don't know. The next 5 have to play. First 5 come, let them choose. If 10 come, them second set of 5 they have to play.
Boy, coach means that tough, Can you imagine all a man who play one match reach there before you and you play all 60 match with Jamaica?
Boy, you if you know say if you come a match early, Anyways, man, it's
yeah. All right. This ticket thing, people are gonna probably hear from Danny Dread, because Danny Dread the day they have been sorted up. Big up Coach Minzy over the coach's desk later. The first night at the triple treat will be there. So let's see if we can get back through to Danny Dread. Big up Black River at the place. If that's like a management, that's a big problem. When you do bad, they criticize, which is right. But if you do good, no one peep on it. I think that should be Jamaica. Danny Dread, welcome to I Am Sure Sports. Calling you back so that you were calling, but we're on the line. Yeah, man. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Greetings.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Say your piece. I don't know.
Like everything.
All right, go ahead, man. Say your piece.
One touch. All right. Chevante now as a failure. You can look on more than one way, but more access up man. Out of being signed to a small club coming up the ranks, signed to a big club and get loaned out to a smaller club. Which one of the way you think better? If any better?
I think the one that at this stage is given, because like for a player like Trevante at his age, I think the one that's going to give him the most money right now.
Exactly. And I think if a bigger club buy you, you will get a better player and loan out to a smaller club. Yeah. That's my thinking still.
Yes.
But anyway now, to say him get loan out is a failure. I kind of know, say, when me hear serious, I wonder if him really reach that. Because I know, say, him touch them not so 100 while him can strike the ball and him will get. You understand me?
Yeah.
Him touch them not so. But him have the strength. I'm not sure about the speed. But anyway now. Me not think him is a, like, alright, may I ask you something? Because him get loan out, him fail. Would you say Cole Palmer fail at Man City?
No, I don't think Cole Palmer fail. I think Cole Palmer.
Alright.
He was built to be sold. I think.
Exactly. Football is a business. Football is a business, and players are part of the business. So sometimes the management make a decision for the player, business decision, not really for the love of the player. If you understand that.
Yeah.
Huh? 1 minute, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
All right.
What about
the next
the ticket thing now? Come here, you take on Soldier and this ticket thing business.
Yeah, Soldier now. It's like we have to put Soldier at the gate with the ticket then.
Why?
Soldier now have no system of to give out the ticket.
A man say if you come from foreign, you don't forget no ticket. Because you can afford it.
But everybody will get the ticket.
No.
Yeah.
Danny Jerry,
So now.
the background there. Hold on.
Wait.
Yo, that thing there kill me out. What that thing? Danny Jerry, the sound there at the background there. That will damage my ears. Hey, yeah. Yeah, people, 7 likes to 100. Oh my lord. Fresh got me think we reach 100 likes long time, man. So the people them a move, man. Come on, people. You understand? Big up to Soldier. Hey, oh Lord have mercy. So the U20. Oh, Danny Dread calling back. Oh Lord jeez. Danny Dread.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's a call coming, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so what I say now. Well, me really think past player, you know, I think them should really have access to the match still.
All of them?
All of them.
So all past?
Yeah, because I not really think that 10,000 will come one time, man.
So all past players will get free access?
Yes.
Male and female?
Yes.
Senior players are once you play, even if you play under 20.
Senior player.
So if a man If a man go under 17 World Cup for Jamaica, but him never play for the senior team, him not forget no pass.
Me not sure about that.
Okay.
I deal with people who dedicate them time now to national car. So underage football, you still can play for your next country.
Right. So if a man play one game,
really
a man play one game for the senior team, but you go the under 17 World Cup. The man will go to play the one game for the senior team, forget free ticket, but the man will play in the under 17 World Cup, never get no free ticket.
Yeah, because I'm not playing national.
Why we don't do about
Him not play national. Because after him go under 20 World Cup, if him good enough and him have England Titans who want to play for England, he still can go play for England, you know.
But he can decide to go college.
Alright, so him not really.
He can decide to go college and then him no want to play professional. Him just want to go college. But him play under 17 and under 20.
Right, but we are talking national now, real national. So, Mannings, how much national you think we can really find now?
What national yard and abroad man who play when you check all man who play
when we turn off any one given match, cause everybody now go come at one match.
No, Danny Dread.
Give me an estimate.
Right. Let me give you this. You see, because the World Cup, because a whole match we are talking about. If Jamaica go qualify for the World Cup, it is possible that you could have 10,000 former players turn up.
No, man.
You don't believe so? Male and female.
No, man.
What you talking about, Danny Dread? We are talking about you guys are sending up players.
No.
All right. You know.
No, man. Not at 10,000.
You don't believe so? You don't believe the money where all soldiers are. Say Maccabee go turn up.
No, when you call in them, man, you don't reach 10,000 yet, man.
When you call in Maccabee.
When you go back in 1972.
When you call in
you don't reach 10,000.
Hold on there. So Danny Dread. Remember the man them are saying if you get call up and you play one game. Some of them man who soldier call a friendly them play and they must say them forget ticket, you know.
Me know, but you still not reach a 10,000. I hear what they say for right now. When stadium empty, you could have used them a full stadium.
No, Soldier, here's what me.
Since you think you have so much.
Here's what I believe, Danny Dread. Any man will go a World Cup and them big event, they may agree with Signals Media. If you go play in a World Cup, a free ticket you forget. You forget free ticket. Whether under 17. Under 17, under 20, free ticket you forget. A World Cup that brother.
You get free ticket.
Yeah, that may believe.
Alright. So where you say you can't find 10,000 then?
Then my youth players them may end up playing more games for the youth team and in more tournaments than some of the man them in the national team. But them the transition.
That's why me tell you, sir.
So me I get the youth player them.
Yeah, me not get the youth player there. Youth player them not really a retirement thing that man.
So all the man who retire.
That's a retirement thing.
So I like Andrew Van Zee not to get no ticket then, because Andrew Van Zee still a player.
Andrew Van Zee play for Jamaica.
Oh, you mean if Andrew Van Zee play for Jamaica? Ladiel Richie still a play ball. Andrew Van Zee play for Jamaica. What you talking about, man? Yeah. Ladiel Richie.
Practice match.
What kind of practice? Andrew Van Zee play for Jamaica, man. Ladiel Richie play for Jamaica.
Yeah.
So Ladiel Richie still a play. Rankin play for Jamaica. Rankin forget ticket. Daniel Green play for Jamaica. Daniel Green forget ticket.
Rankin play for Jamaica.
Yeah, man.
No, man, I know anybody will play against Moby and them they play for Jamaica.
No, man, they play for Jamaica. What you talking about, man?
Yeah, so Jamaica team is
you know, Van Zee play in a Copa with Schaefer.
Huh?
Yeah, man.
Oh. Yeah, probably right. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, but hear this. Manins, in a reach 3,000. You can't find 3,000 who want come and one give match. That may I tell you, man.
Yeah, no, but
with the state stadium, we could have do it.
Maybe what I'm saying is that all you'd have to do is, but I mean, players get ticket. No. All I'm saying is that I would not say everyone, but I'm saying that we will allocate every home game. We will give, like I said, that 3,000. Their grandstand, 150 grandstand ticket, and we will give away 2,000 bleachers ticket to all our past players, something like that. And some.
So all right then. So like for the World Cup qualifier then.
Yeah.
Every home game you'd have like a different set then.
I don't know. I don't know if you can have a different set because let me tell you how the thing. People all get upset, man.
But you couldn't have some get free ticket all the while and some not get no time.
But that's the problem, I know.
You get me? So if it's a limited number, then it will have to go around.
That is the problem you're going to have. Who get the tickets? Who would you give the tickets to?
It won't be no problem. We just have to shuffle it around there. You understand me? Till your name come back around. But you couldn't get every game there. If it will carry a limited number, which probably it have to carry a limited number.
Yeah.
When the wagon full up back, JFF are gonna need them seats still.
That's the next thing.
Don't the wagon are gonna full up back.
Definitely. That's me tell you, so when you reach close to the team getting to World Cup now, every man wants to see the game, you know. You understand me? And they say you got a problem, you know. You can imagine Durant Burn turn up and you say, boy, you give out the ticket them already. You can imagine Walter Boy turn up and you say you have no more ticket left.
That's why it will have to go on in a turns, man. The only way that. And you'd have to know prior to the game. You understand me? But them have an organization with all this. Yeah, probably Tolo can deal with. Make Tolo deal with that. Tolo can spin around the ticket them. Who must get this time and who get the next time and such forth. But I think we really need to do with past player, especially the older one them. Cause you see them time the mannings.
Yeah.
Football is basically free, brother.
Yeah.
Like when Carl Brown used to play for Jamaica. You understand me? Them man they did really play for the love of it and you understand me? For the country. Them man there, but nowadays it will have been more when I can reach in my career. You understand me?
Yeah. So you believe say the federation
so,
do what for them? Like what them supposed to do? Help them with housing, help them with what?
Well, man, it's, you know, say me don't know about them have to just work with Tolo. Since Tolo have an organization and Tolo cuss them all the while. Last time I seen cuss them, it was because of funeral. Probably him think them never play a great enough part. You understand me? So work with Tolo. I can't really say what must be done or what you can afford. But you should have can afford something still.
Yeah, but me go talk to Tolo. Because Tolo has been doing some work, you know, because they have been supporting Tolo up to recently them go visit what's his name. And me go talk to Tolo this weekend because him Kids in Town Corner League still are going and him want me do some things with it. So we go see if we can talk to him Sunday. All right, that is
yeah,
it.
man.
Yeah, man. All right, respect.
I really appreciate Tolo for that work that we're doing.
Yeah,
but me do want one more little thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where you and coach just discussing a while ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I say, you know, so I not remember that one fully, but
about the ungratefulness,
within the team,
about the ungratefulness and things.
Yeah. You know, say, me kind of see where I say with the government, but hear this now. Most time, you know, one time I did hear Cliff Hughes say, if the plane reach England safe, that I no news. But if the plane crash, I news that. But if you really check it, you know, I true really feed up on bad news still, you know.
Yeah.
Because the plane reaching safe, I really I news that, you know. You understand me? But through the plane I go crash less time than it will reach safe. So we know basically I expect the plane to reach safe. You understand? So now it's like we know we get the JFF, like them are the affiliates to football and them get the management part. We expect them will manage it properly. When them no manage it good now, that are the time when we are going to come out. But if it are managed good, we just are going to keep quiet because that are no news. If you understand me.
Okay. So only the negative are news.
Yeah.
Here's
that Cliff Hughes, me get that one there from.
But them say Baba.
All right, man.
But them say Baba Tunde, Baba Tunde, them said I today. Baba Tunde.
Yeah, we used to work on the radio. And the next things, man, him say people not give credit to government. But you know, say, me I think, you know, I really can't remember, you know. If you know anybody will go you in a space, I say, 1972 to about 1979, 80, right in there, so before it changed back. When them people that take interview, them always tell us, say, thanks to Michael Manley government for me free you know, me could not afford it.
Yeah, man.
And Baba Tunde one of them, man, there. People always refer to that free you thing there.
A lot of people thank government, man, for whole for different programs. May I tell you that?
So, probably it's like government not do enough with touch with.
Yeah.
Yeah, you understand me?
True.
But when them do touch with, then we get them credit.
Yeah, man. All right.
I'm a little piece, right?
All right, big up that
give thanks.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
Hey, people, the mystery of the U20 team. Well, go with the U20 team. Yo, the U20 team is a mystery. What the U20 squad we're calling, you know? And we don't even know. Who from, how many overseas players are there from the U20 team and all of them things there. Where really are going? What going with the U20 team, your people? See, me can't get no information with this. U20. Still not see nothing. Who this? We have a call from. All right, we have a next call. Peter, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, man. Greetings. I wanted to call you earlier, but I said that only I called back only because Danny Joy touched on the topic, because I know you had moved on from it.
Yeah, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I dated a girl for roughly 2 years before she became my girlfriend. Right? Did I fail?
Did you fail?
Did I fail? I dated a girl for 2 years before she became my girlfriend. Did I fail? Because it took 2 years for her to even go out with me. Did I fail?
No, you didn't fail. That's not
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but in some people's eyes, right, they would have said, I failed. Because should I get her from long time? Right?
Yes.
Or my takes a lot. So you see this thing that we have as a people, and it's not just Jamaican, it's just in general. We have this instant gratification. Because you see that girl, I was ecstatic when it eventually came through.
So yeah, but a man may look at it now, a man may look at it and say, well, you guys eventually broke up so that you failed.
Yeah, I mean, but I can't say the breakup was yeah, I was a girl's man. I was a girl. And maybe that's why I could spend so much time dating one, courting one person. But my point is, we like the instant gratification. How long has Trevante been in Italy? You said 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months.
All right. Ian Bailey has been at Aston Villa for what? 3 years, 3 seasons? This is his 3rd season at Aston Villa.
Somebody said, let me just read this comment. He said, any man who bleach on a girl for 2 years, not a girl man, but example.
No, but you see, here's my point. I am a very patient. I'm a very patient person,
Yeah.
And I believe a lot of times we Jamaicans are impatient, even with the national team. You realize that with the national team, they don't give the coach enough time to get. You have some people who want to fire the coach from a long time, and before we even get to before the even Canada game. You have some people that want on the same platform want to fire the coach, and yet still the coach has not lost but 1 or 2 competitive games, right?
Yeah.
And we're in the Copa, and we're in the Nations League semis, but because we want to see something that we don't see, and it comes back to Bonner's point to make a darn good point about the expectation. So what was our expectation of Trevante? Why we are saying the man failed? Did we want to see Trevante go there? And I mean, we want to, but were we expecting for him to light up the league, leading goal scorer, or 20 goals, whatever? And because we didn't see that, we're calling the man a failure? No. Give the man time. Look at all the factors you laid out. There was a coaching change. I never even know that. That is a big factor.
The coach who bought him left almost immediately.
Yeah, man. It's the same thing to Shamar at Spartak Moscow, didn't it? Right? He was brought there by one coach, and then another coach came in. And all of a sudden, he wasn't playing anymore. Correct?
Yep.
So we have to take all of those things into consideration before we start saying the man failed. And we need to be more patient as a people, not only with Trevante, not only with even Leon Bailey, not only with but even our personal lives, man. Sometimes we just need to take a step back and relax. Now the player step down to a lower league and give him a chance and let's see what he will do. And we don't know. Next thing you know, him go back to the Serie A or even Serie B if the club get relegated. and then start perform. Everything takes time. Not overnight. 6 months and more time for the player get acclimatized and all of that. And look on the food thing when I go through. Hey, you see when we leave Jamaica, I came to Chicago. I had family around me, and it was a difficult thing for me, Bridget. But can't ever tell you how difficult it was. And it's not like this is a man that leaving Jamaica probably for the first time, going to a place where them don't even speak the language, the food totally different, and no family around it. All of them things that play into the psyche of a person, you know.
Well, what other people may say is that is why he should not have gone there. He should have gone. That's some people use all of these reasons and say maybe that is why he should not have gone there first. But I am saying that listen, at the end of the day, a man have to make sure that he secures his future first, and I cannot blame a man for wanting to do that. But you get all of the money when you're young, and then you box run in different league. That is my thing.
Exactly, and I pointed that out in the first comment I made when you started talking about it earlier. I said he has not failed, because even if you look at the monetary part of it, he's making money that he never made before, and he's been exposed to a higher level of football that can only help him to grow. He's going to be a better player.
Oh, you know, I see somebody here, Peter, saying that I think you're talking about the firing of the coach. His name is Boxwood. Boxwood, big up yourself. Boxwood is one of those callers on the radio. And he says
of which coach?
The head coach. He's the one who talked about you know.
No, man, it's not just him, man.
But he said that, and he says that with no apology. And then he goes on and says the coach has only won one game that impresses me. He says prior to the Canada game, he was winning games against teams ranked on average of 119 in the world. Not true, because Haiti was not ranked down there, Boxwood. And he was playing against Haiti. He also played against the United States. In the United States, he played against Guatemala. So be careful, Boxwood.
But and if you want to use all of that, the US lose to Trinidad just the other day. I mean, the CONCACAF region, no matter how you might think a team is a lower level or ranked low down, there's no easy games. And there's a coach that said that one time, may have been Carl Brown or one of them in the way back, said there's no easy game in CONCACAF, none. So we can't just look at that. This is a region we play in, and we have to play what's in front of us. And
but hold on, he's saying that on average. Hold on, because he's saying that he said ranked an average of 119 in the world. How did he calculate that average though? Seeing that he want me to stick to what he said, Boxwood, show me how you calculated the average to be 119 in the world. Explain that to me, please.
Which team is he talking about?
He's saying that he's saying that I've left out the word average in it because he said average. So what I'm asking is, tell me how did the calculation got to 119 average, and so then from there on we can have the thing. At the end of the day, the coach has to play who is in front of him. These are the teams that are in front of him, and he has won, or he has had a good record against those teams. What is it? But that average,
we went to the Azteca and did not lose and look like we could have win a game. When is the last time we ever see a Jamaica team go to the Azteca and look like them can win a game? We played the US in the Gold Cup, and if it wasn't for the missed penalty, could have came out victorious. The last time, I mean, these are, and we go Canada and beat Canada. In the first Canada losing in 10 years, in almost a decade.
Yeah.
At that stadium or in Canada. These are big accomplishments. Boxwood, why are you not talking about that? Since you're talking about we beating teams
what
is Canada?
Hold on. What I want to ask him is that who are the teams the coach need to beat? Who are the teams? These are the teams Rene Simoes was playing, These are the teams Rene Simoes was playing. Because these are the teams in the region. The coach has played every team. Guatemala, El Salvador, all of those teams he has played. Which team in the region has he not played? So
Yeah,
I don't
he
know.
has
I
played
don't know.
everything.
He has to play the teams that are
He
in
has
the
played
region.
all
He
of the
can't,
big
can't,
teams.
he can't. You know. No, I don't
He
think. I
has
don't
played
think. I
all of
don't
the big
think he
teams.
has played against Panama since he has been the coach.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of them he has not played against.
But Box Food is one of the man who want instant gratification. What is Box Food expectation of
Well,
the coach? I mean, the coach has achieved a lot. I mean,
let him speak.
our rankings have, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm going to let him speak for himself. I know that he's going to call in. You understand me? I know he's back
yeah,
overseas, so he'll probably call in. Yeah.
right. And it's the same thing that Gunners boss say when him call in. Him say is our expectation, right? Because coming back to my little analogy, maybe it's not the perfect one, but I was successful because I was willing to wait that amount of time. You understand? So if you, as my brethren, had a different expectation from me, then the failure is in your eyes only, not with me.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. Yep. True.
You said Trevante was able to get his mother out of poverty or whatever. This is a success story
Yeah.
for the
So
man. Just that
what
alone.
we are calling failure for him. He's happy because he believes he's been successful. So that is the thing, So it is expectation. But we're gonna see if we can take a next one, Peter. But as usual,
Yeah, man.
respect for
Respect.
the call, Yeah, man. Every time, always
Yes.
appreciate it. All right, Unseen, you're here. Listen, the under 20 team. Somebody just said, who just said this? All right, people, look like I don't really understand management. Some of the people. Who said it? Somebody said something about you are in the circle, so call the coach. It look like you don't understand. You must know by now, that me not do them thing there, You never see me I try post all squad for the national team and them thing from the channel before time and I try to release information. I'm not like that, bro. You have to operate. You know what is funny? You see the people them who want me to say certain things and feel big up and welcome to the show. You see me come out and start for that. The said people, I go say me unprofessional. You see how people are?
Yeah, run down
Yeah.
limelight.
So a lot of the people want you to do certain things, and then yes, when you start do what they're asking you to do, the said people going to come out and criticize you. I am not like that. I believe that people must be professional in as best as they can. They must be professional in their task. So that is why, and that is what I'll do. I want you to notice that I haven't even interviewed the coach. I could have interviewed the coach after games and stuff. When other people, you notice you never see me at the press conference, them ask questions. You must remain professional in your job as best as you can. See, because this. So just like all of you, I'm asking question about the U20s because I think it is a mystery that there is no squad out there.
Not even on the Kanaka page.
No speculation. There is not a complete squad anywhere. And this is what? This is the 16th. This
The
is
coach
like,
is here though.
eh?
The coach is here?
Yeah.
Okay. Is leader know the squad still?
Here's the thing with leader now. Leader, me no want. Here's the thing. Leader cannot talk, but he wants to talk.
I don't understand.
Watch out, leader have all the information, but he knows nothing. Right?
You know what?
So me not try to create hype. Me not try to make leader look like him this great reveal of information. So if leader have the name of the people, them him can talk. If it is a secret and nobody in Jamaica supposed to know who is going to play under 20, wanna keep it a secret. But don't try go over some other channel leader with trying to throw a bait and you're smiling in the background. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Yeah, I don't know or you don't. Yeah, I don't know or you don't know. or you can talk, or you can't talk. All of a sudden, nobody in Jamaica knows anybody in the U20, and they're supposed to be in camp. Why is it a secret? Why is it a secret if somebody says, yeah, these players are in there? Why is it a secret? Why nobody can know? What are we hiding? Why are we hiding it? 12 days or less. Why are we hiding the players who going to represent us in a qualifier? Why? Why isn't it out there? Why it's not on the Instagram for the GFF and on the thing? Eh?
But today them say my release it, I don't know why probably.
I don't know, man. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, why is it? What kind of backlash there could be? At the end of the day, you know, the people, them, no matter what squad come out, people are gonna cuss. So if it's to avoid. If it is to avoid the people, no matter what squad is picked, there's going to be backlash. Like somebody said to me, how come Javian Williamson is in the team and he was not? Is Javian Williamson? I don't know. I don't see no name. I don't know. You cannot. When it comes down to Javian Williams, I don't know that there is a left-sided youth centre back that can play under 20. That is ahead of him. That is and that is just opinion.
So man is man, he never injured.
Who?
Javin Williams.
When?
He never by injury.
No man, Javin Williams on the under 17 he did knee surgery.
So has he been playing now?
So you wanna play the Costa Cup, brother? Now before the Costa Cup, that you wanna play the whole season of the Costa Cup.
So when did they last? When did this year?
He might play tier 2 for Reno. You know what Reno playing at tier 2?
He played for Mannings this year?
Of course he played for Mannings. Do you think Mannings go so far?
How far Mannings go?
Mannings use the under 16 team with Javin Williams. You don't realize you don't remember that Mannings lost the game to Port Antonio because they didn't know that the away goal rule was being used.
So you have become a face up. You
ask because you asked me.
Yeah, behave so that
behave so. You never see Mannings win under 16 All Island. You never see that?
No,
and under 14 final.
No, I'm on the people. But you said the man, you said the youth is one of the best are the best. The Jamaica left-sided centre back. So me ask, come on, know.
So what kind of football?
Why him just come up in the team so him not go to the camp, go train that him just come up so.
Because him playing tier 2. Don't you have you watched tier 2?
So no. Well, here's the question I ask you.
No, here's the question I'm asking. Here's the question I am asking you. Have you watched? May I ask you a question? Have you watched tier 2?
I never watch the team. I never watch Reno play. Watch tier 2, I'm not training.
Leader, I'm not giving you no information. I not give you no. I've no anybody you want to know, call them parents and call them school. Don't call me. Me and nobody. Only thing you can ask me about my kids. So if me not give you the information, don't put them in no scouting. Me not have no information for nobody. I am not a scout. Call them school. Call them school. Call them parents. Call them coaches. Ask the technical director who is from the parish of Westmoreland. Ask Peso.
Man. See, Peso I never asked a question. Peso, understand
no question.
Remember most of the players them who we know in the team play Premier League, you know. Javin Williams is playing the Premier League, so I'm not going to see him. He play for Mannings. Me know about him before. But me try to find out.
So hold on. So there's Mackenzie's in it from Phoenix. He played Premier League.
No, but you know Mackenzie play Oliver football.
What kind of football he play?
Yeah, see him play.
Hold on. So apart from schoolboy football, what other football he play?
He go on tours, man.
What kind of tours? So Javin Williams, didn't Javin Williams go on tour?
That's why I ask you the question, no man, but tell me what
So,
with Javi
why
Williams.
you talk about you know
You don't
seam
want to
play?
tell me I get upset because the man is involved.
Why you are gonna say you know seam? Why you know only Robinho Garden in the team? How you know question? Which Premier League team in play?
Robinho Garden a baller.
So him a baller, but he not play in the Premier League. But you are question the next man.
No, it's not about Premier League, man.
But you just said that. You brought up that.
Man. Me just ask about the youth because
So me
me know
just
you're funny for a long time.
I am
So
just
you ask
asking
me.
you. Me I ask you. You are just say only Mannings in play for, but the players them who only play for more now, you know no problem with them. But you have the one them who only play for Mannings.
We never say that. He never say only play for Mannings. We say we see him play for Mannings right before. So I kind of know about him.
Only time you see him play for Mannings.
A year ago.
You never
see him play for you know.
You never see him go on tour, go play with Eric Maker's team. You never see that either.
No, I never see that.
You never see that. Me and you know dep on the channel of youth. And I do the video.
Mannings man, Mannings me know him play for. That's it. Me don't know about no other
Me
team.
and you. Hey, big up and welcome, Cranky.
The man get vile Cranky Bobby to talk about Mannings.
he gets excited sometimes, so you have to forgive him. Especially when it comes to his alma mater, he gets excited.
We can't ask him no question about Javi. It's like Javi just going on the team. And him just flying on the team. We don't have to ask no question. If you ask about Robinho, you can't talk about Robinho though. If you ask about Denzel Washington McKenzie, you can't talk when we're doing football.
What did they do?
Them win Manning Cup.
Javin went to the final of Manning Cup. Which
year?
You tell me. Didn't he go to the final with Garvey Massey? After that, didn't they go back in the semi-final after that? Didn't they go to the next round 3 years in a row? Wasn't he supposed to captain the under-17 team until he had injured?
I think he get injured, right?
Did you know that he was supposed to did you know that he was supposed to captain the under-17 team? Did you know that?
No, man.
You didn't know that?
No, I'm so close to a thing like you. Me not gonna know. But what me ask you is, man, we want to find out if he is up to par to play in the 20 that me ask you.
No, man, he's not. Everybody else is up to par. He's not.
I'm a big baller, you know.
No. Me answer you. He's not up to par. He's not good. He should not be there. So you're right.
This man tell me
he's not up to par, Ansi. He's not up to par. The other players are up to par. He's not. So there you go.
No, me ask you the question.
Let me answer you.
You can't answer someone's man. Mannings is going on.
He's not up. Mannings players only play for Mannings. They are not up to par. I agree with you that if they go to Mannings, they should not be called to any national setup. They are not up to par because they have not won the Costa Cup. They have not won Manning Cup, and the players who have won those things should play. So he's not up to par because the other players have won. He has not. So he should not play. So Cranky, what are you saying?
I don't talk about under-20 football.
There you go.
I'm boycotting the under-20s until we have a fair, objective process where all citizens have a right and privilege afforded to them to play in any national team. I'm not talking under-20. I will only talk about the national team where everyone, regardless of where they were born, grew up playing, are allowed to play. Then I'm not talking under-20. So I'll listen to you guys. It's a discriminatory process to select the team. So I'll say about that.
Yeah. Well, we have this color. Boxwood, welcome to I Am Sure Sports. You're live online.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, man. So I know you were saying that you were talking about the coach. So Cranky's here. You want to talk national football. So I'm going to let you talk to him about the coach. So what are your thoughts on the coach?
No, I heard you talking about my proclamation that the coach had prior to the Canada game, beaten teams that were ranked an average of 119. And I stand by that. That is a straight calculation of the mean of the ranking of each team that he had beaten in a competitive game prior to the Canada game. So if Haiti was ranked number 3 in the world, and it was 2 teams that we played, then the other team must have been ranked over 200, for example.
Okay, So, and the point you're making is that the coach, because the caller was saying that
I'm bringing.
No man,
I'm not calling for the coach to be sacked. I'm not calling for the coach to be sacked. I am saying that based on the results that we have gotten so far, the most impressive win, and I said that. That's what I said in my initial comment. That the most impressive win that I calculate on this guy's resume coaching us is the win against Canada.
Yeah, that is the most impressive. Oh, I thought you were saying that you were giving justification why, because you said that no apology. You said that, so no apology. So I thought that was.
Yeah, my no apology was with the calculation of the teams. He's beaten, for the most part, teams that we should beat. He's beaten teams, for the most part, that we don't think we necessarily need a foreign coach to beat. And that is not something that's that we can that's arguable.
No, all right. So here's my at 5:06. It says Boxwood says so with no apology. At that time, the caller was saying that there are persons who are asking for the coach to be fired. So that is why I said. That is why I said you are the one who said.
No, I'm not calling for the coach to be sacked. I said that to confirm the point that I made earlier. It wasn't in reference to anything that anybody was saying.
The point about the average now was after that. So after that now was when you laid it out about when you did the mean calculation, the team that we have played are an average 119. So, but
the teams that we have beat, no, don't say that. I like to be quoted correctly. The teams that we have beaten in competitive games prior to the Canada game were ranked an average of about 119.
Okay. All right. So before the Canada game. All right. So you're not looking at the overall performance of the team, like joining Mexico. That you're just talking about the victories. Because remember, Bobby Reed scored on Bowser in Mexico. You remember that game, that 2-2 game. So that you were not.
Yeah, I remember that game.
You were not impressed.
And that scoreline was impressive.
Oh, so you were not. It didn't impress you as much as the Canada victory.
Okay, so if we're going to be balanced again.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we're going to be, I'm answering your question. If we're going to be balanced again, we played Mexico in the Gold Cup, right? And we looked like we didn't deserve to be on the field for most of that game.
True.
So those two games will cancel each other out.
But we played the USA in
those two performances.
We played the USA in the Gold Cup, and we could have defeated USA by 3-1.
Yes. Okay. Let me respond to that. We played and I was at that game, by the way. We played the USA in the Gold Cup.
I was there too, you know.
Yeah, I saw you at the game. Yeah, I saw you on the sideline. So we played the US in the Gold Cup, and in the first half, we looked the part. We looked like a dominating team in the first half. And Mannings, man, this is going to sound that I'm pouring cold water on the team's performance, but we all know that was USA's probably C team. Would you disagree that there was no Pulisic on the team? There was no the guys that played in Europe didn't make that squad for whatever reason, because the US was concentrating on the Nations League, right?
That is correct.
Oh no! I thought it was a rhetorical question, so I'm just listening to see how you go.
Yeah. So we and in that game, we could have easily lost because our second half performance was woeful. Our second half performance in that game was such that we could have easily lost the game. We looked second best in the second half, and this was an MLS-based team that. Based on paper, we should have beaten.
So let me ask you, you believe, so let's do this because we have to do some comparisons as well. Do you believe that there is a local coach that could have gotten these said results with this team against these said teams?
See, no, that's a projection and that's a good question. I think with this squad, a local coach could have gotten the results that he's gotten. I'm going to put my neck out there and say yes. I think a local coach with this squad, could have gotten the results that he's got. And I'm not pouring cold water. He's winning the games that he quote unquote should win, except in the Gold Cup. He's winning the games that he should win. But we cannot fool. Hold up, man.
No, not when I say except in the Gold Cup, though. Except in the Gold Cup, the only game we lost in the Gold Cup was to Mexico.
Yes, and the game that we lost to Mexico in the Gold Cup, it looked as if we had regressed to the days when we were glad to play against Mexico. And with this squad, with the squad that we had, or the squad that we have at our disposal right now, that game against Mexico looked horrible. I don't think anybody can disagree with me that we could have lost the game against Mexico and been more competitive, and we would have felt a lot better than we actually did after that game. After that game, it looked like Jamaica had gone back to the days when we were competing just with Trinidad.
Okay.
But, I'm going to say this, with the squad that we have right now, Manningsman, with the resources that we have behind this team, with the competitive balance in CONCACAF, this represents the easiest route Jamaica has ever had to qualify for the World Cup. Would you disagree with me?
No, I think this is the easiest route we have. I would agree with that.
So, if we have the easiest route we've ever had for qualification to the World Cup, right? We should not be surprised. We should not be surprised if there are people among us who are not willing to jump in the air and say, this coach is doing a superlative job. With the squad that we have right now and the resources that we have right now, I think he's about par. And this is qualification or bust. As a matter of fact, I would even go even further. We say with the dilution of the World Cup with the number of teams that we have, I'm not just looking forward to qualification. I venture to say that there's somewhere within me that I'm saying we should probably think about equaling what the girls did at the Female World Cup. We should be thinking about second round, but we have to qualify first, huh?
Okay.
So that's my contribution to the big up yourself.
Let me hear what Cranky have to say.
If you have questions,
I have nothing to add what the caller says. Everything he said, I agree with. Every single word I agree with. Except the fact his vacillation and whether a local coach could have gotten us to the semifinal of the Gold Cup, because I think they could, and they have done that before, by the way. And in fact, we had a better squad than we've ever had, and we looked poor against Mexico, like he said. So I don't disagree with anything he said. In fact, I've been very critical of the coach prior to the Canada game about I don't see a style of play, I don't see a system of play. And I understand part of his perspective is around it's very hard to have that established when you only have a small amount of time with the players. And it's probably more on organization and understanding the players and where they are versus a structure and a process. But I say this, though, to say Faye from the Ivory Coast have thrown a lot of water and all these national coach things. I'm telling you. What he has done is disrupt that whole, and people never really thought about this, that whole concept about who should coach my national team and capabilities, because he came in to go from a coach when they got 4-0 and won a competition when it looked like they were fish out of water. Now, they had luck on their side, they had home field on their side, but it does show you that a national team coach doesn't have the same influence as a club team coach, but they just don't have the time to work on strategy, process, how they want to play things of that nature. So I don't disagree with anything that the caller just said. Except for
the coach. All right, somebody's saying, let's see if we can get this one for your box food. Bravo is saying, ask if the top teams don't have flat performances sometime, the road to success isn't straight. So he's saying that you're using the flat performance against Mexico as a measuring stick, as if a top team don't have flat performances.
It wasn't flat, man. It was poor. Let's stop using euphemism to describe how we played against Mexico. We weren't in the game when we had a very good team. And yes, team will have flat performances, but this is coming from a process where we drew in the US and we were flying in the tournament. This wasn't like we were struggling to get through the first round. We destroyed Trinidad. We flew through the tournament. So it's hard to say being flat or were you just frankly outplayed. And what strategy did we employ or deploy in that game when we know things weren't going well to change anything? We did it against Canada, and I gave Lowe a lot of credit in terms of, even though Blake deserved a ton of credit, I gave Lowe a lot of credit for changing the game. But even the Canada game, we were fish out of water in that game until Lowe got in the midfield, and then things changed. And if one says Blake changed the game, no. Blake showed how poor we were because he was making all those saves throughout the game, ridiculous saves. So I can't disagree with anything the caller said, frankly.
Well said, Frankie. Well said.
Baxwood, finally, one person asking, what resources are you talking about? And he's saying that as in Panama, when last has one of those so-called places beat Panama, who will have to play? Costa Rica, who has rebuilt their team and doing well. Honduras as well. All right. Haiti was climbed up the ranking. What makes us believe that this is the easiest path?
I'm surprised that would get that question. If we have 3 spots available to us and we have to compete with Panama, Costa Rica, Honduras, a resurgent, if you want to say that, Haiti, for the most part, I think we should be able to get one of those spots. I don't think we should find ourselves in a playoff situation where we have to play off with another confederation to get that other spot. Yes, we've had a terrible time with Panama. I personally, when I see fixtures come out, I pray that we don't have to play Panama. For some reason, we can't beat them. But with the resources I'm talking about, the biggest resource are the players. The players that we have available to us now, and the other players that we think may be available to us within the next 6 months to a year. Based on the leagues that those players are playing in, it tells me that we, on paper, should have some of the best players in the entire CONCACAF, not necessarily just among the second-tier CONCACAF teams like Panama and Honduras. And based on that, I think we should qualify. I think qualification is for us to lose right now, based on these things. And this is not a fan who is filled with patriotism and hope. If any objective person look at the team that we have available to us right now, we should qualify out of CONCACAF for a 48-team World Cup.
Okay. So you said that qualifying for the World Cup is not like a major accomplishment because it is expected, given the format, what would be is to come out of the group and advance to the second round.
In my opinion, but we first have to qualify first. Qualification for the World Cup, for the next World Cup compared to 98 would be chocolate cheese. Because in 98, we were not expected to. Nobody could predict that. If you look at the way football is going right now, we should. And no sensible person who knows football can disagree with that.
What about the Nations League? We have USA coming up. No Demarai Gray, no Shamar Nicholson. Do you think we can still beat the USA with their A team?
Yes, I think we can beat the US. I think Gray will be missed. He will be missed, but I think we have a pretty good chance against this US team, even if they have the first team.
All right. So that is the man they call him Baxwood. I don't know how we got that name, but big up yourself. He was a Liverpool fan, but sometimes he talks things that make sense. You know, he called after the 3-1 victory.
Bless up yourself, man.
Big up yourself, Boxwood. All right.
I don't understand some of the people in chat today. I'm confused.
Yeah.
You're saying we should respect Trinidad. We should.
No, it's Andre. This is Andre saying they should respect.
No, I mean, in the comment section. We should. Andre, respect Trinidad. Come on, Andre.
That's Andre.
Come on, Andre. We don't respect no Trinidad. We play the Night World Cup and no turn up. Unless you go source some players Trinidad, which is something that we're fighting against, Andre, because we don't want overseas players. You know, we just want local players. And by the way, man, I'm gonna do a little bit on this. The new Brazil coach. He's saying he wants more local players in his team, man. So we need to have this narrative across the globe. Where all these and this is a country which produces all those players playing overseas in the Mannings, man. This is not like Jamaica where people naturalize. He said he wants more local players. And some people in Brazil are saying he's catering to the local populace, right? Because that's the players they're used to. Because when you export the players, they kind of far removed. And they're like, the local players aren't good enough. That's why they're not overseas, Mannings, man. So even Brazil, which is sort of the bastion of football and where football has grown up and we all talk about Brazil, even there you have the same town versus country, which is overseas versus local players. And you have to laugh. And you have experts saying the coach is just catering to the local population because they have no idea what he's talking about. But local players aren't good enough. Or else they'll be overseas. The point I'm trying to make is this, is that unless Jamaica want to keep this so localized way of thinking and not thinking much more about the outcome versus satisfying local appetite, then it's going to be a struggle. If people are saying, oh, you know, what about Panama? What about Costa Rica? What about Honduras? What about Trinidad? Mannings, man, the top 3 teams are not going to be part of the competition, Mannings, man. And the same number of slots we have now as we had before. So I took out the top 3 teams. You think me saying we're going to struggle to qualify, Mannings, man? Something is wrong with us then.
For real, we stop playing football.
Yes, we stop playing football. I agree with that concept.
We stop playing football.
If you're telling me to the top 3 teams.
So let's take Andre's point. What do you think Trinidad is thinking right now about the same?
I don't care.
So isn't Trinidad having the same narrative? And Panama, and El Salvador, and Guatemala, and Costa Rica. All of them are saying the same thing, you know.
We talk to them. Take out Panama. I think Panama is almost a guarantee, like how we should be. Costa Rica is rebuilding their team. All the old folks like the Campbell and whatever they are, they're not there anymore. They're going to be a young team. Yes, they have some good young players. They're a young team, Mannings, man. Honduras shouldn't be the same discussion as us. And Haiti shouldn't be the same discussion as us. Neither should Trinidad. You know why, Mannings, man? We have exported human capital overseas, and they have been developed overseas. Either by local players going overseas, or we have people born overseas being naturalized, Mannings, man. And we can get more if we want. But we don't want to bridge them to the under 20. We're so focused on having 4 or 7, whatever the stupid number is. And people like Antonio may be old come 2026. Because you can move from 34 or 33 to 36, and it's after a while that those skills dissipate, it goes away. So I'm not sure why we're not bringing some under 20 players who we know can play for England, play for Jamaica. Another story. We have the ability to go source talent, whether we've exported them overseas or they're naturalized, to play for the national team. We should be building the best team possible with the best players possible who are Jamaican citizens, regardless of where they were born, because they're citizens, to play for the national team. If we do something, man, and the coach knows what he's doing, because you see me put that in quotes, there is no reason why we shouldn't win the entire qualification process and be in the World Cup. None.
Well, I understand your sentiment, really, like U20s and thing. I don't see that being a problem with the senior team as of recent.
No. The point I'm making is that there may be U20 players, 1 or 2, who could matriculate to the senior team. If you bring somebody in now, come 2026, they may be in the qualifiers management. They may evolve and get 2 years to be a long time for football.
You'd think like some of those they're going to be. I know that they have like Kira Anderson and I think Casanova was his name that had come to Jamaica with the senior team for the Trinidad game. Yeah. So there are a couple of those players who are younger that I think.
I'm sure there are others too, I'm sure there are others out there.
Brandon Cover as well. We have the Tyler Roberts. So there's a group of those guys as well, and others, like I said, that who are in that age group that 2026, they would be ripe and ready.
Mr. United, football is played on paper. That's why Real Madrid is what they are. They go out and buy the best players, and they always win in Champions League. It's played on paper. You may not believe so. It's played on paper. The paper is where I get my players, and I aggregate them, and I think about who is the best. Mbappe's on paper for Real Madrid now. You go buy him, put him in a team. People will say, oh, you need a coach and a strategy and all of that. I don't disagree with that. But Real Madrid is a collection of stars. Most times it's what they are. They buy the best players, and they throw the ball out and go play football. Nobody has always said Zinedine Zidane was the best strategist. He won 3 Champions League. So don't give me this notion that, oh, he's not played on paper. The reason why we all get excited about Jamaica team, because a lot of players play in the Premier League. That's paper. And they come here, they don't do as well as we think they should, given their pedigree, but they have done well so far, and we expect them to do well going forward. So it is played on paper sometimes. So Mannings, I would be extremely, you know what, Mannings, I don't want to think about it. I don't even want to think about it if we don't make the World Cup.
Yeah, I believe that if Jamaica don't qualify for this World Cup, I don't think we'll ever qualify for
When will we ever qualify again, Mannings? When?
Yeah. I think like if we don't qualify for this one, I don't think I'm going to see us play in the World Cup in my lifetime.
And everyone, why is it very important for the JFF to get its act together? Meaning, work out all this electoral process, elect the officials who are there, whether it's the opposition or the current, get our house in order, let the players focus on what's happening in the field. That's what happened in the boardroom. If we can get ourselves organized administratively, get the best players, give them the best opportunity to win and succeed, get the fans mobilized and motivated, we should be able to do well.
All right. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. Liverpool man online. How you doing?
Yeah, man. What go?
There, man. What Sauti?
Oh, a long time I no call the thing, but me always listen. So me listen cranky still. And me have to agree with it. Like, first of all, we have 2 countries who always take 2 other spots for the World Cup. Right? And these 2 countries won't be there. So it's almost like you have 2 extra spots. Basically. Yeah. It's almost like we have 2 extra spots in the US and Mexico now. I think if we don't make the World Cup from that list, I don't care what people are talking about Panama, Costa Rica, what they might talk about, or what Trinidad might be thinking and all that. The fact is, every World Cup cycle, we're always trying to get the World Cup. And we know that US and Mexico always take 2 other spots. And we are there fighting for the 3rd and 4th spot or whatever. And now them 2 countries not there is like 2 additional spots open. Even though Canada not there either. But it's like two additional spots open. Or basically 3, because Canada made the last World Cup, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so Canada
yeah,
because Canada, Mexico, and USA automatically qualify.
Yeah, I think if we don't make that World Cup, it's a grand failure. But it's a big failure.
Which is what Baxwood is saying. He said that it is not really qualifying for the World Cup. That is the accomplishment. It would be going probably as far as where the girls are, because he believes we have the human resource, and he says the human resource with the group of players we have available to us and those playing, you know, that must be the goal. The goal.
Going where the girls go now, that kind of thing I got depend on how good our team is and the group for your draw and who in your group and that. So you can't end up in a tough group.
Yeah.
So we have to see that first. But I think qualifying for the World Cup, it should be a given. That coming World Cup. As a matter of fact, I don't think qualifying for this upcoming World Cup is a big achievement. It's like it, with the amount of teams that can make the World Cup, it's like it's watered down. You know?
Yeah, but man, what do you think about the games coming up in March? Because the Nations League game, I know you should be there and thing, but playing USA, you know, for that first game, maybe without Shamar Nicholson and Demar Gray due to suspension. Stronger US squad than what we played in the Gold Cup. What are your thoughts? Given the squad that we have, Leon Bailey and form Ethan Pinnock has been playing well at Brentford. Mikel Antonio coming back from injury and stuff like that. Bobby Reed scoring a lot of goals at Fulham. Yeah. What any thoughts?
Yeah, man, it's a one-off game, you know. I don't think the US is far ahead of Jamaica, really. So, in a one-off game, they have the home advantage. But in a one-off game, we can beat them. It all depends on who are the final score they will have for the game. But if I'm going down there, which I plan to, I go with the intention to see Jamaica win the game. Who's traveling that far? Just about to say, boy, Jamaica can't.
Yeah.
Or buy plane tickets for go watch a game, but you think Jamaica can't like that. Unless a Brazil, them have to get so. But can't win the game. You don't know. It depends on the squad that them select.
Yeah. Let me ask.
No,
yeah. Final question. How long is Salah out? Is he back?
Salah trained today and will be in the squad for tomorrow's game.
Okay. Well, I'm glad he's coming back after Arsenal play them. I tell people there are only two players at Liverpool that I worry about when they play: Salah and Jota. Nobody else. And if those two are not playing, I think Arsenal chances are very good. But Jota,
Arsenal,
yeah,
Arsenal ball with the other base, and deserve to win that game.
You know what, man? I have not heard one Liverpool player who ever said that. Which is a good thing, actually. They all agreed they were truly not winning that game.
Yeah.
But especially the first half, it was like I was telling somebody, right? You know, them have this big argument where you can't play better or lose.
Yeah.
Them have that talk better really. And me I watch a game there in first half when the game ended. When the first half was 1-1, I said that was a big injustice. Because the game was 1-1, you know, without Liverpool having an official shot at goal.
Yep. Yeah.
And Arsenal run some ball around it. But still it was along to the goal where Alisson and Van Dijk. But Arsenal deserve to win.
Yeah.
Never really come.
You know, that's a good game to use for real, because who was the better team at halftime? And the scores were tied.
Yeah, man. Arsenal run some ball around Liverpool, man. And the score was 1-1, man. And the man them say if the score tied, nobody not play better. I mean, say Arsenal run some ball around Liverpool. And the game was 1-1 at halftime with Liverpool not having a shot on goal.
You know,
that was me. I watch a game.
And so,
when I was watching that game, that's what. When I was watching that game, that's the argument I remember.
Yeah. You know, I watched the game again in the mornings, and the goal that we scored, the first goal, I was saying to myself, I wish Jamaica could score a goal like that. I wish Jamaica could have a ball when they pick up from the keeper, roll to the center half, play it around, play it inside, and somebody make a true pass and forward, go on. Not do what Havertz did, but actually score the goal, man. So then we feel good about it.
Who scored that first goal?
Saka? No, Saka scored, but Havertz should have scored. Havertz missed the goal, and Saka got the rebound.
Oh, yeah. The keeper saved it, and then Havertz.
Yeah, the point making was how the goal was built up. The built up to the goal is how you want your team to play.
Yeah, man. All right.
So I was just calling about that World Cup thing. I can't see how somebody can say we're not supposed to make this World Cup. With three other teams who two of them always take two of the spot like automatically not play. They don't say how we can't make this World Cup.
Yeah, man. All right. Then.
I have a question for Travis.
Bless up, Salty. Yeah, man.
All right, bless up yourself.
Bless up, Salty. Hey, Travis. How do you think we should pick the national team, Travis? Since you say I'm very focused, I'm biased on overseas players. Tell me how you think we should pick the national team.
We have unseen Anna break, but we have T-Got. T-Got look like he's very fond of Cranky, you know. He only comes onto the channel when Cranky is on, you know.
He wants to brag that he won the debate. So if
I really likes to be beaten. He likes to be beaten in debates.
No, he said he won, so he can't be beaten. He's glad he won. I'm gonna give him the victory.
Yeah. Good evening, Mannings man. Good evening, panel, Cranky and Unseen. I think he went away. Good evening, all the viewers and subscribers who join in for the first time. Pleasant good evening. Well,
T-Got, first thing I need to help you. T-Got. First thing, I'm going to start correcting you because you work in the financial industry. Pleasant and good mean the same thing.
Okay. All right.
So say good evening again without saying pleasant good evening.
Everybody.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
All right.
Don't
pleasant evening, everybody.
I wouldn't say pleasant and good mean the same thing.
All
I said
right,
the context is being used, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. So, although is emphasis may make at the evening that is good and it's also pleasant. But anyway, we're not going at that. So, I don't want the people out there to think that it's a really walk in the park, because just as how we're thinking, the other nations are thinking the same way, that 3 spots are gone and they want to grab a spot also. And secondly, my point is that the Jamaican side is not 100% complete. In terms of we're still searching for a central midfielder, and we're still searching for
have you been watching because a lot of you guys beat me because I mentioned Lottie Bodir. Have you been watching the man?
Yeah,
I haven't been watching Lottie. I've watched a lot of Lottie before though.
Hold on now.
Yeah.
A lot of these persons perform good when they come on to club footballer.
Here's what I'm asking you, T-Got. Have you been watching him playing that position in the championship, T-Got? Tell me the last game Coventry played, T-Got.
No, hold on. I have not been watching him, but this is my point. Just hear me out now.
But
a lot of players. Yeah, but when me say, me answer you. A lot of players play good within their club because they have different players around them that make them look good. You understand? You might have different supporting players that help you out and you look good.
What about Leon?
Come to the national team.
What about Leon? That applies to Leon?
I would say the same. I would say the same thing. Leon Bailey scored a lot of goals for Aston Villa, and he's not producing the same thing for the national team. So some clinically they say is wrong. I would say for all the players that are playing exceptional well, the team is not clicking 100%.
You don't have to shout. We're hearing you.
Okay. The team is not clicking 100%, so we can say this. You understand?
Oh my God.
So we have to be mindful of that. We have to be mindful of that also. Hopefully, with these games coming up in March, the Nation League and the Copa, we can get it right and get a stable team together. You understand? So that they can function and get ready for qualifying for the World Cup. But right now, if we be true to ourselves, Jamaica team no 100.
All right, we have
100. Panama 100.
We have one from Trinidad here to talk to Cranky. So welcome to the show, Andre.
Manix, what's going on?
I am doing good. We have Cranky and T-Got unseen left.
T-Got, what's up, buddy? Cranky, how you doing? Why you have such a look on your face, Cranky?
I'm listening to what you're gonna be saying. How are you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I can't still because I have a cough and I don't want to start activating it. But yeah, a lot going on lately. A lot going on. But I'm listening to the conversation, and part of the conversation have me reflecting on when I first entered these conversations what I try to warn against, and the conversation is still happening at the moment. But my question to you is, what do you think it takes for Jamaica to qualify for the World Cup?
It takes all the affected parties to be on the same page to get there. What do I mean? I mentioned this earlier. The administration has to get their house in order and get themselves in place to really be in a situation where they're strategizing about how to ensure we qualify, which entails a lot of different things, right? Get their house in order, get the funds in order, make sure the team is well situated, make sure a good process, go identify and select players, make sure the coach has all the resources at his disposal, make sure they go out and generate sponsorship, they get the fans motivated. The fans have to be motivated and support the team. The sponsors have to come on board. The coach has to go out there and source players with no restrictions like we have in the under 20 and get the best players. And we need to have players, at least 2 players in every single position who are almost interchangeable, if that is possible. What does that mean? You have 2 right backs. One go down, the other one's available. Or you have 3 in each position, frankly, because it's a long campaign window and people get injured or things happen. People lose form, right? So if you tick all those boxes, to me, it's almost guaranteed that you can qualify, given everything we know we have available. We're getting money from the Nations League. We're getting money from Copa America. We'll get money from FIFA as we go along and from the Ministry of Sports. So we should have the resources. And we got to invest those resources in the right way to get the best possible outcome. Am I disrespecting the Trinidad and the Hades? No. I think they'll make their push, but we should be in a better place, given where we are today and how we're performing, to give us the best chance to qualify. And it would be extremely disappointing to do football in public in Jamaica. In fact, I think we would lose our minds, frankly. Not as disappointing if we don't, at a minimum, qualify. As a previous caller said, at a minimum, get out of the first round. And part of my frustration is we're still having the whole debate about who is Jamaican versus who's not Jamaican. And you'd think by now we'd have moved past that and get to the point where we all focus on one outcome, which is a successful team that continues winning ways, move up the ranking. And people don't understand that these things are interchangeable. That means you're exclusive. The more my ranking improve, the more my country get visibility, get prominence, get notoriety, get to be observed. The more local players, who a lot of people seem to focus on locally, get a chance to play overseas, get contracts, and develop their technical skills. So long-winded answer, Andre, but I think if we do all that, we should do well.
No, I think it's a good answer and it's a good understanding of what it would take. It would take everybody in Jamaica, in football and out of football, to get Jamaica on the pathway to qualifying for the World Cup. I think I'm hearing a conversation where it's a done deal. It should happen just because of the players that we have, and you are in a better position. And I've always said that somebody from the region must go to the World Cup. And if it's Jamaica, I'll support Jamaica. Do I want Trinidad to be there? Of course. Is Trinidad in the same position as you are? No, Trinidad is not in the same position. But sometimes people throw everything they have at something and get results that may go against what is expected. I think my point is simply that I think the direction that Jamaica have gone in with the senior team, with the resources, the on-the-field resources, if all the things you mentioned is put in place properly, do you think it's unrealistic for Jamaica to be talking about potentially winning a World Cup 2034, 2030, that may eventually probably get you to a semi-final or a quarter-final? Do you think that's unrealistic? I mean, keeping in mind, it's not easy to win, right? It's not easy to win. It's a competition that only 8 nations have been able to win since it started in 1930. But at the end of the day, you know, Hazley Crawford from Trinidad won the 100 meters. I mean, the West Indies had for almost 2 decades the best team in the world in any sport, the West Indies cricket team. Usain Bolt accomplishing what he accomplishing. We have all these great accomplishments from the region. Is it unrealistic to think if Jamaica were to put all of those things before some of what is taking place? No. Now, is it unrealistic to think that Jamaica not only should qualify for this World Cup, but should be thinking about winning a World Cup or probably getting to a semi-final and a quarter-final in the near future?
Well, no, I want to walk before I can run. I want to get there first, right? So I can't think about the girls did a great job of showing you that the impossible may be possible, right? They're in a zone with Brazil and France, who are perennial dominant teams in the women's game, and yet they went to the second round and could have gotten further if not for a lapse in judgment for that cross that, you know, Colombia scored against us, right? So you can see that if you have good defensive setup and posture, right? We saw when West Ham play us at our home, they beat us 2-0 and we swapped them 6-0 the other day. So it shows you if you're really organized defensively, you can frustrate teams, you can nick a win against much better teams than you are. So that's possible. So I just want to get to the World Cup first. We can then all debate about how far we can go. But I do think whether it's players we're developing, such as the Whispers of the world, I mean, maybe even local players, and Robert, I'm sure if you like my term local or not, use your own term, Rob Smith. Maybe local players like a Dixon. If we can develop those young players to supplement what we have now, because some players are going to struggle to make 2026. You could be a Pinnock, you're pretty older now, legs may not be there for 2026, or a Antonio may not be there for 2026, right? They may be in the qualifiers. They may not make the World Cup given how your body sometimes ages quicker when you're in your 30s. We have to have players that we're bringing through the ranks who we know have the capability to step into the first team if the older players are not up to it when we get there. So my hope is that we're having 60, 70 players who we're looking at. We may have a core 23, 24, 25, and we're bringing players through as players may drop out. With the sole objective of, you know what, we have to qualify for the World Cup, but also understanding that this may be sustainable going forward. And what do I mean? Meaning we're bringing players through. They're qualifying for World Cups, and it's an additive process versus, you know what? We end up like a Trinidad, who were brilliant in the late 80s, in the 90s. And I'm going to say this, Andre may not agree with me, but as Jack Warner fell, so did Trinidad football, as far as I'm concerned.
I think that you know the power of mindset, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, mindset is a very powerful thing, and at the moment, with the direction that Jamaica is heading, there's probably young kids born in England that is interested in playing for Jamaica already. Who's playing football? Who's saying, well, you know, I want to go play for Jamaica, right? Because Jamaica is in a really good, at the beginning of a really good moment. I think it's the beginning. And I think with the right mindset, qualifying for the next 2, 3, 4 World Cups shouldn't be difficult, because at the same time, it's not only where Jamaica is, but where is the USA? And where's Canada, and where's all the other parties in the region, that there's a very good chance if the World Cup was held somewhere else, right now, the upcoming World Cup, and everybody had to qualify for the 3.5 slots or whatever existed. You know, when you look at the USA against Trinidad recently, you would think that maybe there's a chance they wouldn't be there. If you look at Canada, there's a chance you think they wouldn't be there. Would you agree with that?
Say it again. Sorry. Say it again, Andre.
If you look at recent performances in the region, if the World Cup was being held somewhere else, would you agree that, you know, the likes of Canada and USA and some of the bigger players in the region, that they wouldn't necessarily have had a foot in for this upcoming World Cup when you look at the performances?
Well, you mean qualifying from the region, from this region?
Yeah, from this region, yeah. if
No,
the
I
World
think
Cup would be held somewhere else.
I think those three will still qualify. Actually, I think the fight would be between Jamaica, Panama, Costa Rica for the fourth slot. Actually, because I think what you see is this:
you keep disrespecting the little island in the Caribbean. You need to cut that out for me, please. Okay.
No. Okay. So let's say Jamaica. So we have three pots. Let's say we have three and a half pots. So we have Jamaica. We have US, Canada, Mexico to me are in the first spot. Ahead of the second pot, we have Panama, Jamaica, Costa Rica. I think Costa Rica is going through a transition. And then we have the Honduras, Trinidad, Haiti, Guatemala's of the world. That's how I see it. That's the construct I see today. And I don't think it's going to change anytime soon, actually. So I don't see Trinidad has fallen. I told you, people don't realize how much I said Jack Warner was brilliant for Trinidad, and he did a lot for the country from a footballing standpoint. No matter what anyone want to think about Jack Warner, I think he did a great job for Trinidad. And I think Trinidad is suffering from a couple of things. One is they've gone through normalization for how long now, which can't be the best thing for the country. They were a really great oil-producing country with a lot of resources to invest in the country, which is not there as it used to. They didn't export a lot of people like other countries like Haiti have done, Jamaica have done, even some of the smaller Caribbean islands, because they were sort of a rich country in a sense. So that's coming back to bite you now, frankly. Because I agree. And you have exported a lot of local players overseas to the higher leagues, right? You may have exported some players to MLS.
Yeah, that hasn't gone on for a while.
Yeah, but they haven't gone on to the higher leagues. So, and the game has changed in sports. You look about cricket, for example. Cricket now is about the countries who are rich, who are great in cricket. You may have a few Afghanistan coming through, but India, the richest cricket country, has been dominant. With Australia was always dominant. They have a lot of resources. England used to be poor in cricket, have resources. So those three countries, and New Zealand is also pretty good, sort of separate themselves. And the countries like Pakistan, who have always been decent, also are playing decent. But the countries without the resources have not fared as well over time, because you have to invest in these sports and you have to have a continuum for the people to do well in these sports. And football is no different.
Yeah, my sentiment is that the sooner everybody in Jamaica get on board and start pointing in the same direction,
yes,
I think the better it is for the team to be successful. And this group of players, should be successful. They should be able to do as well as the Reggae Girls did. Do you believe you all have the right coach?
Do we have the right coach? I have to be careful of my answer because I'm going to the game in Texas. I don't want to be banned. I have to say the right thing. I have to say the right thing because I want to have access. I'll say this though, which is this, and I said it earlier. I think the Ivory Coast coach have shown that a lot of what teams need at the national level is organization and motivation and a belief to really help them when they have quality players, right? Sometimes it's not just about strategy in some of those environments. I think the coach seemed to have had the program settled to a way now where the players seem to be in a better place than they were previously. Whether that's the coach, whether that's time, whether that's Simon and Manning's man, I don't know. But somehow, even though I hear players have not been paid people think all the players have gotten all their monies, That's not the case. We hear Lowe and others hinted at that. I think the player's in a better place. And when your mind is settled, it helps your performance on the field. So I get the sense the coach has done a good job of trying to surround himself with good people who we believe are professionals in how they operate to assist with the program. And if you're a player and all you have to focus on is what's on the field and what's off the field, it's going to help on your performances. I will also say, though, is I've criticized the coach, right? In terms of I don't see a strategy yet. I just haven't. I see us playing football just based on the player's ability. I don't watch a game. See, when I watch Arsenal play, and it's not a good comparison, I'll admit that, I see a strategy. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to move the ball between the lines from defense to midfield to offense. or they overload one side sometime on the Saka side get overloaded, or they get a team imbalance and can switch the ball. I see how they're trying to play the ball from the back. And I totally agree that in when you're playing for your country in an international football, it's a different football. It's a different ball game, right? That's why Southgate gets so much blame about England not winning. But I still want to see some strategy in the team, how they play, and I haven't seen it today, I'll admit. Now, the coach may say, you know what, we can't do that because the time doesn't allow me. But you're going to have a team together for 3-4 years. Each window, you apply something, and it should materialize in something coordinated at some point in that 3-year period.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Let me just add to this, is that based on what he said, though, Cranky, it would also be fair to say the coach has come in and he's now 1 year in the position. And in that year, if you look at the initial players that he had to the players he has now, only 4 or 5 of those players remain. So number one, he has constantly been getting people in to build a team and building a core, right? While he's teaching the system, he has been also changing out. So I think based on the progress that he has made in terms of putting the pieces of his squad together, it is an indication. So while he's doing that, he's also gotten results. Mark you, some may say against lesser opponent, but it is the team that he has placed. While doing that, he has also qualified for the Copa. While doing that, you understand me? Which is, let's use like the Arteta. Arteta never did well in his first year. He picked up from where Unai Emery had left off. Over time, the second year wasn't so bad, but he was changing out his team. Once Arteta, I think, now has like 9 players that are his signing, most weekends starting for Arsenal. So it's also reasonable to believe that as the coach gets closer to his ideal group of players, then you'll see more of his system being implemented. Because you know you're coming in and maybe you want to just trying to get your defensive structure together, teach certain principles, then you get in the midfielders, you do all of those things while you're getting some results, and the attractiveness that we want to see may come over time. I think Southgate also struggled in his early time with England, and it is just recently that he has been having some success as well. So
it goes back to the point you're making, which I don't totally agree with Andre. And what management is saying is that you need quality players, right? Arteta changed his entire team. In fact, he gave away Emery's team and just bought new players. And he has 8 players that were his acquisition. There are 3 he didn't buy that's in the team now currently, right? But he went out and bought. He spent over £500 million. He spent a lot of money to buy his best players. And I agree the coach needs to have his players in the team. And I think he has a lot of them now, unless he goes source other players which I'm not familiar with. There's a number of players now who probably will be with him for a while. And I don't disagree with that whole perspective. But I do think what I've said before still applies, which is I don't see a strategy. A playing strategy, meaning I don't see a style of play. I don't see a system of play. And we keep talking about this a lot. I just don't. At least even when Arteta first came in, after his first season, you could see he's trying to do it and realize I don't have the right players to do it, so I have to replace them.
Yeah.
So let's assume Manningsman, if the coach is replacing players, that he's getting players who can play in his system and style he wants to play in.
Yeah. And what are the expectations? Hold on, Andrew. What are the expectations? We have heard about Jamaica and what we see. What are the expectations for Trinidad and Tobago?
Good question.
And how long? I mean, Angus Eve has been there for longer than Hal Grimson has been with Jamaica. And he has had these players for a longer time than Hal Grimson. Are they performing below expectation? Are they on par with their progress? And do they believe that there's a realistic opportunity for them to qualify?
Trinidad is in a very difficult spot. Angus is in a very, very difficult position. It was just announced a couple of days ago that Trinidad is going to have an election on April 13th to replace the normalization committee. It's difficult when you're under a normalization committee, and yes, Angus have had the team for a while. I don't know that anybody could have any expectation of the Trinidad team right now because Angus cannot qualify the team for a World Cup by himself. And I haven't seen a program that says, okay, we're going to try to qualify for the World Cup, and this is how we're going to do it. I think he has a job. Him knowing the type of individual he is, he's competitive. So the games are going to come, and he's going to pick people that he thinks is going to help him win the game. But it's difficult. But does he have the support? Like everything that Cranky just spelled out in terms of what is needed for Jamaica to qualify for the World Cup, Trinidad would need that too. And is that in place? And with the election coming up, what would the individuals who end up running the federation, would they come in with a plan, with the resources to bring everybody together, all the stakeholders, the country, to put the national team in the right direction to try to qualify? It's a difficult one. So having expectations right now, I think it's a little bit difficult to wrap my head around.
Yeah, okay. I think Trinidad is in a tough spot, right? I mean, Jamaica has an out. Jamaica can go pick up players from all over nowadays if they don't think they have enough players in their current team. Trinidad doesn't have the same luxury, and Trinidad suffers what developing countries suffer from, which is not optimum administration. It's amazing how that country operates seem to resonate and manifest itself in their football or in their sports in general. Look at Canada, for example. Would you call Canada a footballing nation per se? Except they've done a good job of late of building out. They have resources to invest in their football to do well. Or the US, which has done a really good job of a number of years. Or even Costa Rica, which is a very stable government, even though they're seeing some changes in how their society is working. But those very stable countries seem to do well. Now, there are other aberrations of that, like a Brazil, for example, but Brazil football is life. It's a little bit different. I would say South America in general is different, but it's really amazing. You look at Africa, for example, and all the footballers they produce, or they haven't done better in the World Cup. And even Africa is now becoming challenging because it seems like every African country is trying to get to a good place in football, and you no longer have the status quo where only the giants create upset, right? You don't have one or two upsets. Now you have upsets all over the place because everybody's sourcing players from anywhere they can to be in their national team. And for Trinidad, it's going to be tough going forward because you don't have a benefactor like you had with Warner previously. So who's going to be that person who can, you know what? If the administration is not working well, I'll just take over and make sure things go well. Will the country rally behind the football team? Do they have the capacity to do so? That's something, Andre, you guys got to figure out because it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it's a very difficult task, and how it unfolds over the next few months. I mean, the game coming up next month against Canada. When you look at the performance, the last two performances against the USA, one here and one in Trinidad. The one in Trinidad had its, there's other things that affected the game. You look at the effort by the players, that's great. But to reproduce that again against a Canada team that I guess Jamaica showed that it's beatable, with a couple of adjustments, the game has to be played. The way I look at football is the game has to be played. Canada, USA, Brazil, they are superior, but at the end of the day, you get on the pitch and you get close to people and you make their life miserable, you make it difficult for them to play, which is what Jamaica did. They made in the second half, they made it difficult for Canada to play and came out with a result. So could Trinidad achieve that? The problem is you don't want your football to be based only on that, because eventually you're going to come up short, right? And I think that's why yourself and a lot of people in the public is asking to see a particular style of play. And management commented just now, about the trials and tribulations that the coach is going through. Management, let me ask, when you use Arsenal, to make the comparison, all those two different, Arteta and them is working with these players. The coach is seeing these players for a short period of time, but they have in common is that they have an idea in their head of how they want the team to play, right? And Arteta, any club in the world, most clubs in the world, they'll go out and buy the player that they want to play that role. The national team coach, he has a pool of players to choose from, and does he have the same concept? He have a style of play in his head, and he has to pick the players that he see based on his research, looking at players during the time there's not a window, and pick the players that could get done what he needs to get done in a short period of time. Is that the process, or should that be the expectation?
If you listen to the interview from the coach post games and when he has called camp, he speaks a lot about just the principles, which is what you do. You teach your defensive principles, you set up how you want to do things, and then the players play to that. Of course, over time, some players may not be able to play based on the principles, and so you have to change them out. Sometimes you have to stick to them and give them time because you're not like an Arteta that can go and buy players. So that is the difference, I think, with national teams. National teams have certain principles that they apply in defending, in how they transition play, in how they attack, right? And the players that you have will just have to learn it because they are the players that you have. Either you're going to decide, okay, this one is taking a long time, so we need to, but we're going to work with him. Or you find where you can't find players, you have to work with what you have. Unlike the Arsenals and the City who says, listen, we need inverted wing backs. Let's go. Who are the 20 inverted wing backs out there? Let's buy one. All right, we can afford this one. Okay, let's buy him. National teams don't allow you that, especially in Jamaica, because we believe we have a broad pool. But when you look at those who have the necessary documentation, maybe we don't have, we have a large pool available, but how much of the available pool is available for selection right now? And so until all the players in the pool, meaning all the players who are probably of Jamaican heritage or have Jamaican citizenship, you have to look at that and then say, out of the pool of players that I have, who are the best one from what I've seen, from what I've been teaching, who are able to play and apply the principles that we're teaching. And I think that is how national teams have to work. Like Cranky used the example of Brazil. The Brazil coach may now find that he has to play two players locally in specific position where, say, Brazil has been struggling and integrate them with the others. I don't know how we would do that because the players who are playing outside of Brazil are way better quality. So how now do you justify not using better quality players because you are playing a system that these two players fit in? Because isn't it also reasonable to believe that better quality players should be able to play whatever system a coach wants to apply? So it's a very complicated situation, and I don't envy any national coach because you don't have the time. So the coach has been, for example, teaching some of these guys, having these camps. He sees a player, wow, I've been teaching them to position and play that particular way. He has been doing well. What do? Do you bring him in the team and not select Ethan Pinnock? What do you do?
So let me ask you a question. When you take the whole thing into context, some people would argue that, okay, you play a style of football to suit the players that you have. What are the clubs that the players right now that play for Jamaica, that play in the national, that play in England? What are the clubs that they're playing for? We know they're not at Arsenal. We know they're not at City. They're not at Liverpool. Where are they?
They're in the middle and bottom half teams, right? They're at Fulham, they're at Brentford, they're at Luton. So they mainly in the middle
West Ham, Aston Villa.
Yeah, West Ham is up there.
Right.
But it's distributed. It's distributed. Because
right.
Villa's top 4, West Ham is top 7. Yeah, it's distributed.
These are very good clubs, but these are very good clubs that don't necessarily play like a Man City or an Arsenal or Liverpool, right? Fair enough. But
they have various styles, actually. Various styles.
Various styles, but they're the teams that in the top end of the table and play an attractive style of football. And what I'm hearing Cranky asking for is attractive football, right? And most people. Is it, do the players that you have coming in, do you think they can play like a City or play like an Arsenal?
I think if you play in the Premier League in today's environment, you should be able to play that way. There are very few Premier League team today who play like how Burnley used to play, right? You get the ball, you make a long pass upfield, you hope you hit your target. You play almost like counter-attacking football, right? Or transition football. You're not trying to play that from the back and play between play for each stage and get upfield. You're trying to go long ball to get destination as quickly as possible. And when you're defensively, you're playing mid-block or low-block. You're not pressing, right? In today's football, West Ham has a hybrid construct, right? It depends on who West Ham is playing. That's how you see them playing. Because they have good players. They're playing Arsenal, they play almost low block. Because they don't have Paqueta in their team now. When they have Paqueta and Kudos and all those players and Bowen, they make it a little more freer, but they're gonna play the better teams mid to low block. If they play the bottom half team, they're gonna be more attacking. They're gonna take more risk because they believe they have better players. So I think the quality of your players informs even your style of play today for certain teams in the Premier League. The Arsenal, the Man City, Liverpool, and Tottenham. I think Tottenham is the best example. Tottenham's gonna play how they play. Don't care who they're playing. But if you're a lower half team, you gotta be very careful how you're playing because you can get bombed trying to go toe to toe with the better teams. You're gonna select the time to go attack and make sure when you lose a ball, you can recover quickly.
And that's my point, that the teams you just called, they're going to do what they do. It doesn't matter who they play in that league, right? Arsenal going to do what they do, City, Tottenham, and management made the point just now, and this is, just something to consider. He made the point just now of, changing players in and out and the length of time or whatever. Postecoglou showed up at Tottenham in preseason, and he had them playing football in a way that is exciting, right? Yeah. That's getting better every weekend. He has issues. He's going to lose some games, right? He's going to lose some games because they are fearless. They're fearless in the way they play. And that comes with a consequence from time to time. I don't think the national team coach have that luxury, right? To have Pinnock give the ball away in the 18-yard box against USA in a semi-final of a Nations League, right? He doesn't have that luxury.
Well, you know what's interesting? You know what's interesting, Andre? He's a perfect example of an unknown coach who's come in, De Beers a little bit, and you were amazed at the transformation of the team, given the players he has and who was before him. So Conte was before him, didn't play attractive, wasn't getting results, right? With almost the same players apart from, they added a few good players. Bissouma was there not getting playing time. No, Bissouma is almost replaceable. We got one of the better players, right? So if you look at the players he has and how he's molded them, it shows you what impact a really good coach can have, that is a manager, coach can have on players.
You shouldn't say a really good coach. You should just say a coach.
Well, I think Postecoglou has shown you that when he was at Celtic, because he come from an unknown, right? When he was in Australia, when he coached outside of Australia, when he went to Celtic, and now at Tottenham, he gives you some perspective. You hear him speak, actually. You can hear it also in how the manager communicates and how articulate he is and how he thinks. He shows you that he can show you how impactful a coach can be on players. And also, here's another thing I think he has done. He's given the players confidence, right? And he's given the players latitude and freedom, which they didn't have before. which then translate themselves on the field. So
and that comes with clear ideas of what the coach want players to do in all the different moments of the game. Look, at the end of the day, my contribution is I want to see teams, and obviously I would pray that Trinidad is one of them from the region in the World Cup. Jamaica right now is best positioned to do that with the resources. However, I've cautioned before that opportunity, we don't want that opportunity to be lost because all of the things that you mentioned earlier is not in place.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'd be curious though to see how some countries like El Salvador will be in 4 or 5 years from now, right? Where they have also exported a lot of people capital. They have changed their environment economically and also in just what the president is doing there to make it a more safer country to be in. I'd be curious how that affect football for them because it's probably the major sport they play there. I'll be curious to see that work for them and also what Ecuador is trying to do in today's environment. I'll be curious how it's going to work for them going forward. Because I think when you have a very challenging environment, people focus on safety. They have the freedom to go and express themselves in all parts of society, especially in sports. I'll be curious how that work for them going forward. But my hope would be that countries like Trinidad would get, the election completed, Andre. The people who are in power will then do what they need to do to move the football forward.
Thank you for showing Trinidad a little bit of love. Trinidad and Tobago a little bit of love.
I love Trinidad. So long as they don't do better than Jamaica, I love Trinidad. So long as you're just right behind us and you realize that you're the brother, the little brother, little sister, I'm all good.
Yeah. I don't know what that right behind thing, but
And there seems to be a very good partnership between both nations because Trinidad came out here, played a couple of games. Jamaica has gone back under 15, under 20. Now the senior team is also heading over there. So there seems to be a good working relationship with both federations.
And man, I think the Caribbean needs to do more of that, right? So if you look at Europe, for example, how they operate, right? Some of like is what I know England, Brexit pulled out England, but they operate almost like one country.
England pulled out of Brexit?
England pulled out. Yeah, England had their Brexit. They pulled out because they think that they didn't want immigration stuff. We don't want to go on that rabbit hole. But I'm just saying just how they coordinate across the different countries, right? How they operate. The Caribbean need to have more of that actually, from a lot of different perspectives, but also in sports. So it's all good. But Andre, I don't think Trinidad is going to make this World Cup. I have to tell you that. I think Canada, Costa Rica should make it. Well, no, I'm not going to say that. Trinidad has a chance because it's 3.5 slot, isn't it? So Trinidad has a chance. I know you want a short slot like 1 to 3. I think you want 1 to 3, but it's 3 and
2/3 slot.
You could have actually 8 teams because it's 2 teams.
Yeah, it's 3 and 2/3. So there's a chance.
You have the 3 top teams plus 4th and 5th place still gets to go in the playoff,
Yeah. Who we're playing against? No, who are they playing against? I shouldn't say. Let me rephrase that.
Oceanic region.
Who should they going to be playing against?
It's a few different regions. It's going to be a playoff, so you don't know yet.
Okay. So Andre, you have a chance, Andre, after you come 4th in the region.
Football is a very unforgiving sport. So be careful.
No, Andre, the problem is, Andre, for Trinidad, you know what your problem is? The qualification period is a long period. It's one thing to have a tournament, and you know what? You can play within a tournament in a certain period of time and do really well. It's harder when it's stretched out over 2.5 year period.
Yeah, it is.
It's much harder. Then quality actually manifests itself to the top of the tree.
Yeah, you're correct about that. I agree with you on that. If it's a tournament, you have games every couple of days, every 2 or 3 days. You can get into a mindset that you can accomplish things that most people wouldn't see as possible. So, but we'll see. Trinidad wouldn't roll over. They're gonna give it a shot. Hopefully, they get the chance to be in Copa America as well and get some of that experience, right?
Yes. No, it's a
It'll be
great
quite
experience.
interesting.
So it's not only experience, Andre. It's also money. It's not only experience; it's money.
Yeah, lots of money. Yeah.
Yeah. Money can invest back in the program.
Not only that, but let me ask you this: where's the first leg being played against Canada?
The game is in the US.
Oh! It's one game, right?
Yeah, it's one game in the US. Yeah.
Yeah.
In Texas, I think it is.
Right. Yeah. I think it's a couple of days before the. Oh, let me see the date. I think it's after the Jamaica game, after the Jamaica first game.
I think it's the 23rd of next month.
Yeah, it is. So Jamaica played the 21st, and I think their game is the 23rd. I think.
So Andre, you going to that game? Because I'm going to be there for the whole period, actually.
Yeah, no. Did you find somewhere to stay as yet?
Yeah, I'm staying one of the hotels. The hotel is 2 miles from the location.
Okay.
But I bought my ticket in the hotel. Yeah.
Yeah. So Jamaica play on the 21st against USA, and then Canada and Trinidad play on the 23rd.
So I may just go to that game too. I have to look for tickets. Actually. Or is it free to go in? Is it free to go in, Andre?
It's a double header as well because that's
it's not free to go in. It's not free because I mean, is it?
You give a compliment and then you disrespect.
It's not free. It's not free.
Andre,
CONCACAF wouldn't like that. No, but it's anything can happen in these football matches, and Canada do have some issues on their hand at the moment. They don't have a Gen Sec and some other pieces in place.
Well, Jamaica showed that Canada can be beaten. You just need a destroyer in the midfield. That's all, Andre. You just need a destroyer in the midfield that runs 24/7, win every ball, and just dominate.
Well, we see what happens. The game has to be played. It would be nice to win it. It would be nice to win it, and at Canada's expense, and be right next.
But even though you got trampled by the US and the US, you still were in the game until that player got the red card.
Red card, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it showed you when they had a red card back home in Trinidad, you beat them. So it shows
guess
that
what?
Things are possible.
And they were out a few of their top players.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. Look. It's a difficult way to play the game, right? To allow the opponent to have the ball. How the game ended. Is the way I put it to someone the other day. If you're in a fight with Mike Tyson and he lands 70% of his punches, you're gonna be in trouble, right? Pretty soon. So when you give up that much possession, it makes the game difficult. Are there the moments when people win games that way? Yeah, but I don't think you could sustain that for long,
Someone's asking Andre, is your son being called up for this game?
That's up to the coach.
You guys not bringing Kevin Molino out of retirement. He's still young.
Well, he's still young, and the coach have to look at his situation and determine whether or not he wants to patch that up and move on. I know it would be difficult for him to accept, somebody comment, but that happens in life sometimes, and he's a guy that's quite capable of putting the country first. So if you think it would help, then he probably is going to do that,
I think the only important thing in this game is winning. So you got to put your best team forward to win. That's the way I view these things. Yeah. You can fight afterwards and figure it out afterwards. Put your best team on the field.
Yeah, but
yeah, I agree with you.
I think people need to learn from Andy Reid. I hear people saying that if they were Andy Reid, they would not have played Travis Kelce for the rest of that game. For the behavior.
No, he had to play, but I think he should be punished severely. Outcome is everything. Nobody cares about you discipline when you lose in a Mannings man. But I do think Kelce had to be punished severely. that's inappropriate, that cannot be tolerated. At the same time, you give the best chance to win. So I would play him, but he had to feel the repercussions for his actions. I know Reed played it down, but it wasn't cool, actually. And I don't think the media made a big enough deal of it as they probably should have. It may seem like they did, but they didn't. They sort of talked about it in generalities versus the inappropriateness of the behavior wasn't being called out as it should be. And because the coach didn't take it personal, it almost like watered down management. It wasn't appropriate. And you wonder if somebody else did that, what would have transpired?
So you're saying that if Messi did that, they should not have played it?
No, I said he should play.
Oh.
I said he should play, but it should be have repercussions afterwards.
So, but if you're going to play him, why you going to punish him afterwards?
Because I'm trying to win a game. We can talk about it after. Don't be confused, but don't be confused. The coach probably get more flack if they lose management and don't play him than what transpired. They would say you're in your feelings, coach. He didn't mean it. They will have excuses for him.
But I mean, if I wanted to play, you put me out there now. After the game, you what? Suspend me for the next the first 2 games of the next season. I don't care. Cool. I get because when it really mattered, I played.
I hear what you're saying, man. There's no good solution, but I'm not taking him out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to win the game, man. It's a Super Bowl. This is not some regular season.
What do you think about that, Andre? A player walks up into your face in a football game and say, "Why have that man taking the free kick in front of all the other players and pushes you?" Do you pull him out the game, or do you let him go out there and you give him the free kick or the penalty?
It wouldn't happen if I'm coaching a team.
That's a cop out, Andre. That's a cop out. Okay, Andre, let's rephrase that.
But I'll answer you. I'll answer you. Look, so hear what management said. If a player walks up and push you, right?
But
and
that's what he did.
Question.
That's what he did.
Well, no. But here the point I'm going to make, because Cranky was just making a point. When I looked at the video next day, and I looked at it because there was a headline that had the word violence in it, violently pushing.
Yeah.
And I'm watching the video, I'm watching the headline, and I'm thinking, is this the right video? You understand what I'm saying?
Andre,
look, it's a
Andre. Andy's an old man, you know. You know Kelsey's side. Look at Andy. That is violent for an old man.
I understand that.
For you, it is not.
But the sport, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's not supposed to happen. But we're talking about a sport where, if a player broke his hip, the game would have gone on. If a player got a concussion, the game would have gone on. The point is, it's a violent sport, right? And we put these guys in a mindset. These guys have to get into a mindset to play the game. So I struggle to balance how what was in the video is referred to as violent. What he did was wrong. I would say that. I would agree to that. I wouldn't accept that from a player. The coach, the decision that the coach had at the moment, if to not play him, he couldn't make that decision.
Why? Right. So you're in that situation. You believe you're winning at any cost?
No, I don't believe winning at any cost. If a player, if I'm on the sideline coaching a team, and a player behaves like that, I think he's done for the day.
I have never seen a player. I have never. You guys can remember I'm wrong. I have never seen a player do that to a head coach on the sideline.
No, it wouldn't happen. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't happen.
Never.
Because
especially that statue. Especially that statue. I've never seen that happen. I think he should have been ostracized. No, seriously, after the game. I think he should have been ostracized. I think he should have been lambasted. I think he should have been called out. I don't think they, and I wonder if persuasion have anything to do with it. I'm telling you, and affiliation have anything to do with it. I don't think he got enough flack for it.
The coach was in a difficult spot there. Any decision he made, he would have lost. Remember, that's the biggest game into the season.
Yeah.
That there's a lot at stake, right? That's a player that they trust into the limelight for, whatever reasons, some footballing and some not. But it could have been impossible for him to make.
Yeah, people are. Drew is a football man. Said that. Have you never seen Tom Brady and Bill Belichick?
So two things, man. First of all, Tom Brady is a quarterback, and what do I say that? They're going to argue about plays, argue about decisions, because yes, they're going to make a decision on the field. I've never seen Tom Brady push Bill Belichick. First of all, Belichick may not have played that player. I don't think Belichick would have played him. They're still trying to figure out why he had benched that quarterback for the Super Bowl, the cornerback for the Super Bowl years ago. Nobody can give an explanation of why the player didn't play. Belichick is a different. He wouldn't have played him. I don't see him playing him. Now, if Brady had pushed him, it'd be a different story, Mannings, man. That's where your differentiation. But I've never seen Brady push Belichick. Yes, they may be screaming on the sideline. They didn't get along, frankly, in the later years. You don't push the head coach. Bill Parcells wouldn't have played him either. Except he was Lawrence Taylor.
What do you think?
If Hardman is his name, if he had done that, do you think the action, because he's a black player, do you think
I think anybody except Mahone and Casey and what's his name on the defensive line? What's the name of the defensive end? Man, it's life is not fair now, but it's all about statue and how important you are to the team. Jones, the defensive lineman Jones, to me, Mahomes and Casey get away with that. I don't think any other player probably would in that team. Actually, I don't think so. But I don't think Mahomes would push the coach, nor anyone else actually.
So then, is it wrong then?
Of course, it's wrong. It's wrong for him to do it, and it's probably wrong for him to play him. But you know what? I would have played him. It's probably wrong to play him.
What do you think the fallout would have been? What you think?
Here's the thing, Andre.
Yeah.
You don't play when you lose. They would have said, you know what? Why did you only touch the ball once? 18 targets in the first half, you touched the ball once. Why didn't you call plays to get him in the game? Right? And they would have said he was emotional. It's a football game. It's emotional. And he didn't really push you. He bounced into you. He slipped and bounced into you. They've been all sorts of excuses. So it worked out well because the coach didn't take it personal. But I don't think it was the right example to set, actually.
So let me ask you a question. You're Jamaica playing in the semi-final of the Nations League, right?
Yeah.
And
Demari Gray?
Demari Gray is exactly where I'm going. Demari Gray does that to Hal Grimson. And Demari Gray is having a game. He's playing at an 8.5 out of 10 at the moment. He's looking most likely to score. And he goes over and he does that to Hal Grimson. There's a throw in front of the bench. He gets some information and he behaves like that. Does he take him off?
The only player is irreplaceable Jamaica team is Blake.
so you
know what, Andre? So Andre, Gray's not playing in the semi-final. Gray's not playing the semi-final. We're gonna play without him, aren't we?
Please don't ask him about Leon. Please don't ask him about Leon. You know what his answer is going to be.
I just said the only player to replace him is Andre Blake. The only player to replace him. The only player.
So anybody. So Hal Grimson is not safe on the bench. Coach Hal Grimson is not safe on the bench as far as you're concerned.
No, what I'm saying, Coach Hal Grimson can take off anybody except Blake. That's if the goalkeeper. Everybody else is replaceable. So if you think about it,
except okay, sorry.
Nicholson and Gray are not playing in the semifinal. We have to replace them, right? So that means they're replaceable because we have to replace them. They're replaceable. Andre Blake is not replaceable.
Fair enough. But let's hope that doesn't happen.
Let's hope not. We don't want to see what the outcome would be.
Yeah, I think the mindset in the game is in our sports is a little bit different. I think what we're
by the way, Andre, we have seen what happens when you are not operating the right way with a Jamaican official. Because we have seen what happened to a coach who coached in the World Cup, got to the last 16, didn't have his contract reviewed because he didn't play the party line, or he had somebody pushed off a bus, not pushed off, not be on a bus. And we see what happened to him. So don't mess with those people. If that was a Jamaican coach, he wouldn't play him.
That's a different conversation, right?
I got this feeling, and he wouldn't play him. Trust me, he wouldn't play him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if a player could do that to me. I could be in the finals, and he's the best penalty kicker, and we're minutes away from penalty. He's not playing. I am losing.
Look, I mean, we all have to make those tough decisions, right? We make allowance for certain situations. I may have played. I would have struggled, but I may have played him with the view is this. You know what? I gotta find a way to really punish him. Now I know management say, you know what? The worst punishment is not playing him in the final, and I agree with that. But I gotta find an alternative.
You think because it don't matter if you take money from him after the Super Bowl, it don't matter. If you say the first 2 games of the new season you're not going to play, that don't matter. I may
cut him from my team, man. I may cut him from my team. Period.
I think that would be worse.
Yes, but no. Man, I already won the Super Bowl. He's getting older. He's in his mid-30s now. So at 34, he can go. He's gonna retire the next 2 years anyway. I just do it earlier, but not in the not in that moment, man. No, it's too big.
Do you think that was a one-off? Do you think that was a one-off that surprised everybody, or do you think that nobody was surprised by his behavior within the team?
I think you get intelligence that informs you that this player have some of those things in them, but it may not manifest itself in the way it did in the Super Bowl. But he may have done things before, which suggests that he may not be the easiest person to manage. I don't think he was totally out of character, but I think to do it in a public forum was. But if you read certain things about how those people party and how they operate, he probably wasn't drinking, so you can't make an excuse for drinking. Yeah, but someplace in there is hidden someplace.
You know what is funny? At the end of it, Cranky, at the end of his interview was similar to how he was approaching.
Yeah. He was out of control.
I feel like he was on drugs or something. You listen to him at the end of the interview. Like the man was at mic and shouting all kind of crazy stuff. You couldn't even hear what he was saying.
Yeah, something wasn't right, man. But sometimes you can boot yourself up to a certain point. Who knows what you're taking? Because I can tell you, if you hear him, as I say in the interview, and even about how his brother was operating, it just you beg the question.
Didn't Pep and a player have some, and Haaland had some thing at halftime on one of the games?
Who?
Like when Pep went to Haaland at halftime, and they were having a big altercation on the field. But I think Haaland walked away. I think you know better. Not to.
Well, yeah, I mean, Pep is a leader, right?
Yeah,
Pep is a leader, and these things happen.
Yeah, but
so they had an issue. They had an issue, man. They had an issue.
If you can speak to the player that way, though, and the player retaliated because he was carrying on. I don't know what happened, but it was like going in halftime and stuff, and then he was putting his hand around Haaland, and Haaland kind of pushed off his hand. Because you can
I remember the game. I think Haaland was frustrated because the ball wasn't coming. He wants the ball coming into him when he wants it.
Yeah, but which is the same thing Kelsey had a problem with. Kelsey was asking, you take yourself.
He threatened Reed to give him the ball. I Reed gave him the ball second half. Yeah, it happens. I think your emotion sometimes get in the way, management, but that behavior cannot be acceptable because it shows you that you can lose control, which could be detrimental. It could be much worse than what manifests itself, right? So you cannot get to the point where you lose control so much that you did what he did.
I think if they had ended up losing the game, he would be out of Kansas City because of that.
Nah.
Yeah, I think so. I think because they have won, because if they lost, I think that incident, more spotlight would have been on that particular incident.
Probably.
Look, he might still end up being out of Kansas City.
He's come back next year.
These are things sometimes that they deal with, over a period of time. And it depends on how he responded too, because it's not going to go, it's not like it happened and they're going to ignore it, right? There's going to be a conversation about it. There's going to be a process, an investigation, whatever it is they do. And it depends on how he deals with it as well.
Yeah. Anyways, listen, I'm not going to make history. My longest show is 5 hours and 10 minutes. This is 5 hours and 4.
So you only need 7 more minutes.
So I don't know if you and Cranky want to
No,
stay.
I'm not trying to set the record. Yeah,
No.
There you go. But tomorrow Arsenal can get 3 more points, which would be good. No, Fresh God, come on, Fresh God.
Management, before you leave, management. So all you harsh Arsenal haters who run your mouth 24/7. When we slap Liverpool, we don't hear you come on here, You give us credit, but we don't hear you come on here crying like you should be crying because you critique us about how we don't produce, we are chokers, which I would agree sometimes we are. And we can't win the league, and management and I can't. Management much grief we got about from Mincy about you guys are gonna win or not. You predict what 2-1? I predict 3-2.
I think I predicted 2-1. Yeah.
I predict 3-2, and we get all this grief. I need to see you, Minzy. I need to hear the conversation now because not only did we win the game, Manningsman, the team that's only had 1 loss before we played them, we dominated them. Right? Dominated. So it does tell you that when we are healthy, and by the way, people, we're getting healthier, much healthier than we were. And don't tell me to stop, God bless. Take the pressure. Don't tell me to stop. I'm talking. We won. We destroyed Liverpool. In fact, I thought they were a bottom place team. I thought they were in the bottom 3 the way we played against them. They were happy about scoring.
My name is so to call back and take back him compliment. They
were happy about scoring a fluke goal at halftime. Happy. They should have been bowing and being ashamed for that goal, and they were happy.
You know what is funny? Arsenal goalkeeper of the top teams has made the most mistake. But still yet, Arsenal has the most clean sheets and have conceded the least amount of goals the top teams, and we are just 3rd in terms of amount of scoring. It is possible that if Liverpool don't win tomorrow and Arsenal wins, that Arsenal could be leading the table again.
But man, in 2 of those recent goals that we gave up, one against Nottingham Forest and the one against Liverpool, those goals shouldn't score.
Yeah,
they shouldn't score. Sorry, Andre.
So the truth is, look, the league is a very hard league to win with City in the league. City have, if you look at City bench, they could be starters. That's a second team, really, right? That's a second team. You could be watching City one day and see KDB, Foden, any one of those guys on the field doing the thing, scoring goals, and then the next time they could be sitting watching, and it's still a strong team. It's a very, very difficult. It is the best team in the league. Can Arsenal win the league? Yes, Arsenal could win the league. Doesn't have the same bench.
Yeah, but hold on, Andre. Hold on. Let me say this. All right, Arsenal has been doing this without, arguably, one of the top midfielders in the Premier League not being a part of their team, Thomas Partey. And Thomas Partey is probably one of the best in his position in the Premier League. All right, at his best, fully fit. Right?
Yep.
We have not had him. Timber, we have not had. All right. Not only that, but Gabriel Jesus has been, I don't know, like he's 2 in, 4 out. That's how he has been all season.
Right.
Zivchenko is the same thing. 3 in and many out. Right? So we have been doing this without those players. Is City squad a stronger squad? Yes, they are. But Arsenal has been doing this without a good bench. Without, like I said, Thomas. Of course, who is asking if Thomas Partey is a top midfielder?
Drew Ross, please don't embarrass yourself on national TV. By asking such questions.
I agree with you, man, and for everything that you just said is the reason why Arsenal must believe. We must believe that Arsenal could win the league as well, because Arsenal has already beaten Liverpool, beat City already, and have City coming again. It's not impossible for us to beat City. So there's still a chance. I worry more about quote unquote the lesser teams when we play them.
Because against the traditional top six, Arsenal has not lost a game this season.
And
let's be fair, man. Don't use the traditional. Current, we have lost a Villa. The current top six. I know you like the traditional stuff. The traditional is traditional.
I'm talking City, United.
I know what you're talking about. I'm saying
Chelsea.
Villa's in the top six. Villa's in the top six. Yeah. So we lost to Villa. But by the way, we outplayed Villa.
How come Villa is in the top six? How come?
Well, they may not be in there quite soon.
Current standings, they're in the top six.
Yeah, Villa is going to end the season about 7 or 8 or something like that.
All right. God bless. He's saying that Sir Manning. Stop it. Liverpool doing it without many players as well. Listen. When the season started, we did not have Timber. When the season started, we lost Partey very early. Tell me, it's just recently Salah has been playing all season, you know. Who, you understand me? Who has been missing at Liverpool in the Liverpool defense for most of the season? Come on, man. None of that, man.
Yeah, I think both teams have had injuries. They were missing Szoboszlai and the Korean midfielder who wasn't there. But having said that, both teams have injuries. There's no excuse. We drew them at their house. We beat them at our house. They used to beat us regularly in the past. No longer happened. When last has City beaten us? They have beaten us this year. So the top teams in the league, we're competing with them now. And the good thing about it, man, it's about confidence. We don't fear anybody.
Man says Matip. So when you have Matip, what's the name of the French guy that plays? He's good. What? Somebody entered Cranky's studio. Yeah.
Look, I think. What do you all think about Arsenal chances in the Champions League?
I think we have as good a chance as anybody else in the Champions League. As anybody else. Bayern not playing well. Real Madrid is not hitting the ball off the cover. Our biggest challenge in the Champions League is City. Having said that, we have a tendency to lose to lower place teams. Like
you know what is funny? I think Real Madrid and City are going to meet in one semi-final in the Champions League, and Arsenal and someone else in the other. I think Arsenal and PSG going to meet in a semi-final.
I don't fear anybody in the Champions League. I don't fear any team. I just don't. I think we have a correct confidence squad.
Yeah. Anyways, Brian, say I'm going to charge me for false advertising because I said JPL and I didn't do anything at the JPL. My fresh guy going to beat me. But tomorrow I promise you that I'll do it because we're going to end the show now because, Coach Minzy's triple treat is coming up tonight. You understand me? So, yeah. But want to say a big thank you to Andre. Good to have you back, man. Know you have been out, ailing for a little while and you don't normally get sick like you told me. You understand me? But the man, once Arsenal defeated Liverpool, the man recovered and came back to good health. You understand me?
Big win. big win. West Ham last weekend.
Yeah. But 16 goals in 4 games, 2 against, that's a very good record. I really don't think people realize that. I think when they're talking about duos in the league, Arsenal has Gabriel and Saliba are just as good as the 2 at City, the 2 at Liverpool.
No, I think Saliba and Gabriel are the 2 best centre backs in football. Period. Bar none.
Are they world class? I
think if they're that's a great question. I think they're on the threshold of world class. I'm not gonna say world class is a very subjective thing. I think actually, because what I think is world class may not be one of these things. I think they're on the cusp of world class. Actually, both of them.
Andre, don't believe that world class is subjective.
No, it's subjective.
I don't believe. I was going to send you some information today. I think what we do, we try to define world class with a sentence or 2, and I don't think you could.
I think world class is subjective, and I would argue with anybody about what is deemed to be world class.
He was going to send it to the other group, I think. But let's see.
yeah. I was going to. I was going to say this some reading, but
we get world class a lot. We get this Saka Foden type discussion about world class, right? It used to be Sterling. It's Sterling world class. Now we get the Saka world class or Foden world class, right? So for example, Mbappe's world class is not debatable. Messi was world class, wasn't debatable.
Worst class, yes, I don't know. Careful now.
I said world class. I didn't say world.
So it's Kane world class. It's Kane world class.
Kane is world class is not debatable. Not debatable.
Right. So let me ask you
so
this.
So it's Osimhen world class.
Huh?
Is Osimhen world class?
Not yet.
Not there yet.
Not yet.
Benzema is world class.
Yes. Man, there's a body of work at the peak of your
So hold on a minute.
Peak of the business. Huh? No, Benzema was world class because Saudi League is world class.
Is Declan Rice world class?
So let me ask you a question.
He's on the cusp. He's not there yet.
Let me ask you a question. If Messi world class is not debatable,
no, he was world class.
Oh, right.
He was
but
world
if
class.
it's not debatable, that means anybody could look at him and see he's world class. So then why is it subjective?
No, but here's the thing though. It's subjective because you know what? Here's where it's subjective. No, wait.
It's not debatable.
Right? No. But hear my point, Andre. Here's why it's debatable. It's like saying, you generalize and make a generalized statement to apply to everyone. We can carve out certain people.
Yeah.
So I can basically say this person world class, definitively anyone agree. But if I say it's Sterling world class, for example, Saka world class, people will debate it. That's why it's debatable.
But they're not, so it's not debatable.
No, but some people say Saka is world class.
All right, it's Kevin De Bruyne world class.
Yes.
Is Bruno Fernandes world class?
No. And some people will say yes, man. That's my point.
And if you find me three people that would tell you that Bruno Fernandes is world class, then it's subjective. I don't think you could find anybody that would tell you that.
What?
But they would all agree with
50-50 text.
Many fans will probably say we are wrong, right? So for example, is Odegaard world class? I would say Odegaard's on the threshold.
Yeah, but a lot of people believe that Thiago Silva is a world class defender.
He was world class.
Thiago Silva at City?
No, man. At Chelsea.
At Chelsea, he was at PSG. He was world class.
Chelsea.
He was. I think he's lost a step or two.
So when was he world class? At
PSG he was.
No, must be at AC Milan.
At AC Milan he was. At PSG in his first year, I think so. I think he lost a step or two subsequent to that.
I think Saliba is world class. I don't think there are 5 players that has played better than Saliba when fit in the last 2 seasons.
So here's a question, man.
Frankie.
Here's a question, man. Wait a minute, man.
Hold on. Don't let him get away with that. Frankie, hold on.
No, it's not about 5 players in the position. It's not about any player in the position.
You see how he stepped over Odegaard? you mentioned Martin Odegaard and he stepped over that, right? We need to ask him, is Martin Odegaard world class?
No. And that is not debatable. He's not world class.
So, Manning, the numbers of the position does determine world class to me. Yeah. But they could be in a position nobody who's world class in the world currently at a point in time.
Okay, but I can't right now. What I'm saying though is that there are some top Upamecano, Konate.
Upamecano is not world class.
No, but what I'm saying though, fine. Kunde. I think there. Marquinhos.
Not world class. Not world
all right.
class.
But that's what I'm saying though is
Van
that
Dijk is world class.
Van Dijk.
Yes.
But Van Dijk is not the only. You have the former Holland player there that is. Not world class.
Not world class.
I'm saying apart from Van Dijk, the only other player out there that they could put in that class is Saliba.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can also only have one person in that world class in a management, a given category, in a given position. You can only have one person. You don't have 2 or 3 or 4, It's how you view the player, given what their abilities are, what the position is, that determines it. Not because you have a dearth of talent in a given position. That doesn't determine world class to me. Okay. So one could say, for example, Bellingham, is Bellingham world class?
No, sir.
And people would disagree with you. Because they would say age doesn't determine world class. It's ability.
He's not. He's not world class.
No, people are saying he's world class.
People like Iniesta and Xavi, and what's the other one name that was just there the other day?
Busquets.
Huh? Busquets. Those guys are world class, man. Not
World class.
Yeah, think they don't reach there so yet, man.
I think Bellingham's at the threshold.
Madrid. I mean,
was world class.
Yeah.
Luka Modric, world class.
Yeah.
Modric was world class. Ramos was world class.
Zlatan, those names. You understand me?
Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Salah
from the
Salah is world
past,
class. Yes.
LA, Maradona.
All right. The question is Mane world class?
No.
What is wrong with Carl Wallace? Listen, I think we need to end the show.
Tomiyasu is world class. I'm just kidding. Oh, by the way, I think Tomiyasu had the chance to be world class. Actually, I think Arteta said is the best defender we have. That's why
Yeah.
If he doesn't get injured over time, you'll see how good a defender he is.
Hey, to be world class, you have to not get injured as well. That's a part of it.
So hold on.
Availability
when you say something like when you say something like that, Frankie, that makes world class subjective.
But it is subjective.
For you, only in this case. If you're gonna argue that Tomiyasu is world class,
no, I said he has the ability to be world class. There's a difference.
Is Vinicius Junior world class?
Yes, he is.
That's a great question, actually.
Yes, he is.
He's close to being world class.
Is he
either he is or he's close to being world class?
Is Vinicius Junior way ahead of Saka?
He's ahead. Yes. I don't know about way ahead, but he's ahead.
Vinicius
Junior goes out every weekend. I think at this point, 4 or 5 seasons in, given his body of work, he probably could say so.
He doesn't look world class playing for Brazil, though.
He looks ordinary, actually.
Yeah, and when Saka plays for England, he looks world class.
Yeah, but De Bruyne sometimes doesn't look world class playing for Belgium either.
Are you arguing that Saka is world class?
I'm arguing whether or not Vinicius Junior is world class.
No, but you said you just made a point that if I extrapolate from it.
No, I'm trying to question. I'm trying to question the world classness of Vinicius Junior.
Well, here's my point on that.
I think he is
playing for your country.
I think he is. Brazil football is struggling.
Yeah,
football is struggling, and it shows up. But when he's in a space, and look, he's won a lot already, right?
But I don't like when you say winning, because if winning is about it, Hurricane is not world class. Because the man moved to Bayern. But he's gone to Bayern Munich. The one is not going to win anything.
Yeah, he's not going to win.
We're not sure about that.
But you have to put winning in context. You have to put winning in context.
All right, fine. But what I'm saying that Hurricane didn't win in England. He's going to go to Bayern Munich now. And how it look? It looked like they're not going to win the Bundesliga. And they said they're going to win the Champions League. So, and this is the easiest for him to win.
This will be, if they don't win a trophy this season, this will be the first season in 12 years or since 2012 that they have not won a trophy.
And guess who turned up a Tottenham player? But go ahead, Cranky.
No, I was going to say this, which is
the definition of world class you were going to give.
Because if you read world class in Google or wherever else, man, the definition doesn't even make sense to me. And it's so debatable sometimes. You look up world class, it's debatable. What I'm saying this is that if you have sustained performance at the highest level, with your body of work, which can't be debated, then you have to be considered in that context. Yeah. Right? So just playing in a World Cup and playing well like Fernandes doesn't make you world class. Right? That's what I'm saying. Sometimes when you see it, it's more like when you see it and you have lived it, that you know it. We're just trying to put some measures around it sometimes.
Yeah. Cranky. Cranky said on your show, Man, that Saliba is one of the 5 best players in the world. So how come he's now on the cusp of being world class?
So being one of the 5 best players in the world doesn't make you world class, man.
Really?
Man, so you're saying there's 4 people ahead of you. So how many players? You have a world class team, man. You go
no, you're in the top 5. It don't mean that they're ahead of you, know.
No. Well, let's say he's fifth. Let's say he's fifth. So, but management, think about it. So you have to have 55 players then.
Yeah.
But why say I said top 5 now? That means he could be number 5.
Mm-hmm.
So then you have to have 55 players, and if you want a 55, are you world class? You want a 55 management, or you want of 11 or one of 22? What does world class mean? That's what I'm saying. So subjective, right?
Is Demari Gray world class?
He's Dubai class.
Hey, Demari Gray is middle class.
Demari Gray couldn't even get into the Everton team, even though the coach has something to do with it. Come on.
Is Leon Bailey world class, or is he on the cusp of being world class?
I don't comment on Liam Bailey and his abilities. I defer. I plead the fifth. Anything I say will be used against me in future podcasts. So I don't say anything. I would say Liam Bailey's having a great year. Let's hope it continues.
Listen, this world class thing, because there's a time when people are telling me that Brazilian that was at Liverpool, that they sold to Barcelona, that came back to
Fabinho?
No, man. Number 10. No, man. He was at Liverpool, Brazilian man, and they sold him to Barcelona, number 10. The number 10 man, good and free. Coutinho. People are saying that Coutinho was world class, and I said, no, Coutinho. I've always said to him, no matter what he won, he was not world class.
He was playing at a world class level before he went to Barcelona. That's why they bought him.
I think if you have not done the world class thing for 3 years in a row, you're not world class. That is what I'm saying. Bellingham is not world class. I think why I have Saka, like if Arsenal wins it, I give, because guess what? People don't realize that Saka has been doing this, Every season, all of Saka's stats has improved since he has come in. He has not gone back.
Yeah, did they have a stat that shows that his stats are better than Ronaldo at this point in his career?
Yeah, than his career. So all of his stats, he's better than Harry Kane at this point in his career.
Better than most players, frankly.
Yeah. Like Gunner's boss said something, how many people, but do you know that last year, there were certain people who had him as number 1 in terms of right wingers in the entire world?
Yeah, he probably was. He probably was because there weren't a ton of great right wingers, was there?
Well, Salah.
No, Salah. No, he should be ahead of Salah. Come on. He shouldn't be ahead of Salah. Salah was number 1. Salah's been number 1.
You know what happened? It was done when Arsenal was close to look like they were going to win the league.
Yeah, but I think Salah's been number 1, period. If you look across the globe, yeah, Salah is number 1. There's no debating Salah being number 1.
Cranky, check your phone.
All right, so Craig, all right. So this is. Hey, can I tell Cranky who is talking? This is. So with your 3-year thing, how can Saliba be world class? No, man, we are saying that Saliba is on the cusp of being world class. This is what Mr. P talking, You understand me? Big up Mr. P. Mr. P, you need to go to your bed, What time,
Fresh Gad is announcing that the record is broken.
Yeah, me have to go leave, Cranky.
Cranky, check your phone.
Yeah, I disagree with the definition, but anyway. Leadership doesn't... People who are world class don't have to be leaders. In fact, most of them aren't leaders. But anyway. But yeah, no, we're man. I just want you to set the record. You have set the record so we can sign off.
So that was Mr. Pinnock challenging Cranky.
What are you saying?
And your Saliba singing because remember when we were having a discussion about East and Pinnock? Right. So
he's on the top 5.
Yeah? No, but remember that day you were saying that Saliba is in the top 5 and that he was. Yeah.
But I never said he was world class. I'm saying he's on the cusp. Look, man. For some people, Saliba is the best center half in football, period. Not even just top 5. Some people think he's the best center half in football, and that could be the case. And if he's the best center half in football, then he's world class. Because I consider Van Dijk to be world class. But Van Dijk's body of work is much more than Saliba's.
All right. Is Andrew Robertson world class?
No.
Who is the best left back in the world? Isn't he right there? Isn't he probably...
We don't watch enough football to know that. We don't watch enough football to know that.
Hold on there. How come Andre calling me and him on the phone? Like, this is a side in the show done, people. Hello?
If he was world class, when he come back, he would have get Gomez out the team. That's all I'll say about that. Gomez still have his place.
Hello? Hello? Hey, Cranky, just sign up. So how come
I'm here. Eh? What's that?
I was wondering if something goes wrong because you're on the phone. I had the call going and then I see you dialing me again.
Yeah, the call drop off.
Oh, I didn't even realize. All right. But listen, it is 5 hours and 30 minutes, we're going to run. You can pick up this over by the coach's desk if you so desire. After the Arsenal game, we will be back to talk because we could be leading the Premier League tomorrow. I realize that Arsenal are not far off from where they were last year. I suspect that they probably
5 points different, actually. I think
5 points different. Yeah. So
but
it
we've
is
scored more goals, we've given up less goals. I think scored one less. Given up one less goal and scored one less goal. I think it is.
Yeah. So it is not. Yeah, it's not far. So
Arsenal is in a great position. Arsenal is a great position, and Arsenal just need to take care of City coming up, take care of everybody. Wait for City to mess up.
You just sound like 50-50. Andre. 50-50 came on the program. No, 50-50 came on the program and says, when Tottenham play games, they win, lose, or they draw.
No, I can't. No, you know what? I heard that the other day. I heard that.
Here's what you just said. Said. All Arsenal has to do is to take care of everything, and everything will be okay. Then, Andre, obviously, if Arsenal beat all of the teams, then obviously everything will be okay. If Arsenal win all of their games, they will win, because they're going to beat City.
No.
You say you want a chance to explain.
No, not today. Not today. I have to leave.
But that's not close. That's not close. When your team play, it's either you win, you draw, or you lose. That's not close.
Oh, is that the man say need to explain that? There's no explanation. I ask you, do you want?
No, you said it's abandoned. You can't abandon the game, man. There's no outcome.
Well, I said to him, do you want to retract the statement? I said that. He said no. I said, let me say it again. Are you sure? All right, I'm going to send you the clip, but you can take it up with Cranky. Explain it to Cranky. I think I understand what you mean. So maybe you can explain it to Cranky. He needs an explanation.
Well, you know what? It got to be a good one because I don't know if any other outcome if the game is concluded.
I had my head in the computer. I was doing some work and I heard it and I stopped.
He said, don't misconstrue his words. So he's saying that you're not telling the full.
All right, I have the clip. Hold on, let me find the clip. I have the clip.
What thing about YouTube now? You're recording.
I have the clip, man. Let me find the clip. Let me see. Where did I? Oh, geez. Let me find the clip and play it, and then you can tell me. Oh, no, not this one. Okay. I'm going to find the clip. We have the clip on the phone.
He kept that one. That's a classic.
Yeah, we were going to use it for part of our video. You can only have three result. Three result. When the game play, just 3 result. Win, lose, or draw, just 3 result. 3 result. Okay.
Is that close to the? Is that close to the one? What's it saying again? You could win. You could win ugly. What's that saying again?
No, but I'll go back to the one there. No. Oh, where is it, man? Oh my Lord, where is it? No.
Man, I just hope Timber come back and don't rush back. But I hope Timber comes back and can play because it's a different ballgame if Timber is back.
I'm telling you.
I don't think we'll give up any goals. I don't think we'll give up any goals at all.
What? I need to find it. No, man, Fresh God, I have it here, man. I have a group in a Fresh God. Them don't miss nothing, May I tell you, The clip master don't miss anything. Him clip all me. Oh yes, where is it? I get into it, man. I get into it. Get into it. Is it this? No, not that one. Oh my
Frankie?
God.
Yes.
Frankie?
Yes.
What's your prediction for score tomorrow?
Why the score? I would say 4-0.
4-0.
Yeah, I'm predicting 4-0.
Honest man.
Tomorrow?
4-0 last. Yeah.
I think tomorrow. I would say 3. I think we keep our next clean sheet and we win the game. I don't think it's going to be a difficult one for us. Oh jeez. Fresh God.
What's your prediction, Andre?
My prediction 3-0.
I think people are hungry to score goals nowadays.
Jason. No. Oh jeez. Where is the clip? Can't believe it. But I have it somewhere here now. We shall find it. We shall find it.
We know how Mannings feel about the goalkeeper, but he's getting better and better, Cranky.
Getting better and better. By the way, Onana is getting better and better, Mannings, man.
Is the goal? Well, in Onana, I believe. But do you believe is the goalkeeper getting better, or is it the defense?
He's getting more confidence, Mannings, man. He's much more assured. So yes, we're not getting a lot of shots to the goalkeeper, but he's much more assured.
I think the fans were putting him under pressure unnecessarily because they favor the other goalkeeper.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. And I think that made it more difficult for him to relax.
A man send pay money for the clip get disappear. I can't believe this.
What's the big game tomorrow? City playing Chelsea, right?
Liverpool and Brentford. What do you think? Oh, let's go, people. Andre.
You got it.
Hang up and listen, and then we're going to end the show with this. You hear?
All right.
Just listen.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right, people. We end the show with this. So when you look at Spurs' fixture, you believe that they are going to drop points, but when you look at Manchester's fixture, they are going to gain points and pass Spurs.
What I'm saying, no man, is, you see, with this Spurs team,
yeah.
Let me tell you with United. United, if them go in a game, they're either going to win it, draw, or lose. But you will hardly find where
hold on. Wait just here. If people, some no want to repeat wait just here. If Manchester United go in a game, they either go win it, draw it, or lose it. Is it that what you said?
Yes, what I mean.
Hold on. I want to ask you again what you said. And tell me if you want to change. No. Me don't want you break it down, want you change it. You say when United go in a game, them either go win it, draw it, or lose it. Is that what you said? You don't want to change that first before you clarify.
What should I change it to?
Brother.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down. It is in comparison to Spurs. Now, obviously, when you go in a game, you either have to win, lose, or draw. Right? What I'm trying to say, if United play a game, right?
Hey, you cranky. You tell me now, what kind of explanation? I asked him if he want to change it. He said, let him clarify. I said, why don't you change it first and then you clarify? Because there are only 3 outcomes.
Yes. There's no explanation needed. No matter what the clarification is, it doesn't matter.
That's what I was trying to say to him. All right. Change the statement.
Yes.
And then you can talk about why there's nothing to clarify there. Yes. You see it 50-50. So I'm not misconstruing you. The clip is here. This is Cracky always tell you guys. This is YouTube. Everything is recorded by brother. So be very careful of what you
I'd sign up by saying tomorrow Arsenal playing the team that used to play low block no longer.
Burnley.
We're either gonna win, lose, or draw. That's all I have to say. Okay.
All right, then. Cracky blessing.
So,
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Same to you. All right, people, check out Coach Minzy, Coach's Desk, Triple Treat tonight. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much. If you have not yet, hit the like button before you go. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe and share the content. I am Man. This has been I Am Sure Sports. And as usual, we say we are over and we are OUT out of here.
Boom, check it out. I don't know it's Jason. I may represent for I Am Sure Sports. For the latest news and updates, check out I Am Sure Sports. Make sure you go to the YouTube channel, subscribe and share. Jason presenting I Am Sure. I Am Sure Sports.